morning, everyone, and let me welcome all of you to the March 26, 2024 Orange County Board of County Commission meeting. As we begin today, we'll start with an invocation, and we're going to ask Commissioner Gomez-Cordero to, in just a few moments, introduce our guests for the invocation. We will also ask Commissioner Gomez-Cordero to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pastor, after the pledge, I'm going to come down and we'll take a photograph. Thank you for your presence today. Also, following the pledge, our Communications Director, Dr. Jeff Williamson, will read proclamations recognizing Red Cross Month, Developmental Disabilities Awareness Day, and National Community Development Block Grant Month. There will also be a presentation of the Outstanding Agency of the Year Award to our Animal Services Division. And with that, Commissioner Gomez-Cordero, you are recognized at this time.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everyone. Today we have the honor to present our pastor, Dr. Marcus Bishke. Since God rescued Dr. Bishke 27 years ago, he has served as a pastor and leadership consultant in his hometown of Chicago and now in his wife's hometown here in Orlando, Florida. Currently, he serves as the Director of Ministry Development and Associate Teaching Pastor at Discovery Church in Avalon. Pastor Marcus holds a master's degree in theology from Dallas Theological Seminary, a doctorate degree in strategic leadership from Regent University School of Global Leadership and Entrepreneurship, and most recently graduated from Harvard Business School, completing several programs in leadership, development, negotiation, innovation, and launching new ventures. Pastor Marcus is married to Annie, his wife of 27 years, and have 4 children, George, 21, Benjamin, 19, Lucy, 17, and Emma, 15. Pastor Marcus is very active in the community where he continues supporting and helping the ones in need. God bless Pastor Bishke and his family, and thank you again for being here with us today. With you, Pastor Marcus.
Thank you so much, Commissioner and Mr. Mayor, and distinguished ladies and gentlemen of the board, and ladies and gentlemen of our community. Good morning.
Good morning.
It's a very, very great honor for me to have this opportunity to open up our time together in prayer. And first, I'd like to briefly but boldly encourage you in your work. As a pastor at Discovery Church, I'm also here representing several thousand of your constituents, and I am absolutely confident that they would want me to heartily thank you for your relentless work in our community to enhance the quality of life of those blessed enough to be living in the 50 great cities in our great county. And I'm also certain that they would want me to take full advantage of this opportunity to invite each and every one of you to be our guest at one of our 4 Easter services in one of the 3 cities in which our church gathers. But I also want to express briefly my own deep appreciation to each and every one of you, since I have a bit of an inside track on what work in the community requires and demands of you and your families. My father was a civil servant as a judge in Chicago for nearly 30 years, and so I know that serving and leading the way you do can be a burden and truly take a toll, but it also brings blessing and joy. So thank you on behalf of all of us for managing that tension in your daily lives so well, truly. Now, God graciously invites us in Scripture in the book of Hebrews, chapter 4, verse 16. Let us then approach the throne of grace with confidence so that we may receive mercy and find grace to help us in our time of need. So would you bow your heads with me as we do that? Heavenly Father, as we approach your throne now during what so many of us call Holy Week, we do so in the mighty name of Jesus, the one who so beautifully pulled off what he so boldly predicted when he conquered not just sin, but death for us. And so we do so with boldness and confidence. Now, since you are not just the all-loving, but also the all-powerful God, we don't so much invite you into our presence as much as we ask that you would draw us into yours. This morning, we recognize together, as your word proclaims, that there is no authority except that which God has established. You have established these men and women to help those in our communities flourish. Thank you, God, for each of them, for making them each the way you did and calling them into these roles as you have. Thank you for their hard work and sacrifice. Please continually bless them and their work. As they rule and make decisions, even today, energize and guide them so that our people experience true justice and equality, lasting peace and prosperity, and deep joy and well-being in our homes and neighborhoods, businesses and gatherings, schools and streets. When we listen carefully, we can hear King Solomon's humble prayer echoing through these walls of this chamber. O Lord, my God, give your servant a discerning heart to govern your people and to distinguish between right and wrong. So our prayer for these, our commissioners, is that you would generously give to each of them wise and discerning hearts to skillfully govern the people in our cities. Give them a unity of purpose, clarity of thought, and courage to rule that is unquestionably heaven-born and which cannot be hindered by the storms of injustice, the pressures of politics, or the chaos of culture. In the midst of the decision-making challenges in the moments ahead, in your strength, may their wisdom be renowned, their motives pure, their judgments accurate, their discernment acute, and their integrity impeccable. In other words, may they together be reflective of the Lord to whom we will all one day give an account. In these chambers would truth go undeterred and error undisguised. And when it is, would our citizens freely submit to their authority as freely as they submit to yours. Father, since cities have more of the image of God per square inch than any other place on earth, we are confident that loving and serving the people in Orange County is one of the most powerful ways we can obey your command to love you and one another. So remind us this morning just how much this work matters. As these requests are consistent with the will and character of the one called faithful and true, we are confident in your faithfulness to bring them to pass for our good and your glory. So it is in his wonderful name that we pray. Amen and amen. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Greg, you just keep dressed like me. That is very rare for you to wear gray. I was going to wear gray. Well, look at it. We got gray. Oh, I know. Sorry. It's blue and then gray.
Oh, because y'all, so y'all the accent, it matches though.
Seriously, I was. This is, I mean,
So we wore the core colors, and you all were you and Nicole wore the accent.
yeah.
You look like
I object. I don't wear gray.
Thank you, Pastor. Thank you, Commissioner. And thank you, Mayor. As the Mayor mentioned, we do have 3 proclamations and a special presentation. The first proclamation that we have for you this morning is for the American Red Cross. And the proclamation reads, whereas the American Red Cross of Central Florida has been serving Orange County since 1917, and whereas in 1881, Clara Barton founded the American National Red Cross, which is chartered and authorized by Congress to act in times of need with the mission of providing relief to victims of disasters and helping people prevent, prepare for, and respond to emergencies. And whereas each year, the Greater Orlando chapter of the American Red Cross in the Central Florida region help respond to thousands of local emergencies and assist Central Florida families with food, clothing, shelter, medications, recovery planning, and mental health support in response to single and multifamily fires and other local disasters. And whereas in 2023, the American Red Cross of Central Florida helped over 1,800 individuals receive emergency aid after local disasters. And whereas Hurricane Ian forever changed the lives of our residents, and thanks to generous donors, American Red Cross has provided ongoing aid to help with recovery needs of individuals, families, and communities. And whereas the Greater Orlando chapter of the American Red Cross in the Central Florida region serves our community 365 days a year, thanks to the support of trained volunteers and generous individuals, companies, foundations that make financial donations to this wonderful organization. Now, therefore, Jerry O. Demings, by virtue of the authority vested in him as Orange County Mayor, does hereby proclaim the month of March 2024 as American Red Cross Month in Orange County, Florida. Done and ordered this 26th day of March 2024, signed by the Mayor and all 6 members of the Board of County Commissioners. Receiving the proclamation is Renee Holderbach. She is the Greater Orlando Board Chair of the Greater Orlando chapter of the American Red Cross. Ms. Holderbach.
Good morning. I also have Janice Moran, our Executive Director and Fearless Leader, and Shan Rose, who's also a board member. So good morning, Mayor Demings and Commissioners and distinguished guests. It's an honor for me to be here to accept the proclamation on behalf of all of the volunteers of the Greater Orlando chapter of the American Red Cross. I am board chair, and we have a lot of support from many volunteers in Central Florida. On behalf of all the volunteers who aspire every day to turn their compassion into action, thank you for this recognition. We appreciate our partnership with Orange County and the opportunity to collaborate with you to ensure we are living our purpose of preventing and relieving human suffering during our citizens' darkest hours. We could not be an integral part of this community without your support. Clara Barton founded the American Red Cross in the aftermath of the Civil War. For nearly 143 years, the employees, volunteers, and supporters of the American Red Cross have met loss and disaster with compassion and care. Our Red Cross Month celebration has been a tradition since 1943, when President Franklin D. Roosevelt issued the first Red Cross Month. It is a time to appreciate our volunteers and donors and raise awareness of their impact in our community. So thank you for bringing awareness to the American Red Cross with this proclamation. And I also would like and invite everyone to volunteer, either with their time or money, for the American Red Cross. We do a lot of great work in the community. Thank you.
Mira, oh, yes.
Oh, like Korean. Oh, I didn't get it. You're green. That's interesting. How are you? Good to see you. Thank you, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mayor, thank you, Commissioners, and thank you, our great partners at the Greater Orlando chapter of the American Red Cross. Our next proclamation is for Developmental Disabilities Day. Developmental Disabilities Day, and the proclamation reads, whereas magical self-advocacy is involved in advocating for programs that promote positive system changes that allow persons with developmental disabilities to achieve optimum independence and promote population and celebrate our diverse population, including persons with developmental disabilities. And whereas Developmental Disabilities Awareness Day in Orange County promotes awareness and understanding of the opportunities, challenges, and needs of persons with developmental disabilities. And whereas Developmental Disabilities Awareness Day also recognizes Florida's public policy accomplishments concerning persons with disabilities, as well as identifying the improvements to public policy that are needed to ensure all residents with developmental disabilities can lead full, productive, and engaged lives. And whereas Orange County encourages all residents to recognize this important day by spreading awareness of the many contributions offered by persons with developmental disabilities in our community. Now, therefore, Jerry L. Demings, by virtue of the authority vested in him as Orange County Mayor, does hereby proclaim March 29th as Developmental Disabilities Awareness Day in Orange County, Florida. Done and ordered this 26th day of March 2024, signed by the Mayor and all 6 members of the Board of County Commissioners. Receiving the proclamation is Michael McCreet. He is the President of Magical Self-Advocacy. Mr. McCreet.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Michael Lincoln McCrate. I am the proud president of Magical Self-Advocacy here in Orlando. Today is a very special day as we declare awareness to people with intellectual developmental disabilities. I'm a big self-advocate for people with disabilities, so as much of my group that is here today. A little bit about my story. I was actually in a very abusive guardianship where I was held hostage of my public guardian, which made me want to fight more for people with disability rights. And just proclaiming March 29th as DD Day and bringing awareness to intellectual developmental disabilities is just a great honor, and I want to thank Vice Mayor Wilson for fighting for developmental disability awareness. I also want to thank Mayor Dennings for just being a big supporter, and also Ms. Arabi for also supporting people with disabilities, and also the rest of the Board of County Commissioners. I know I had the privilege of talking to Mr. Scott at one of the events saying, hey, we need to get a proclamation for DD Day. And here we are. And a big accomplishment, we were actually up in Tallahassee not that long ago, and we actually passed a bill for people with intellectual developmental disabilities called Supported Decision-Making Authority, which is actually on the way to the governor's desk as we speak to get a signature. So it's a big moment for people with disabilities, a lot of accomplishments. I am honored to say we are actually having Developmental Disability Awareness Day on March 29th, 2024 at Ironworkers 808. And we went from 4 last year to 58 attendees this year, which is absolutely amazing. So I want to thank all your guys' support. And with appreciation, I do have certificates of appreciation to the mayor and also to the vice mayor, Nicole Wilson. Thank you.
Guess so. Oh, Commissioner, another one. No.
All right, thank you, Mr. McCreet. Thank you, Mayor. Our final proclamation, and then there is one other recognition after this proclamation, but our final proclamation is for CDBG Week. CDBG Week, and the proclamation reads, whereas the Community Development Block Grant Program has operated since 1974 to provide local governments with the financial resources for a variety of community development and housing activities to primarily meet the needs of low and moderate income persons. And whereas Orange County has benefited from community development block grant funds as a participating jurisdiction since 1975. And whereas the Community Development Block Grant Program has strengthened America's communities through capital improvement and infrastructure projects, social services, affordable housing, and other neighborhood revitalization initiatives. And whereas Orange County's Housing and Community Development Division has successfully administered the Community Development Block Grant Program by leveraging state and local funds and implementing revitalization strategies in partnership with the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development and local community partners, including nonprofit and neighborhood-based organizations. And whereas Orange County's Community Development Block Grant Program is a valuable program that has been at the heart of many projects and activities aimed at enriching the lives of Orange County residents, improving the county's economic vitality, and increasing our community resiliency. And whereas 2024 marks the 50th anniversary of the Community Development Block Grant Program, and the week of April 1 through 5, 2024 has been designated National Community Development Week by the National Community Development Association to celebrate the Community Development Block Grant Program. Now, therefore, Jerry O. Demings, by virtue of the authority vested in him as Orange County Mayor, does hereby proclaim the week of April 1st through April 5th, 2024 as National Community Development Week in Orange County, Florida. Done in order this 26th day of March, 2024, signed by the Mayor and all 6 members of the Board of County Commissioners. Receiving the proclamation is our friend, Mitch Glasser. He is the manager of Orange County's Housing and Community Development Division. Mr. Glasser.
Thank you, and good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. It is with great pride that we in the Housing and Community Development Division celebrate with you the 50th anniversary of the Community Development Block Grant Program, commonly referred to as CDBG. Created by Congress as a result of the Housing and Community Development Act of 1974, this innovative approach to providing federal aid to the nation's low and moderate income communities. CDBG was the first block grant to cities, counties, and states. Its purpose was to sustain and develop viable communities by providing decent housing, a suitable living environment, and economic opportunities to low and moderate income families. CDBG has been a valuable resource that has enabled Orange County to provide sewer, water, sidewalks, parks to our low and moderate income communities. Most of our community centers were built using CDBG funds. Public facilities that have received CDBG funding include South Orlando and Winter Garden Pecan Clinics, Ivy Lane Healthcare Center, Coalition for the Homeless Men's Service Center, Mark Street Senior Center, the Renaissance Senior Center, Barnett Park, Bifflo Recreation Center, and the new Multicultural Center, and many more facilities. CDBG gave us the funding mechanism to preserve and repair our older housing stock and the ability to use these grant funds to maintain home ownership in our low-income neighborhoods, and in many cases allow our vulnerable senior residents the ability to age in their homes. Our first affordable home ownership projects were possible because CDBG funds were used to purchase the land and provide the infrastructure. From a social impact, CDBG funding has improved the lives by providing assistance for job training, subsidized child care, Meals on Wheels for seniors. We will be sharing the highlights and the many successes during this month of the program, and we will be celebrating with all of our community partners. I would like to invite Ms. Laney, the Community Development Advisory Chair, and any other advisory board members that are here today, and my staff to join me in accepting the proclamation. Thank you.
This was the gray and blue day.
All right, thank you, Mr. Glasser, and thank you to everyone in our housing division. You do a lot of great hard work in our community. We also want to recognize another division within Orange County that does a great deal of work and is an outstanding division. I'm going to call on Diane Summers. Diane Summers is the manager of Orange County Animal Services, and she has a special presentation she'd like to make. Actually, the mayor is going to make to her, but first, a few comments from Ms. Summers.
Yes, thank you so much, Jeff. We recently won the Outstanding Agency of the Year Award from the Florida Animal Protection and Advocacy Association. And I'm joined by many of our team here. This is a very big award for us, and it's one that is chosen by our peers, which means even more to us that it's the people who know our industry best. It's the other large shelters, all of the member agencies of the Florida Animal Protection and Advocacy Association chose us. And the award criteria includes progressive placement programs, strong enforcement operations, media partnerships. And just as a fun fact, we actually have the largest social media following of any municipal shelter. We have our PIO here who would love to take some credit for that, I'm sure. Our team was so elated that night. It was actually the only time my Apple Watch gave me the alert for too much noise, and I have a 10-month-old baby. The baby's never set it off. Their screaming in joy for that evening and receiving that award and recognition for our work is what set it off. And I want to thank John Goodrich, Dr. Pino, Danny Banks, the mayor, and all of you commissioners for your support. Your support over the years is what has enabled us to put these programs in place to reach this milestone. And for our last fiscal year, we achieved a 90% save rate for the more than 14,000 animals that entered our door. And while we're proud to win this award, it's just another day and another life-saving measure for us, and we're going to keep on trying to do our best for you all and for our community. And we just thank you for the opportunity to be here today.
All right. Good morning again. Let me just take a few moments to recognize one of the superstars and one of our superstar teams here within Orange County, and that's our Animal Services Division. Diane Summers is truly one of the best managers and best animal advocates that we have anywhere. So with that, I want to recognize the entire Animal Services Division for this important recognition. Last month, the Florida Animal Protection and Advocacy Association recognized Orange County Animal Services as the Outstanding Agency of the Year. With 70 member agencies, FAPA advances the animal welfare field and oversees the certification of animal control officers and other necessary courses. During the 2023 fiscal year, the Orange County Animal Shelter achieved a 90% overall live release rate and accepted more than 14,000 pets. Notably, Orange County Animal Services was chosen for this recognition by peer shelter members of FAPA. In addition, FAPA member agencies also recognize two key Orange County government representatives and staff members for their community volunteer work. One, program coordinator, Jacqueline Carabala for Animal Control Officer of the Year. Jacqueline, if you'll stand. Specialist Supervisor Monica Martinez for Supervisor of the Year. Isabella Venezio for Volunteer of the Year. All three of you here today. Stand up, please. Let's give them another round of applause. So it is indeed my pleasure to present Orange County Animal Services with the Outstanding Agency of the Year awarded on February 24, 2024 by the Florida Animal Protection and Advocacy Association. Congratulations to Diane and the entire team. If you'll join us.
Yeah, look, a Pino. Oh, guayabera, una guayabera. Guayabera.
Congratulations, Orange County Animal Services. Thank you, Diane, and to our special awardees. We have one last person we need to recognize this morning before we jump into the BCC agenda. I'd like to call another important person who is in our audience today. I'd like to call on Chief Judge Lisa Munyon from the 9th Judicial Circuit with a special announcement. Judge Munyon.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, County Administrator Rook. Thank you for allowing me a few moments. I feel like I'm getting the cart before the horse, but I do want to thank you for putting our matter with renaming the Juvenile Justice Center the Thomas S. Kirk Justice Center for quite some time in a continued effort to well utilize the space that you give us. We have been doing other matters at the Juvenile Justice Center other than just juvenile. And this proclamation will assist citizens in not being confused about where they're going when they're going to the Michigan Street Courthouse. I also want to just offer you my personal thanks. I travel the state on behalf of the Judicial Branch. I know how unique our relationship is with our county commission. We are so fortunate here in the 9th to have a wonderful working relationship with the county commission and with county staff. And that is a testament to each of you as well as your staff. So I just wanted to thank you. I know you've got a busy day and you don't need me filling it up. So thank you very much.
All right. Thank you to our Chief Judge. Chief Judge Munyon is certainly a great partner in this community. And I had the privilege of, during my law enforcement career, of working with Judge Kirk, and he was quite the advocate for our community as well. And so this is, because what was formerly the Juvenile Justice Center now does more than just serve juveniles. It serves the entire criminal justice system. It is appropriate for the renaming, and so our board certainly is in support of that. And Chief Judge, I know you're busy. We will see some items coming before the Board of County Commission in the near future regarding additional judges that have been at this point approved by the Florida legislature. That means that that's an additional cost to the taxpayers because those judges will need a place for their courtroom and the supportive staff from the Orange County Sheriff's Office and others that will require some funding. I had the opportunity yesterday to visit with Chief Judge Munyon and other members of the courts and former mayors and former Chief Judge as well. We toured the 13th floor of our courthouse, which is being built out to accommodate these additional judges that are coming on board. And I believe we're looking at sometime in the May to July period of time of completing the work there. As a county, it is the responsibility of the county to provide the facilities for our courts and our constitutional officers, and as a result, we are indeed partners. So thank you this morning, Chief Judge Munyon, for being here as well.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. All right, with that, we're going to move forward. Then on our agenda, we're going to move to the public comment period. I know this is a period of time that many of you look forward to. So we were inviting members of the public to come forward regarding topics or concerns that are within this board's authority. And by the way, if any of you need to leave, this would be, if you're not going to stay for the remainder of this morning or you're not going to appear for public comment, this would be a good time to slip out. But regarding the matters which come before the board during this period, this afternoon, matters that are not appropriate for this forum will be heard during the afternoon regarding any procurement or land use issues or concerns that should properly be brought to another board rather than this board. And again, we will have our public hearings regarding the land use issues this afternoon. So with that, Mr. Thalmuller, do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard at this time?
Yes, Mayor. We have 9 speaker cards filled out this morning.
All right.
All right, folks. As I call your name, please approach the podium. Begin with your name and address for the record. First speaker is going to be Peter Murray. All right. Barring Peter Murray, the next speaker is Delilah Smalley.
Good morning. My name is Delilah Smalley, and I live at 3613 Surrey Drive. Today, I want you to think about the why more than the what of the fence situation in my neighborhood. I want you to imagine that you live on the other side of the fence, that you are the 8-year-old boy who was made to walk back off East Cayley while simply walking down a public street. Imagine you are the 2 middle school girls who, while on motorized scooters, hit the trench dug at the end of my street and were flipped onto the pavement on their way home from school. Imagine you're the mother of those children. Imagine working as hard as you can to get by and then being stared at walking down the road like your very existence is a crime. Imagine watching neighbors scrub off chalk messages that say welcome. Imagine watching them put broken glass in the walkways. There are 0 crimes in my neighborhood committed by people who live on the other side of the fence. Why are they being disenfranchised and discriminated against? Yes, they have a safer route to school because we got to keep 1 walkway, but we lost 2 without justification. What about recreation and the quality of life for all residents? Why were only homeowners included in the conversation in the first place? I want to share this quote from a former homeowner on East Cayley who is still a resident and voter in Orange County. They shared, quote, "My ex and I lived on Cayley in the early 2000s. Back then, the chain link fence was closed to pedestrians. People would smear grease on it to keep kids from climbing over it, and even then there were neighbors trying to get support for that brick wall. One of them came to our front door throwing the N-word around, and we put our house on the market shortly after that. I can't believe this is still a thing 20 years later," end quote. There are other instances of this sort of culture war and division in my neighborhood, and it needs to be rooted out and addressed. We are a diverse city and should not endorse bigotry. We need complete streets, open community, sidewalks, and we need leaders who do the right thing for our community. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Smalley, and we're going to move to the next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Gretchen Robinson.
Ms. Robinson, are you here?
All right. The next speaker is actually Julio Abrahanti.
Good morning, Commissioners and Mayor James. My name is Julio Abrahante. I live at 1983 Watauga Avenue, Orlando, Florida, 32812. I've lived on the corner property overlooking Watauga and SunRail for 11 years. I am retired, a family man, and I am here to advocate for myself and my community. Just because I'm not a homeowner doesn't mean that I don't count. In Orange County, we can say some people's voice matters and others do not, especially based on homeownership. I did email all of you asking for my voice to be heard. I didn't receive any responses. I wasn't able to make the other meetings due to medical issues. So here I am in person today to say I do not want my public access to the community to be removed. I think we should be able to walk freely in our neighborhood with no restrictions. Once you have a fence, you are saying that some people belong and some do not. For sometimes the walkways were open without interruption. My neighbors could walk to church. They could walk their grandkids with strollers. They could get exercise and be outside. Yes, we got to keep one walkway, but a walkway on one of the 3 streets does not allow you to even walk around the block. I live in a peaceful and safe neighborhood. No one on my side wants these fences. Teens from both sides are now throwing their bikes over several fences and getting hurt. Please reconsider the situation, what the fences stand for, how they impact the community, and give us access and sidewalk to safely assist in our neighborhood. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day.
All right. Just before you leave the mic, which neighborhood, Mr. Ramonte? Which?
Neighborhood.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. All right. We'll move to the next speaker.
Next speaker, Mayor, is Matt Berenger.
Greetings, Commission. My name is Matthew Berenger. First, I bring you greetings from the City of Cocoa as a representative of the Cocoa City Council. Secondly, I also bring greetings from Pinecrest Academy Avalon, which you'll have some students speaking to you in a moment. The one thing I'd just like to offer is a donation instead of an ask. And part of that is just ultimately, when we talk about lifting every voice and sing, I think that these students are going to ask you all about something about with supporting our animal shelter efforts and our agency. And as you move forward through a budget cycle where they may not be able to articulate that process, I hope that as commissioners and the title honorable ahead of time, that we remember that as we enter into the budget cycle throughout this year. Secondly, I'd also like to remind us of the power of the inspiration of a teacher. The power and the inspiration of not playing small, but recognizing that you are really powerful beyond all measure, which is representative of the students, and the value of parents who are involved in the education. These students were given a problem of which they're going to bring to you a solution for, and that is my ask today. That instead of asking for money, instead of asking for your time, I ask for your problems and opportunities. As an institution within our community, within Avalon Park, I would ask that you offer us opportunities to help us solve issues. No different than we would with a research park at UCF, no different than we would over at FAMU, no different than we would with any other institution, that you would value that educational institution that we call ourselves at Pinecrest Academy Avalon, a place where you can value the opportunity for students to solve issues with inspirational teachers and support. Again, thank you for all that you do. I do ask that you make that consideration through your upcoming budget cycle, and evident of the agency that was just here and the award they won, it definitely seems due. Thank you for your consideration.
All right. Thank you, Councilman, for your presence and for your affiliation with this wonderful school. Do we have speakers from the school?
Speaking of which, the next speaker is the Pinecrest students.
Okay, there we go. All right, Ms. Howard, welcome.
For the record, Taylor Rochford, 13993 Mailer Boulevard, Orlando, Florida, 32828.
Hello, I'm Envia. I'm Chloe. And I'm Nicole. We want to thank you for your time. What we have here today is a presentation on why Orange County needs more funding for animal adoption support programs. We hope you enjoy. There are a few reasons why we, as the adoption coordinators for Orange County Animal Services, are requesting funding for our animal adoption support programs. First off, adoption support programs make it possible for people to adopt pets, even if they are not fortunate enough to pay for all the fees. It could fund the advertising for pets that could give them a better chance at finding a home. These programs could help pay for the necessary training for service animals. Overall, getting access to funding for the adoption support programs would benefit the lives of pets trying to be adopted.
The next thing that we're about to show you is a line graph that shows how many animals there has been in the Orange County for the last 5 years. After researching evidence, our chart proves that there has been too many animals to prevent overcrowding. It is important to understand that in the future, with your funding, we could help increase these numbers and save more animals from being euthanized.
Here is our line graph. In 2019, there was about 9,000 animal adoptions, which was great for our shelter. Then, in 2020 and 2021, there was a huge decrease in animal adoptions due to COVID. But in 2022, there was a great increase in animal adoptions, back up to that 9,000 mark. But recently, there has been a huge decline in animal adoptions in 2023. So, with your help and funding, we can help raise these numbers in the future. To summarize, the adoption coordinators for Orange County Animal Services are requesting funding for our animal adoption support programs. Remember, with your help and support, we can help many people and animals. We would be able to help pay for the fees of many adoptions. Having the funding to train service animals would help many people in our community. We would also be able to make advertising for our shelter, making it more known of and more popular. Overall, with your help, we can make the adoption experience more beneficial for everyone. We'd appreciate it so much if you help us on this journey. Thank you for listening.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you for the Pinecrest Academy and these bright young minds. Thank you to the adult leadership there at the school for bringing them in. Whenever we see young people engaged like this, we know the future is bright for all of us. And they were just stellar today. So you all are doing great work there at the academy. I can tell, these wonderful students. And we do applaud them. So we don't normally allow clapping and other things to happen within the chambers to maintain the decorum. But this morning, I'm going to ask the Board of County Commissioners and the rest of our audience, let's give these young people another round of applause. So I know because you have other things that you need to do. If you need to leave, it's okay. This will be the right time for you to do so. And we are very careful to acknowledge the request that you have made today.
I was going to note, we actually there's a grant program through one of our funding sources. I believe Diane Summers and her team have left, but we'll be sure to make this connection with you, because there's, outside of our budget process, there is a actual dollar amount for various services that are community-based organizations that help with certain activities. So we'll make that connection.
All right. Thank you all again. All right. As they're leaving, we'll prepare for the next speaker, please. And remember, we don't normally allow the clapping and what have you in here. Okay. So I made an exception this morning. All right. Next speaker.
Yes, Mayor. Next speaker is Micah Bass.
All right.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Micah Bass. I own a hotel at 7200 International Drive. I've owned it since 2011. I've been in front of some of the members of the board here, so if I speak to the board, it's Ms. Bonilla, Ms. Uribe, Mr. Demings have all heard me come in here for 7 years. I've been here to get a permit for a building, a 5,300 square foot addition, a little bigger than the average square footage of an American home. So in 2017, I think I gave the young man some pictures of a farmer's market. Oh, this is a different one. If we can go to the other end of my original pictures, I'll make sure we get to that in time. So, as I said, I own a hotel, and I mentioned the judge that was here earlier, Chief Judge, had Let me start with what's going on my property. There's a permit. I've come to the board and I've gone to deaf ears since 2017. In 18, I applied for a farmer's market on International Drive. The hotel's called the Heart of International Drive, right across from the Slingshot and Chili's. Ms. Bonilla said, "That's not a good idea, Mr. Bass. You shouldn't have a farmer's market there. You need a permit. Come back with some plans and we'll have it every quarter. A farmer's market, not every weekend." Absurd. I asked her a few questions. She replied back. That was in 17 and 18. I applied. I paid for that permit. It wasn't going to be obtainable, so the county gave me my money back for a farmer's market on International Drive. So I've been here since 1983, and I've seen quite a bit of growth. And so then I hire a contractor who, after 18 months, submits his plans to the mayor's deaf ears. Those plans are rejected. Hire another contractor. I see his banners up and down, Baker Barrios, up and down International Drive, up and down the city. They can't get a permit here for almost 2 years. As of 3 weeks ago, now 7 years into these blueprints, $500,000 of my money, we the people. I'm just a regular guy that went to Apopka High School. The global companies that give billions of dollars sure do get attention, Mr. Mayor. But after submitting those plans 3 months ago or 3 weeks ago, Orange County asked me to redraw them over again after 7 years and 18 submissions. Does that seem a little? There's a common denominator, Mr. Mayor. You won't speak to me. You sent me to your assistant outside. She retired 2 days later. Go see my assistant after the meeting.
You're out of time.
Yes. I'll be back a little.
I do appreciate you coming and expressing your concerns. As you well know,
questions, anybody?
As you well know, our staff does. We do have processes that we're working with. But thank you for your presence. We're going to move to the next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Douglas Akers.
Yes, Douglas Akers, 3514 East Grant Avenue, Orlando 32806. So I come to you today talking about community development as well. I live right across from the Wedgwood Groves area. Me and my husband go for walks quite often around there. And one of my side gigs is walking dogs. The access to walking through that neighborhood has been blocked off by a major fence that could be easily removed to allow pedestrian traffic. And it seems to be there is a trend in Orlando that there's some major thoroughways for bikes and pedestrians, but not any throughout the neighborhoods. And I'm just here to say that, there's been multiple studies that proves that these types of trails, one study by the Trust for Public Land, shows that a variety of benefits include increased property values, increased tourism, increased physical activity and personal health, community cohesion, and reduced stormwater costs and increased air quality of all things. So I just want to say that I also ride my bike quite commonly, pretty much everywhere, because Orlando's flat and it's easy to do this. And there doesn't have to be, we're actually allowed to ride our bikes on the sidewalks as well. There doesn't have to be specific infrastructure built to accommodate these types of additions to our community. We could make designated pathways just by designating them on the map, pretty much, and then people will search them and find them. It seems to me that having these little greenways and walkways and little mini parks would do nothing but increase the value of what Orlando has to offer. I'll leave with the idea that there are significant benefits to having bike-friendly and pedestrian-friendly kind of like roads, other than safety. But some of them include, reducing healthcare costs, creating healthier communities, increasing property values, attracting top talented neighborhoods. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you for your comments. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
Mayor, our last speaker card is Abu Bakr Hassan.
Hello, thanks all very much. My name is Abu Bakr Hassan. I live at 1800 Sparkling Water Circle over here in the Orlando area. And I just wanted to make first I want to say thank you all for listening to us. I know requires a lot of work and you have to wake up early, so I appreciate that. I just wanted to make a quick statement. Hopefully maybe I can get a statement from y'all on what's going on. As you know, the ongoing genocide in Gaza, a lot of innocent people being killed, but it's taken an uglier turn of recent, with more blatant and open and unequivocal, executions. They're breaking into people's homes and executing whole families point blank, bulldozing to death. Pregnant moms going to a hospital holding white flags and then being bulldozed to death. A grandma holding her child after she's forced out of her house at gunpoint, loses all her clothes, her baby pictures, and now she's walking miles with her child. And men, snipers, focus on her heart. They shoot and kill her, and then shoot the child on camera. And these are using free American weapons, free American sniper rifles. And over here in Orlando, our tax dollars, a few $100,000 of our tax dollars has gone to this, and is buying these bombs, which they wait until 2 and 3 a.m. in the morning to bomb a whole apartment building full of residents, sleeping families, so they can all be blown to bits, the maximum number. And as we speak right now, there are literally thousands of innocents in their apartments who are being crushed to death. Some of them are starving to death because they're still living. Some of them are calling family members with their cell phones because they're stuck underneath. And of course, there's no heavy equipment or anything that can go inside there. And so the family members are grabbing with their hands, but they can't. And so people are dying through the night. Many people are reporting screams throughout the night of the families that are dying. And it's just a horrible situation. And now, of course, it's now turned into starvation, with a lot of people starving, with regular Israeli citizens, I don't understand how this is even happening, are blocking food from coming in and celebrating as a few feet away, children are eating a grass. So this has just turned into really a deplorable situation. And so I was just asking y'all today, I know that we're a local county commission here, we have no control over what's happening over there, I understand that. But I'm just saying maybe just a minor statement saying, hey, we're against this massacres and mass murders of innocent women and children by the Israeli government. That's all.
All right.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hassan, for your presence today, and thank you for reminding us about the genocide. And you're correct. From a local government perspective at our level, we really don't have any authority regarding it, but we certainly sympathize and empathize with those who are suffering.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your kindness and your understanding.
All right.
Thank you all very much.
With that, I'll double check. Do we have any other members of the public present who wish to be heard at this time?
Checking back in, Peter Murray or Gretchen Robinson? We have no more speaker cards, Mayor.
Okay, then we're going to move from the public comment portion of the meeting, and we'll move to our consent agenda. At this time, I ask the County Administrator, Mr. Byron Brooks, to present the consent agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. Our staff has no changes to the consent agenda, so we present it to you as submitted, Mayor.
All right.
So moved, Uribe.
We have a motion by Commissioner Uribe, second by Commissioner Scott. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. A motion passes, and it is unanimous. And as I customarily will do any time that we have items on the consent agenda, I will point out some of the items that of significance to our community. I want to acknowledge the work first of our real estate division, who have been working to identify environmentally sensitive lands for potential purchase by Orange County, and they've done a great job. In fact, on this agenda, there was a contract to purchase 36.7 acres of environmentally sensitive land in East Orange County. The preservation of this parcel is located in an area that has an existing ecological corridor of over 300,000 acres spanning across not only Orange County, but Brevard, Seminole, and Volusia counties, which includes the Charles H. Bronson State Forest, the Seminole Ranch Conservation Area, the Orlando Wetlands Park, and the Little Big Econ State Forest. This property will provide water resource protection, aquifer recharge, and floodplain storage, and it helps to close the gaps between other publicly owned lands and enhances an existing wildlife corridor. And lastly, the parcel in question will enhance recreational opportunities provided by the Charles H. Bronson State Forest and the Little Big Econ River Forest by expanding the available hiking trail system. To date, Orange County has purchased and preserved 530 acres since the Board of County Commission here. This board approved a $100 million budget item to purchase environmentally sensitive land. So you're going to continue seeing these types of purchases on our board agenda for the foreseeable future. As you also know, this board is committed to reducing homelessness within our county. On this consent agenda, the Mental Health and Homeless Division amended an existing contract with the Samaritan Resource Center. The center based in East Orange County provides bridge housing, flexible financial assistance, outreach services, and other forms of support to area residents who are experiencing or who are in danger of homelessness. This particular funding is provided through the American Rescue Plan Act, federal money in other words, and this amendment adds funds to the approved budget for the direct costs associated with providing outreach, prevention, and diversion efforts in the more underserved outer regions of Orange County. And finally, on this agenda, we approved a bus service agreement with Lynx. Part of the feedback we have been receiving from the community is they want to see us expand our transit options here as a community and improve the delivery of services. So the Board of County Commission has allocated over a 5-year period $100 million towards this effort to improve the operational plans that will enhance bus service frequency and install 44 additional bus shelters as part of our accelerated transportation safety program. And so that's the good news. In addition to the 5-year plan, we allocated or will allocate a total of $45 million towards links funding and improving transit within our community through this effort. Today's financial commitment is consistent with Orange County's desire to address some of the much needed improvements to our transportation and transit systems. So a lot on our consent agenda, but those things are certainly important. Commissioner Uribe, I do recognize you. I see that you press your button to be
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a question. I don't know if any of my colleagues have been following the One Pulse, and I know Comptroller Diamond has had an update. I did receive an update, and I thank you, and I saw that on the agenda we're paying the taxes on the property. Just a question, if I could, to Byron or Comptroller Diamond. There seems to still be fundraising going on now, covered under the City of Orlando for this organization, yet we're paying the bill. And I'm just curious to know, have we ever gotten a total of what they have in their bank out of what they owe us? And I know the situation got sticky and we can't really discuss it offline, so I just thought this was appropriate. Maybe you could take that opportunity, Comptroller Diamond, to tell us, because there just seems to be no accountability. And unfortunately, through your memo, we just got reinforced. We may never get any accountability. And I'd like to know if legally we're going to pursue further action or what. So thank you.
All right, Comptroller, I'll come back and address the legal issue, but if you want to opine on what you are finding at this point.
Sure. Happy to. Thanks for the question. And as you might remember, back in November, we had a discussion about Pulse on the dais, and we talked about a number of things. One of the things was what Orange County had done with Pulse, and as you might recall, what Orange County had done with Pulse was provide a grant of, I think, up to $6.5 million. Pulse bought the property, which is on Cayley Street, which I think by now everybody's pretty well familiar with, and then also paid, I think, about $3 million for architecture and design fees related to the foundation's plans to build a new building, and that would be a new museum. As part of that discussion, we were told that we would receive records relating to the county's expenditures to the Pulse Foundation. We have not received those. We've asked for those. Probably the most important of what we asked for was bank statements. We'd like to see a couple of years' worth of bank statements just to double check our conclusions about funds that the county spent. So we've not gotten those. I know the mayor has, and you probably want to speak to this, Mayor, rather than me, but I know that's something you've insisted on as well. And those are things that we have not received in spite of the foundation's promises to the contrary.
And I guess my follow-up question, Mayor, if you will, is there's a fundraiser coming up, their yearly 5K, which now the city of Orlando has taken over. So who are they raising money for? To pay us back, to give us, to help the families? It'd just be interesting to know, because there seems to be no one accounting anywhere for anything that's being done, but yet in June there will be a prominent fundraiser for the One Pulse. So, Mayor, thank you.
Okay, so first, from a legal perspective, we are pursuing every lawful means to recover whatever we can, including records. As the comptroller has indicated, he's asked for records. I believe part of the response that has been received is because they're dissolved, they no longer have any staff, they no longer have anyone that can pull records and produce what has been requested. So what I have directed our staff to do is to explore getting access, and we will likely contract with a document firm to make official copies of all records that they do have in storage or what have you. They are required to retain records for a period of time under the laws of our state and regarding internal revenue requirements as well. So we're trying to make certain that we just don't take the excuse that they don't have anybody to actually pull it. So we will explore that so that we can memorialize whatever records going forward that can be of assistance to the comptroller and whatever audit that he will do to respond to some of the requests made by our board. And so our county attorney's office has been working through that process. In terms of the fundraiser, don't know all the mechanics around the fundraiser. I don't know if that's something that the city of Orlando is going to be the benefactor of funds, but obviously, it would be concerning if the One Pulse Foundation is dissolved and they're continuing to raise money and to accept money or donations. Don't know the mechanics of that. There's some legal issues centered around that. It doesn't necessarily fall within the authority of this board. But for our knowledge and information, I'm glad you are mentioning that. We will, after this meeting, explore what is going on with that. But in terms of paying the outstanding real estate taxes that are owed on the property, obviously through a contractual agreement in advance between Orange County and the One Pulse Foundation, the wisdom of our board was to protect the county and in its relationship with the One Pulse Foundation to ensure that they would execute their plan according to the agreement we had. And obviously, we now know that they were not able to execute, but the protection that we had was that if they acquired any land, it would inure back to the ownership of the county, and we're well into that process at this point. And unfortunately, while it was in their ownership, they did not pay the taxes. And so as a result of that, we're going to pay the taxes because we don't want to end up in a situation where there's a tax deed sale or any of that that can further complicate the ownership issues and our ability to recover what we can. It is my understanding that it's somewhere around $51,000, and in terms of the overall value of the property, our real estate division has estimated the value of the property somewhere in, I think, the 2.7 million range, if I'm not exactly accurate. What is it, 2.4 or 4? 4? Come on up with it. So whatever she says, it's in comparison to what we would pay in taxes. We're better off paying it than not. So Whitley, if you will kind of chime in here, I appreciate it.
Certainly, Mayor. Good morning. Our real estate management division did 2 appraisals on the property as part of our due diligence to negotiate this termination agreement. The average of those 2 appraisals came back at just over $4 million. I think it was $4,050,000. So, okay. And you're correct, Mayor. The property taxes are just under $52,000.
Okay. So you understand, we're, paying the $51,000. We going forward, if there's a way to recover whatever we put in, we'll pursue that. But for now, it is in our financial interest and that of the taxpayers to at least pay it so that we don't have a further calamity from this set of circumstances. Okay. All right. So with that, I think we answered all the questions. Okay. Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Okay. Mayor, just a question. Well, how much would be the taxes?
It's 51,000 and something, but
it's just under $52,000, Commissioner.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Bonilla.
Yeah, I apologize if this has already been discussed. It's been some time and we have so many things that we cover. But I was just asking because I thought that when you're a nonprofit, you don't pay property taxes, and this was told, well, they were renting it, so it wasn't really used as a charitable use, and that's why they have property taxes, but they weren't supposed to rent it because that wasn't approved by us. So what did we have in place in order to make sure we had oversight? I don't remember.
We've asked the controller to kind of explore and to make certain that which they were required to do, they were doing, and it was produced in an accurate way. And so he's still in the process of making that determination.
Okay, so that was supposed to be an annual report that they were supposed to provide?
They did provide reports. Yeah. They provided quarterly reports.
But the reports only covered what we gave, the money that we gave them and what they were using based on what we gave them. So if they were renting it, that wouldn't show up in reports, would it?
Well, no, it didn't. And that was a breach of their agreement, and I think that's part of what motivated the county and the county attorney's office to start the proceedings that it did. And there's, and I know the county attorney's office built in language that said if they breach the agreement, then the property goes back to the county.
Yeah, but we didn't find out about the rental until they were going to dissolve, and we found out that they were going to dissolve. So it could have, if they didn't dissolve, we would have never found out about that. So I'm just wondering, what do we have anything to provide oversight to see what was actually happening?
So again, kind of as I explained earlier, we're in the process of using all of our lawful authority to obtain records, and then from there, we don't know what we don't know at this point, but depending upon what the controller finds, what we find, if there's an opportunity to hold someone accountable, those things are not yet determined at this time.
Okay. Well, I guess, this is one nonprofit. I think when they had come, I had stated they're not the only ones who are doing this type of activity, not the exact activity, but, where they're, giving raises to their CEOs or whatever. They're not unique in some of the issues that happen with some nonprofits, and we didn't have any oversight to really see what was happening, and I'm concerned that we don't have in place some oversight over other nonprofits as well, and I just want to have the discussion that perhaps in the future we could have a broader discussion and more in-depth discussion on how we could provide more oversight and know what is going on with agencies and organizations that we're giving money to, and that they're really upholding the contracts that we entered in with them.
I mean, that's arguably,
We did on the YMCA.
Because what I would say is that we probably have more oversight than perhaps any other county in Florida. We're the only county in Florida that has an independently elected auditor or controller. And
I wonder all the problems in the counties that don't have that, and the cities that don't have that.
I'm just saying,
it's a huge
you enter
problem.
into these contractual relationships, you put in writing what the rules of engagement are, and then you have reports. So I don't want us to go down a slippery slope and impugn everyone that we do business with. But obviously, this community, that was a major tragedy that had an emotional impact on the people who live here. And as such, the people who live here wanted to do good to memorialize the tragedy that occurred and to take care of those families and those survivors. And because of that emotional connection to it, everybody wanted to do good. And so, sadly and unfortunately, the One Pulse Foundation did not execute the plan that they had, and we find ourselves today. The City of Orlando, because it is in the City of Orlando, has at this time stepped up and purchased the crisis site, and they're doing whatever they're doing to, again, try to end up in a place where there is some type of appropriate recognition of what happened. And I don't know, we'll explore with the city.
Yeah, I was the mayor. It looks like the City of Orlando and the Strength of Orlando is actually the party that's conducting the community 5K Rainbow Run this year. So presumably it's going towards that permanent memorial, as well as I read through. I just Googled it while you were when it came up.
So it's a good question, but let's just follow with the city and determine what the facts are. With that, if there are no other questions, then we're going to move forward on our agenda for today. And the next item on our agenda is discussion agenda item, and we're going to call on Ms. Carrie Mathis, the manager of our procurement division, to come forward and present the next item, A1. And with that, Ms. Mathis, you're recognized.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. This item begins on page 699 of your agenda. The Procurement Committee has evaluated proposals for design services for Orange County Barber Park Recreation Center. I am requesting board selection of one firm and 2 ranked alternates. Commissioner Wilson was assigned to the Procurement Committee.
All right, Commissioner Wilson, would you like to offer a motion?
I would. I move for the selection of KZF Design, LLC, DBA KMF Architects Incorporated at 466.50 points, with Borelli and Partners Incorporated at 419.50 points, and OLC Architecture, Interiors and Aquatics at 309.50 as the ranked alternates.
Second, Uribe.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Commissioner Uribe is the seconder on the motion. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. And Commissioner Scott, while not at the dais, he did say aye. I recognized him in the back of the room. So, all right.
Thank you.
I think Commissioner Moore was the only member of the board that was absent for that vote. So it is unanimous of those who are present. With that, we'll move to the next item on the agenda, and this is a discussion item. We're going to ask the Director of our Legislative Affairs Office, Ms. Kelly Teague, to come forward, and she will review what happened during this session. There's much to report on here. All right, with that, Ms. Teague, you're recognized at this time.
Well, good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, and Comptroller Diamond. I was practicing this presentation at home, and I was told I was doing the intro all wrong. And that, mommy, all you need to say is, my name is Kelly. I'm going to talk about some bills that were made, and then smile. So, my name is Kelly. I'm going to talk to you this morning about some bills that were made. Session concluded on March 8th, and we're about 2 weeks past that date. So a lot is still up in the air. That's what I want to make really clear. There have been some bills that have been submitted to the governor for review, but much of what we'll be talking about today is still in that limbo area. Before we get too much into the presentation, though, I want to recognize two critical staffers that help make our legislative program work each year in Tallahassee. First, Mark Jeffries. He hates attention, but stand up, Mark. Mark went above and beyond this session, and we cannot thank him enough for his efforts in Tallahassee. It's a tough job, but he goes into it every day, first in the Capitol, last to leave. Just a dedicated public servant, and we are appreciative. Next to Mark is Eli Lampert, who is a UCF student, part of the UCF Legislative Scholars Program. So he also attended all of the meetings and helped us compile minutes and information on all of the intricacies that were going on during our committee meetings. So Eli, thank you very much. I'm sure we'll be working for you one day, so this is our opportunity to say thank you. Great job. All right, let's get started. We're going to be doing a session overview. I want to highlight some of the board's priorities that were adopted as part of our legislative agenda, and then I want to look ahead to the 2025 session, and then, of course, opportunity for questions. Session overview. I always do this so we can kind of get context, the bigger picture. So let's go by the numbers. There were 1,902 bills filed this session. If you want to compare that to last year, there were 1,828 bills. So slightly more bills passed this session. 325 bills passed both chambers. That's 17.1% of the bills that were filed passed. There were more than 100 preemption bills or mandates included in the work that we saw in Tallahassee this year. And there were 494 bills followed by Orange County as part of our legislative program. So let's start off with the good news, the wins. We did see appropriations for a pedestrian safety project at Claricona-Ocoee Road. We also saw an appropriation for a project, sediment project at Lake Bumby and Lake Tyner. We also saw Live Local Act modifications. I'm going to discuss all of these in just a moment, but I wanted you to see a quick shot of our wins for session. Losses, as I referenced just one slide ago, major impacts to home rule as part of session this year. All right, so let's get started. I want to talk about the budget. That's House Bill 5001. This has not been presented to the governor. So those appropriations I just mentioned, great news to get it through the process, but still subject to veto in the governor's review of the budget. The House and Senate budget for state fiscal year 24-25 totals approximately $117.5 billion. That represents a 0.37% increase from the previous year's budget, and includes $49.4 billion in general revenue and $68 billion in trust fund dollars. So let's go through some of the board priorities that we discussed just a few short months ago, what we had hoped to see in Tallahassee this year and what we were preparing to fight against in Tallahassee. The first, I want to highlight the tourist impact tax. That was a priority adopted by this board as a result of the work of the TDT task force. It was an item we advanced for consideration by FAC as part of their legislative priorities. They opted not to act, and so they remain neutral on the issue, but the board adopted it as a priority for this legislative session. The language was submitted to bill drafting prior to session. Ultimately, we shifted our strategy to file a proposed change as an amendment to the tax package rather than a bill. Big reason why is a bill can be filed and never referenced to committee, so it never gets heard. An amendment, if timely filed, can always be heard. And so we wanted to make sure that this conversation happened, and we started to lay the groundwork for this priority. Sometimes it takes quite a few years to get something through the process if you're going to be successful, and so we wanted to start that conversation now. I will note a somewhat similar effort by Monroe County was successful. That's Senate Bill 1456. The distinction there, though, is Monroe County is already considered a county of critical concern or an area of critical concern. So they made some more simplistic modifications to what they were already authorized in statute to do. They are allowed to use tourist development and tourist impact tax surpluses for affordable housing as a result of this bill, if it is signed. On the state funding side, this was part of the board's agenda as well. We have that pedestrian safety project thanks to Representative Bracy Davis and Senator Stewart. We received $1 million in the budget for that pedestrian safety project in Claricota Ocoee Road. And then the sediment project, that is Representative Escamati and Senator Thompson provided that support for that project. It received $220,000 essentially. We'll be watching these closely and working our contacts at the governor's office to try and get these over the finish line. I will point out that the first pedestrian safety project is in District 2, and then the water project is District 3, but it's right across the street from District 6, so touching a couple different areas. All right, let's get started with a big one. A lot of people call this the glitch bill for the Live Local Act, and I know, Commissioner Bonilla, you worked quite a bit on this one, so I want to make sure I cover it quick and get really kind of into the details of what changed. As you recall, last session, 2023, Live Local Act passed, and it really was a sweeping bill to address affordable housing issues in Central Florida and throughout the state. So what we saw were a couple modifications to that. I'm not going to go through all of them, but I do want to highlight some of the ones that caught a lot of attention. The first item is local governments can restrict height in certain circumstances. The bill also clarifies currently allowed density does not include bonuses that may have been provided, variances, or special exceptions. But the big one I want to identify is this missing middle element. As you'll recall, they considered affordable housing to be 120% of AMI, which is an appropriate measure when you're buying a home. But when it comes to rental properties, the outcome when you consider that factor is really luxury apartments. So we were incentivizing the creation of luxury apartments as part of the bill. So language was put in. It wasn't in the bill that you see listed up here. It wasn't in Senate Bill 328, but it was put in the tax package at the last minute. It revises that missing middle property tax exemption, and it offers you an opt-out in some circumstances. It has to be a 2/3 vote by the BCC, and it has to be based on research by the Schimberg Center for Housing Studies annual report. Essentially, you have to identify that the amount, the inventory of property that we have on hand and the percentage of authorized individuals who meet that up to 120% income threshold, that there's enough inventory. So once you've proven that, you can opt out through a 2/3 vote.
But that has to be done annually, right?
Correct. It's not a in perpetuity opt-out.
So the board has to go through that process every year?
Correct.
And there's a deadline?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Correct. The next item I want to talk about, let's go forward, is employment regulations. This was a bill, let me flip my notes here, a Florida Chamber priority. House Bill 433. It prohibits counties from using evaluation factors and award preferences on the basis of wage or employment benefits provided by vendors or contractors. And it prohibits the county from using its purchasing or contracting process to control or affect wages or employment benefits provided by vendors, contractors, and service providers. Another two provisions that were added to this bill, it preempts any type of heat exposure requirements and predictive scheduling efforts. The next bill I want to talk about is Senate Bill 1420. This was a late session amendment to a much larger Department of Commerce bill. I think as you read the amendment that was added, you can probably guess that eyes were on Orange County when this was put in. A citizen-led county charter amendment that is not required to be approved by the Board of County Commissioners, preempting any development order, land development regulation, comprehensive plan, or voluntary annexation is prohibited unless expressly authorized in a county charter, and there's a date by that it would have had to have been authorized. I will say that this was the better of the two amendments. The amendment we saw on the House side restricted even the Board of County Commissioners from making this change. So it appears that through efforts to really lessen the impact of this amendment that went into the Commerce package, we were able to just restrict it to the county, the citizen-led county charter amendment. That's not required to go before the BCC.
But we have in our charter, so technically or literally, this means that it's a citizen petition initiative. Doesn't include the CRC because the CRC are not citizen-led, they are appointees and they are under the sunshine, so they are not citizens.
I will allow legal to give some thought to that and weigh in. I will say the language we landed on is certainly much better. And I mean, Commissioner, I don't want to be doom and gloom, but if it is not covered, I think I know what the legislature might do next session. So something to consider. Let's go forward to Senate Bill 770. This involves improvements to real property. It passed. It substantially amends what we call the PACE program. It expands the definition of qualifying improvements. It requires a program to be authorized by a county or municipality before it actually functions, and it creates additional consumer protections. Vacation rentals. I know this has been a subject of conversations here locally. Senate Bill 280 involving vacation rentals. I will say this is, I'm going to have to put my brain on here, 14-year effort, I want to say. This has been a long time coming. It finally made it over the finish line. It came really close in the 2023 session. It actually passed this session. Regulation of advertising platforms, Airbnb, VRBO, they are all preempted now to the state. Additionally, you can make revisions to local ordinances adopted prior to June 1st, 2011. So you can amend them, but they has to be less restrictive, whatever amendment you do. So we are one of the 2 counties that fall under this item. I know. Sorry.
Can you, because this one confused me a little bit. Can you
Commissioner
explain it a little bit more?
Please,
I know.
let her do a presentation. Save your questions. You know, that's how we customarily do it, because otherwise, you know, we'll kind of lose control. So please let her get through the presentation.
I promise it won't be much longer. Okay. House Bill 705. This was a public works projects bill. Current law preempts certain local preferences within the procurement process of a public works project if funded in part or in whole by the state. And this has evolved over time. It started off with 51% or more of state funds, and then it became, part or wholly. We did see a change this year to this language. So this involves geographic location, wage rates, benefits, staffing levels, recruiting and hiring from preferred sources. That's all that's covered within this. The language is expanded so that you now have projects that are wholly funded locally that fall within the provisions of this restriction. I will say that geographic preferences is still permitted if local funds are the sole funding source of a project, but all of the other items are now removed. Senate Bill 1628, local government actions. It requires a business impact estimate preparation for any ordinance that implements growth-related activities. Previous legislation did not apply to growth management. So again, this is another broadening of a previously passed bill. The bill limits the exemption to development orders, permits, and agreements. And a lot of work was put into this bill to make it, as we call, less bad. There was some really problematic pieces of language. You can see one of the bullet points significantly amended from the original version, which provided any party could challenge the validity of a local ordinance as arbitrary or unreasonable. So a lot of effort went into make this less of a hit. On the fail side, these did not pass, but are certainly under that category of home rule, existing authority, and no funding shifts from the legislature. I wanted to talk about county commissioner term limits. There were 2 approaches that came really close to making it over the line. The House had an 8-year term limit, and the Senate had an 8-year term limit, but it was required via referendum. You were required to go to referendum to ask if there was going to be a term limit placed on elected officials, and that was going to have to be during the 2024 session. It did not pass. Sovereign immunity, there were 2 approaches on the House and Senate side to increase the caps on sovereign immunity claims. One was to increase it to $300,000, one to $500,000. I really thought this one would pass. It was a speaker priority, did not make it over the finish line. There was lots of back and forth on this one. I also wanted to mention the local business tax elimination. We collect about $2.5 million a year of local business tax. The initial bill repealed the whole part of statute that authorized local business tax. It was later amended to cap it at what was collected in 2023 or 2024, but ultimately the bill did not make it over the finish line. Wouldn't be surprised to see that one again, though. fertilizer application. When I stood before you a couple months ago, I said I could almost guarantee that we will see fertilizer come up during session. I was wrong. It did not come up. It was not filed. You'll recall in the 2023 session, we did have some language placed in, some bad language in our opinion, placed into proviso language, and it caught everyone by surprise. We did not see a bill this year. Additionally, what did not make it over the finish line was doubling the homestead exemption. That's a joint resolution, so it would have to go to voters. It's a constitutional change. But I do want to highlight one did. This is the homestead exemption CPI. Essentially, it would increase the $25,000 homestead exemption, but only applied, okay, so it would be tied to inflation now, so CPI, but only applied if inflation rate is positive. So this will go before voters in the 2024 general election ballot. I will say an effort to modify the homestead exemption, I want to say in 2017 was on the ballot and was not successful. So this is one we'll have to watch closely about potential cost impacts to the county. Support and oppose statements. Every year, we try and adopt a support position for our priorities of our community partners that are consistent with county efforts. And when we adopt the priority, I always make a point of noting that Metro Plan Orlando and links are a big focus of this particular provision in our legislative agenda. I wanted to note that there were several bills that were filed that we worked with our partners on. The first was a Metro Plan Orlando effort to amend proposals that would have impacted how the MPO is structured and the role of the MPOAC and Florida Transportation Commission. I will say a lot of activity in the beginning of session ultimately did not make it over the finish line. And links also flagged an issue. There was some talk about eliminating the ability to put wraparounds on buses advertising, which would have had a fiscal impact on links. So I wanted you to know that those do come up from time to time, and they did this session. All right, this is a big one. Legislation that negatively impacts TDT funding and governance. This is an opposition statement adopted by the board. I will tell you there was tremendous discussion throughout session. We saw proposals to add a referendum requirement for TDT expenditures every 6 years. We saw a proposal to limit how much can be programmed for one project using TDT revenues. And we also saw a preemption proposal involving destination marketing funding. Nothing made it through. These were all proposals considered as part of the tax package primarily, but also we saw independently filed bills. However, I think we can expect a conversation involving TDT next session, particularly on the House side. So that's something we're going to need to watch very closely. Additional bills. I wanted to highlight unauthorized public camping and sleeping. And early on in the presentation, I told you a lot of these bills are still in limbo. This one is not. It was signed by the governor. So this is official. It prohibits a county from authorizing or otherwise allowing any person from regularly engaging in public camping or public sleeping on public property under the county's jurisdiction. It was approved by the governor on March 20th, so just a couple days ago. It's based on model legislation that already passed in Georgia, Wisconsin, Tennessee, and Ohio. Indiana also considered it, but it did not make it over the finish line. So it does authorize counties and municipalities to designate public property for camping for no longer than 1 year. The property is subject to certification by the Department of Children and Families, and it has to cover different health and safety requirements, which of course come with a cost. Effective January 1st of 2025, the bill authorizes a resident, a local business owner, and something that was added late in session, the Attorney General, to bring a civil action against a county or municipality for violating this. There is a notice and opportunity to cure requirement as part of that. I wanted to also let you all know, at least on the current schedule, the BCC is scheduled to have a work session on this legislation on May 21st. So you guys will be discussing this even more. Additionally, alternative mobility funding systems. This was House Bill 479. A lot of work went into this bill. I think the most interesting part of it is it requires a single collector for transportation impact fees and an interlocal agreement to disperse those. Prior language would have allowed applicants to proceed even if other project deficiencies remain. But as you can see in the last bullet, there was a change during session. Now all other development requirements must be met. So that was a slight modification we were able to do. Looking ahead, just briefly, I wanted to mention, as you know, session is staggered. So one year it's March through May, the next year it's January through March. Next session is a March through May session date. So we have a little bit of time here between the two sessions. It will run March 4th through May 2nd, and we're going to have new leadership. On the Senate side, we'll have Senate President Designee Ben Alberton from Wauchula County. And then on the House side, we'll have a new House Speaker, Representative Danny Perez, who's out of the Miami area. And I wanted to pause. I suspect there will be questions. I'm happy to answer. I may need to get back to you if it's something highly nuanced. As you know, we had more than 400 bills that we followed. So some I know with great detail, and others I might need to get back to you.
Okay, let's start with the one question I think Commissioner Bonilla asked regarding the Senate Bill 328 regarding the live local preemptions, and I think the question was a legal interpretation, and I think the county attorney was about to opine on that.
No, I guess there was.
You're talking about the citizen-led initiative?
Yeah, you're mixing two together.
Okay.
The question was about whether or not that language that said citizen-led initiative would cover the Charter Review Commission. We had that discussion in our office, and Commissioner Bonilla, good argument, but we don't think, we think it would cover the Charter Review Commission. It doesn't matter whether or not those citizens were appointed by the board. It's a citizen-led process. And ultimately, it's not, and it's also is not something that has to be approved by the board in order to appear on the ballot.
Okay, so then that means that many of the boards that we have across the state are considered citizen-led, like the Public Service Commission, or, you know, that's one that's top of mind right now.
I think, you know, this bill was specifically probably aimed at Orange County, since the legislators were,
you said it, not me.
were well aware of what was transpiring at the time.
And many of those other boards have electeds on them.
Okay.
So, well, what I brought to an example of the Public Service Commission, they're appointed by the governor, you know, so they're not elected. If it was like Metro Plan, they're elected officials that sit on that, so that's not citizen-led. I'm just trying to understand the difference now of what the state legislator would define as citizen-led.
I think ultimately, if there's some question that comes out about what that actually means, it'll get litigated. But from the standpoint of language from our perspective, in terms of citizen-led, the Charter Review Commission would be a citizen-led group.
Okay, yeah, because whenever someone's under the sunshine, they're considered appointees. Again, you know, any of these boards statewide, they're under the sunshine. They're citizens, but they're not under their roles. They're not considered citizens. I guess, like another example would be like our BZA.
They're always citizens. Yeah, I mean,
So I mean, most of our advisory boards, I guess.
Yeah, advisory boards, any citizen-led board, any board that's not an elected board, it might be just that broad.
Okay.
Well, and I think one of the key distinctions is whether they're trying to have a county charter amendment. That's specifically what they're addressing there.
Right.
Okay, and I think the other
and
question was
one in which does not have to be approved by the board to go on to the ballot.
And the other item was the Live Local Act that I was mentioning that we have to do that annually. And this was initiated by, it was Pinellas County,
Pasco.
Right? Pasco. I keep getting those two mixed up.
It's okay.
So it was Pasco County they saw the problem, and, you know, they had spoken to me about it. And, you know, so remember that list I had sent out of the 13 properties? Now it's 15 properties that applied for that exemption. Actually, the first one on the list, when I first got it, I was looking at their rental prices. I just looked at it like a week ago, and their rents have increased, even though they're applying for this exemption. So that just, you know, shows the problem of that statute and what it's causing. It's actually causing our rents to go up. And at the same time, they're getting this, you know, paying no property taxes. So we have this out now where we can, as a board, make a decision, and
as long as the Schimberg study, which is the University of Florida working group that produces an annual report.
which according to that Schimberg report, we are in a surplus of these types of properties at these price ranges. So we would qualify for that so that we don't lose these properties, the property tax from these properties that are raising their prices basically to even, it's not helping us. So I really hope that we as a board do take that option to exempt ourselves from that. And then the last question I did have, but I don't know if it's my turn of,
Since we're going to get all yours in now. So we won't come back to you.
So is that a continue?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
The Airbnb one, I would like to know more about what that means for our county because it was a bit confusing to me, that one.
Sure. For the past 14 years, they've been trying to preempt all regulation of Airbnbs to the state. It's faced a lot of challenges because you have some coastal communities that are very conservative that deal with a lot of Airbnb, I'm saying Airbnb, vacation rental issues. So it came close to getting over the finish line for a couple of years, namely last year. This year, they were able to get it across. My understanding, and open to research, is Orange County and Monroe County are the only two counties that fall within that January or June 1st, 2011 date that have previously done something. So they're grandfathered in, and they can pass ordinances related to the regulation. So we've already done that. We can modify it because some jurisdictions who also fell within that wanted to make them less restrictive, but were worried if they were preempted and they had the grandfather, they would be stuck. They couldn't make any changes. So yes, you can make changes, or that was at least the intention of those who wrote the language. You can still make changes, but they have to be less restrictive. You could not put more restrictive languages in the counties.
Okay, got it. Okay. So what we have right now, if we make it less restrictive,
correct,
we're okay, but if we just can't go in the other direction.
Exactly.
Thank you.
It'll be interesting what people view as less restrictive. It seems like a pretty ambiguous. Good luck.
All right. Commissioner Wilson.
Yeah, thank you so much. I really shout out to you and Mark, and you all have done an incredible job. And I know there's so much going on. I know this was a difficult session. So, my heart is with you every day. I said a little prayer every morning. I was like, okay. So on the, so I think the thing that's probably sent the most ripples, at least through my constituency in the nonprofit world, and we're continuing to have engagement on, is the camping bill. And I know that we have an upcoming work session. So this question may be more kind of out there to Mayor, to Byron, about conversations that we have had since the bill is law now with law enforcement on some consistency of, I understand our municipalities may be enforcing differently than the Sheriff's Department, and how we are able to all sort of operate in a uniform fashion. And then the other one is speaking to the discussion at the mandate piece of this, right? Was there any funding ever discussed as being tied to this, or how counties can try to make sure that we are doing what is required under the law?
I hate to be bearer of bad news, but no, there was no funding attached. And I do know Martha R. really did a lot of work on this bill up in Tallahassee. And, part of the challenge is, whether you want to call it housing first or, these are efforts that on the federal side, HUD incentivizes as part of their review process. And so this is the opposite of that. And so you may have implications from a funding of cost to implement, but also you may have...
We may get punished.
Yeah. So it's a tough one. And I will say it is clearly some sort of piece of model legislation. When it was first filed, it was a very clunky bill. It didn't really make sense or follow terminology that's used in this state. And so there were several efforts to amend the bill to allow, you can sleep in a car so long as it's properly registered, insured, and in an area where it's legally allowed to be. You can also do recreation camping in an area, because initially it would have eliminated the ability to recreationally camp, or at least that is what the concern was raised. I will also say something to consider on this bill. There was not a unanimous approach by the Florida League of Cities or the Florida Association of Counties. Some municipalities and counties like this bill.
Oh.
And so that was the challenge in trying to work through the
And I think that's what I'm trying to describe is that I have, even in my district, there are definitely different approaches. And, you either have the safety net approach and social service support approach, or you have the punitive approach and push people over the line approach. But ultimately, all those municipalities rely on our corrections department to end up being a housing backdrop when a bill is written this way, right? So they, criminalizing homelessness is devastating when you think about the cost of imprisoning somebody for no other crime than by being unhoused. So it's absolutely, I think it is such a heartless approach. And I think that the only way they could have made it a little more hearted would be to tie some particular funding mechanism to it or some other support system. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Kelly, on the funding issue, I thought that there was some amount of funding that the state designated, but it was not an adequate amount for all 67 counties. But
I need to check that. They have tagged some funding, as they normally do, for funding services. I don't know to what extent that's meant to trickle down for implementation of this effort.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that there was
I'm going to put that as something to check on for May 21st.
$60 to $70 million, but for all 67 counties, you know, that was a drop in the bucket. But I'm pretty sure that there was.
And how does that even? What is
some line item amount? But we'll double check it.
And on the could have been much worse scale, this bill initially did not have a notice or opportunity to cure provision in it. So, I mean,
wow,
that is problematic.
Has there been? I know that this was model legislation, and there's other states that have already adopted. Have there been any legal challenges that have seen any success?
I mean, obviously, there's the effort out of the West Coast that was just picked up by the Supreme Court, but I don't know where we are on those challenges. I know Indiana considered the bill, and it did not make it over the line.
Okay, interesting. So the other thing I just wanted to quickly, talking about the CRC and their efforts, and there has been so much effort put into, and I think very specifically the charter amendment that was looking at the rural boundaries and looking at some of those protections for our rural areas. And I think, first of all, shame on our local legislative delegation on the Senate side. There was one no vote. And, the idea of Geraldine Thompson being the single holdout on the Senate side of something that was directed just at Orange County. Just at Orange County. Shame on them. And I think, my discussion with all my rural residents is find out right now who's up for reelection in your, in your local seats, because I know this affects our whole county. And hold them to account for undermining our local efforts. I would say that knowing the effort and amount of energy, time, and citizen engagement that's taken place on the CRC side, that I would really support and encourage us to continue on with their effort and looking at a ballot measure that is permissible under the current law as written. And I think that knowing that it was very specific to, it being a citizen-led, and knowing that we are an elected set of officials, that we'd be able to do that, and I would be supportive of that. And that's more my comments. And thank you so much, Kelly.
No problem. And I think the challenge, the League of Cities was very supportive of that language. And so I think you had a challenge in that while some counties were affected, it actually protected, in their minds, the cities. And so anytime we're not kind of really zeroed in as the League of Cities and the Association of Counties, it's really tough to get through those nuanced items because there's no uniformity of thought.
And I could see that happening. And in our case, it was part of the CRC process to watch them kind of going through what came up as a concern to the municipalities, and the cities were able to, I think, articulate pretty clearly, the joint planning agreements needed to be carved out, the things that were already in process and plan. And they did that, and being able to kind of move forward with something that was still a citizen-driven additional protection without stepping on the toes of the cities and municipalities was something that I believe was working through the process here in Orange County. But, I would just hate to see that all for naught.
All right, Commissioner Uribe.
Kelly, thank you for the update. I do want to, I don't know, I know you said Commissioner Bonilla was working really hard. I was actually in Tallahassee too, working on the transportation side. I actually met with Secretary Perdue. And I really think there needs to be an effort for some of us who are very, very engaged at that level to work directly. Because one thing I did see in Tallahassee when I was up there was other local elected officials working their contacts. And I know Mayor went up and with his bill that Representative Ashkamani took on, like, we should be more unified in using our contacts in Tallahassee and our relationships with electeds to help us. And it would be great, and I'd kind of like to put this forward for my colleagues. I know Commissioner Scott was also in Tallahassee. So we were like all in Tallahassee in silos. None of us were even like, I know we can't talk in a sense, but we weren't voting on it. They were, but talking about the work that we were doing in Tallahassee for quite a few measures that were discussed. And so I think that we really could become a little bit more unified, including what, your passion was and your concerns in Tallahassee. All of us have things that drive us, and it would be great to use us to leverage our relationships to helpfully get things done. I was particularly up there for Senate Bill 1032, which we were successful, but I was also watching the public transportation funded bill. There were transportation was a hot button in Tallahassee this year.
Very much
as
so.
Secretary Tyler's aware of. I mean, usually it's not this heavy. I know that that the mayor had proposed some tourist development, the penny for housing, and the FAC didn't carry it, and I know Representative Ashkamani. Do we know if that's going to be something in the future that we're going to do? Because also now that Monroe County has set a precedent of tourist development tax dollars, knowing how underhoused we are and how we have a housing crisis, I wonder if it'll have more leverage in the next session. And I understand Representative Garcia is very, very excited about housing coming from South Florida. So I'm actually looking forward to meeting with him because I think this is going to be a super hot topic. And then on top of the bills that are going, forward that are forcing, us as local governments to be more, pony up and be more responsible on that end. So it'd be great to see if that, it's great that Monroe County
You make a good
got
point.
it.
It's perfect timing to continue the conversation that we started with transportation infrastructure tax. I will say, as someone who worked on the local option rental car surcharge effort from the early 2000s, it took 5 years to get that bill over the finish line. Ironically, it was then vetoed by then Governor Bush, but it took 5 years to get through the process. So we should not view the fact that it did not pass as a failure. This is a process, and it takes a long time if you're going to be successful.
Right. Well, I think it's great and a great step forward. I did want to ask you, I know the Airbnb, we're clearly one of the most restrictive counties because we don't have beachfront properties. We actually have neighborhoods where code enforcement and Byron's very aware of cases of party houses and all this right in the middle of neighborhoods. So we actually have a nice, even though it's hard and people have gotten very savvy on how we're able to kind of zero in with our code enforcement, just to confirm, our local rules still stand because we were prior to 2011.
That's my
Correct.
understanding.
And so now if we wanted to change anything, it would have to be for the better, not for the worse.
Less restrictive.
Because I know that there's a discrepancy between the city of Orlando. They do allow Airbnbs or rental homes, in their city limits, but we do not in unincorporated Orange County. And so my follow-up question also is, do we know, I believe in Osceola County, but I'm not sure about the city of Orlando, do they actually charge the bed tax? And is that collected? Because these are essentially rental properties. And
it's my understanding that they do collect the bed tax. I know the comptroller and I talked, he may be able to.
Yeah, we have an agreement in this county with Airbnb and VRBO and several others where they collect the taxes, they remit it to us. That's not something you see in all counties, but because we have those agreements, we've collected millions of dollars more than other counties.
Okay, so even in unincorporated Orange County?
Yes.
All right, so even though it's not legal, we're still making them pay the bed tax.
they collect the bed tax.
And that's
turn it
because the
over to
company
us.
does it. So, you know,
Right.
clearly, okay. And curious, do we know the percentage of how much they collect comparatively to your hotels and motels and things like that?
We do know how much Airbnb collects and VRBO and all the others, and we know how much the hotels collect. It's something that, since it's confidential tax information, I can't tell you, but we do know.
Okay. Well, good to know. I mean, I appreciate that. And like I said, I've already got March 4th through May 2nd on my calendar because, you know, just hearing all of these, you know, respectively through my colleagues, we definitely should have been trying to partner up and work together or co-helping while we have certain relationships, and maybe we could do that. I know in the past we attempted to do like an Orange County Day, didn't quite work out, but I'm not saying we have to go to that extreme, but it would be great to kind of see some more collaboration.
And Commissioner, if you're ever up there, we would love to help you with scheduling meetings. So please, I'll reach out to your office.
I was lucky. MPOAC scheduled mine and things like that, but I would love that too. Thank you.
I'm glad the MPOC is still there.
Me too.
I know, right?
The only thing, Commissioner Uribe, I would add on that is when our board establishes priorities, those are the issues that we should be unified around. When I go to Tallahassee, I don't just lobby for something that I think I personally support. I lobby for all of those items that the board establishes as the priorities. And we do that in the sunshine. Obviously, we're not like the members of the legislature who can meet and they can meet behind the scenes and work out deals. We cannot do that. We must do everything in the sunshine. So even when we're in Tallahassee, you know, we have to be careful about, you know, what we say and do when we're together. But to me, the marching order is what is established by the board itself. And so I would encourage all of you to know what those items are and be as passionate about all of them as you are for any one of them. And certainly that's, I think, the way we will get the greatest impact. But then also, we have to be really active with the Florida Association of Counties throughout the process. Because there's strength in numbers, and I choose to serve on the Florida Association of Counties Legislative Committee so that I hear the angles and the concerns of the other counties so that we can build allies in Tallahassee for those issues. And I can tell you in terms of the tourist impact tax, that wasn't necessarily my issue. It was our issue. It was an issue that was identified by the Tourist Development Task Force that we put in place. And I said from the beginning that whatever that task force recommended, I was willing to live with, and that was one of those items. And quite frankly, we didn't have, from our own Board of County Commissioners, we didn't have the kind of active, I think, participation in that process that we really needed. And sometimes I was questioned about that by colleagues from other counties who would say, well, where are your commissioners on this? I said, we're unified around this issue. So that's what I would tell you is that that's the starting point for all of us as we move forward, even not only in terms of your advocacy in Tallahassee during session, but pre-session with our legislative delegation, utilize those relationships during session, and then post-session. We have to stay focused because many of these issues, as Ms. Teague has indicated, they're cyclical. They don't just happen during this session. They come back in a future session, and it's a carryover. And so having that, I'm going to say both the institutional knowledge, community knowledge, and then the political knowledge about what will happen in the outcomes so that it can carry over. So clearly, in some regards, some of the forward-leaning things that have come out of Orange County gets us on the radar screen, and we have you're correct. We do have some elected officials who are state elected officials who, sadly, they work against, the issues that we see as a priority in both chambers, who sometimes work against what we're doing here. And our local issues, to the extent that we can, we should be depoliticizing them, but Tallahassee is a very, even more political environment than what we have to deal with here. But that doesn't stop us, that should not stop us from making certain that our voices are loud.
I agree. Thank you, Mayor. I guess I didn't even know you went to Tallahassee till after, so I wasn't invited. Your staff never let us know that you were going, because I would have gone.
I said in this meeting, I'm going to Tallahassee. I don't know how you didn't know.
That's a long time. No one said on Tuesday, February 22nd, he's going to Tallahassee, because I would have joined.
Commissioner Uribe, in all fairness, I don't know when you're doing things. I think that's
it just would be great communication in the future.
Listen, we knew the days that we were going to Tallahassee. There was some shifting that occurred because of the schedule in Tallahassee, if you will. We were all supposed to go during a certain period of time, and then they changed their schedule in Tallahassee. That was not within our control. That was in their control. But, we still go and we still advocate for it. And it's not one day, I can tell you that. When we're in session, it's the entire session that you have to stay engaged, and that's the way it works. That's the process that is there. And so, not being critical here, but if you're supporting our agenda, if we establish an agenda, then you ought to be supporting that agenda is all I'm saying here.
We do support the agenda, but I just saying, unless anyone else on the board knew, I didn't know when you went till after you went. So,
okay.
But I would have, in the future, communication would be great.
When
Thank you.
I'm going to do what I feel like I need to do.
That's great.
Okay. That's it. All right. So we're going to, Commissioner Bonilla, you had something else?
Yeah, I know Commissioner Wilson, you brought up if there was any court cases or something. Well, not exactly as what was passed in Tallahassee, but Santa Barbara, I had brought this up before. They had passed something that they made it illegal for people to be homeless out and living out in the streets. It was so bad that they had people, like you walk out your door and there's someone sleeping in your front of your property. So they had made passed something like that. It went to court. And the judge said you can't do that unless you had sufficient amount of shelter space for everyone to go to. So if you were going to tell people, like, you can't sleep here, you had to have available shelter space for them to sleep at. And so what they ended up doing in order to have that law is that they found warehouse space. And they took, within 3 months, they transformed that into shelter space so that they were able to house people if they were on the street. I did pass out a memo to your offices about an idea that Sacramento is using right now. They're doing, remember the pallet shelters I had mentioned before? They're using pallet shelters to do tiny homes. But, I don't know if there's that funding, maybe that's something that we could do, find a space where we could do that. And I think their prices are about $13,000 right now for one of those pallet shelters, which is like you on your, you're not sharing it with other people. You have your own private space, but that's an option. I just wanted to mention that. But yeah, you could look up Santa Barbara and see what their case was like.
Well, and also you can look back. Pottinger versus City of Miami is what authorized the food and beverage tax for Miami-Dade. They were criminalizing homelessness, but not providing shelter. So, yeah, a lot of interesting stuff.
So May 21st.
Yeah, there you go.
So we have a board work session. Commissioner Scott.
Good morning. Thank you, Mayor. Kelly, I don't have that many questions for you. So,
I thought we had an agreement.
So with the public camping, so I saw the governor did sign it into law, effective immediately, or what would be the effective date?
Let me pull up that slide. I believe it's 2025 is when the effective date of the ability to sue. So the bill, I think, becomes effective prior to your ability to bring legal action against the county.
And so just as a scenario, if I'm living in any given community somewhere in the county and I observe someone camping on the vacant lot, or maybe a publicly owned lot, I have to then notify the county, I guess, through code enforcement, or can you just kind of walk me through what that would look like that would rise to the level of us being sued, and like what does the notice to cure look like?
If an individual or a business owner or the attorney general report it to the county, I believe it's a 5-day notice and opportunity to cure. And Carla just gave me the official date. It's January 1st of 2025. That's when you can start bringing actions against the county. So the implementation date of the bill is October 1, but you have a little bit more time to determine that. And I think the challenge is going to be the bill does not cover state right-of-way. And so, I mean, if someone reports that there's an issue, if they're in state right-of-way, yeah, I think that, right, I think that that's what a lot of opponents to the bill pointed out is, you know, if only it were so easy to solve homelessness by keeping homeless individuals out of sight. It's not that easy.
Well, I feel pretty confident that we're not in the business of incarcerating people for being poor or for being homeless or housing insecure. So I think even notwithstanding this bill, I think we can meet the challenge and still be able to serve those who are struggling with homelessness. Second thing, with HB 433, so the vendors, contractors through our procurement process, I remember I took office about a year ago, but there was also some discussion about what the county pays versus what those who we contract with pay. And so in this bill, for clarity, this means we couldn't make sure that their wage is a livable wage or similar to what we pay through our procurement process. That is done.
That was certainly the intention. Obviously, when things are signed into law, you get to see what is challenged and what is not.
And when is the effective date?
I'll have to check that for you. I don't have it on my slide.
Okay, so if you can get that to
me,
that would be great. And the last one, SB 1628. So it says any party could challenge any ordinance or that we enact. Can you provide a little bit more?
That was taken out of the bill.
Okay, so that was taken out.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. Kelly, I appreciate you. Mark, where you at? I appreciate you. I know you guys do a pretty good job. 14, 16, sometimes 18-hour days in Tallahassee. So just thank you for the work that you do and your team, and we'll live to fight another day.
And Commissioner, this is in my mind, so I need to confirm it and get you the follow-up, but I'm pretty sure you can't impair contracts that exist up until January of 2026. But let me confirm that for you and get that to you because it's nuanced.
So we can't put it in the contract through the procurement process, but we can certainly, I guess, strongly encourage that, you know, those that we engage in business with, hey, we would like for you to pay a livable wage, you know, am I right?
That would definitely be a legal question.
Okay. Well, yeah, so Jeff, if ABC contractors bidding on any given service for Orange County, right, and in our process, you know, we have those, you know, pre-bid meetings and the like, and we share, hey, this is what we pay folks for any given profession. This doesn't prevent us from just saying, hey, we would like you.
I haven't looked at the legislation and read it completely, Commissioner, but I do know that that date that Kelly mentioned, 2026, is a date that is a part of the legislation in terms of trying to make certain that I would gather with that contracts that have multiple years would kind of end prior to that 2026 date, such that you wouldn't be in a situation where you're impairing contract. But the language that I do recall that I did look at, and I didn't read the whole bill word for word, so that's why I'm hesitant about giving you a definitive answer on that question. But we probably could figure out a way to encourage those who are bidding on county contracts to provide a wage which is one which would enable individuals to live.
Yeah, I mean, there's the procurement process, which is what this bill speaks to, but also there's the procurement conversation. Hey, this is what we're looking for. And so just in that process, just hoping that they pay people enough to be able to live and provide for their families. But thank you, Jeff, for the clarification. I look forward to more specific stuff later on. And again, thank you, Kelly, for your time.
All right. Kelly. Thank you very much
Thank you,
to
Mayor.
the team. Thank you all. I know Mark had death in the family during the session, and he had to take care of that issue. So thank you very much. All right, we're going to move forward then to the next item on the agenda. And Mr. Blackadar, come forward, sir. This is regarding an update on SunRail. We do have Secretary Tyler, the district secretary, that's here, and I know that he'll be available should there be any questions as well. So, Brett, we'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners, Comptroller Diamond. We also have Tiffany Homler on the back and from Links, and we also have James Hetz from our County Attorney's Office who worked on this agreement for any questions. And with that, we're going to go ahead. So we're going to go over a little bit of the history of SunRail and the history of the transition today. We're going to talk about the summary of the existing agreements, the summary of the new operations phasing agreements. Today we're going to be asking for approval of one new agreement and one amendment, and that's new agreement is the operations phasing agreement. Then we're also going to be talking about the proposed transition timeline, and then also the summary of the third amendment to the interlocal governance agreement, an overall summary, and then we'll talk about the action requested. So first of all, looking at some history of SunRail, the discussion on SunRail, or a regional rail system, actually started way back in 1992 with a study. And the original intention was always to provide an alternate to the north-south I-4 corridor and other roadways, major roadways, but mostly that north-south movement because, of course, for many years the I-4 corridor has been very congested. And it was put in place on purpose in 2014 before the start of the ultimate I-4 project to provide an alternate mobility option during construction of the ultimate I-4 project, which was between about 2015 and 2022. So again, we mentioned the 1992 study. There was also a study between 2002 and 2004, and then that initiated some discussions with CSX in 2004 to 2006. And then 2007 was a major year because that's when all the interlocal agreements that we'll talk about here were approved by Orange County. And that really set in motion where we are today. So the big decisions on funding and who would fund the system at this point were made in 2007 by those agreements. And what we're doing today is simply updating those agreements and creating a transition process to really implement the original intent of what was done back in 2007. And then 2008 and 2009 were the legislative deliberations. And then another big milestone was 2011 when the FTA, the Federal Transit Authority Phase 1 grant agreement, was signed. And that started the construction in 2012. And then the system opened on May 1st, 2014. The initial system was 32 miles. It went from Sand Lake Road to DeBerry. And then in Phase 2, the system was opened July 30th, 2018. And that system extended it to the south into Osceola County and included another station in Orange County, Meadow Woods. And then this summer, the final section, the Phase 2 North, will open, which will bring the system 12 more miles to the north from DeBerry and will add the DeLand station at its terminus. So, as I mentioned, the revenue operations began in May 1st, 2014, and the original agreements had the initial operating period for DOT to be 7 years. But during 2021, it was agreed to extend that to this year for 3 more years, for a total of 10 years, due to the fact that the whole system was not complete at that time. So up until this point, pretty much for the last 10 years, DOT has been providing the capital and operating fund, but they've also been doing the development, design, engineering, and construction. They've been overseeing the operations, maintenance, and dispatch, the permitting, and then also various contracts. There are a lot of specialized contracts for SunRail, including locomotives, ticket vending, signals, operations, and maintenance that are being currently overseen by DOT. Currently, the Commuter Rail Commission, the Central Florida Commuter Rail Commission, it was established in 2007 with those initial agreements. The first meeting was in August 2007. They have a board that includes one elected official from Orange, Osceola, Seminole, Volusia, and the city of Orlando. But they currently act in an advisory capacity to DOT, which they've been doing since 2007. But after the transition period this year, they will assume responsibility for the operation and maintenance of the system, procurement, implementation of capital projects, and other duties. So let's talk about the agreements. There's 3 agreements that were main agreements that were implemented in 2007. I will say there were other agreements too, but these are the 3 main ones that established the SunRail system, which were the interlocal funding agreement, interlocal operating agreement, operations agreement, and the interlocal governments agreement. So for the funding agreement, it is what it sounds like. It established the funding between the local government partners. And there were a couple amendments to that. One of them in 2010 removed the fixed guide bond repayment, which was a very positive thing because we would have had to pay that back to DOT. But that was able to be funded. And then the agreement detailed the split. At the time that SunRail was constructed, the total cost was $615 million. 50% of that was federal, 25% state, and then the other 25% was distributed between the 5 local government funding partners, and our share at that time was $40.3 million, which has already been paid. That agreement also established station maintenance responsibilities as well as some development rights regarding the stations. So the interlocal operating agreement is actually between the Central Florida Commuter Rail Commission and DOT, and that really sets out a lot of the details with base service requirements, fare structures. It was amended 3 times, and one of the significant amendments was the 3rd amendment, and at that point, it allowed funding to come out of the DOT's work program for a local government if that local government could not move forward or could not pay their share. And what that did is it guaranteed that the system would continue regardless of any one local government not being able to pay at one point. So then the interlocal operating agreement also established some responsibilities such as acquiring the CSX line and details of the financial transfer of the system, which we're doing now. So really the new agreement takes what this agreement started and does a more detail of the transition. And it also did the financial obligations and budget requirements were in this agreement. So the interlocal governments agreement, which is being amended today, is only between the local government partners. And it was originally executed in 2007, had minor agreements in amendments in 2008 and 10. And this is what established the CFCRC, the governing board. And it also established the Technical Advisory Committee, which is made up of representatives from the local government funding partners and other cities along the corridor. I currently serve on that committee. And then the Customer Advisory Committee was formed as well. This specifies that the annual local operating support, basically the cost of operation and maintenance, plus the 5-year capital costs will be shared among the local government partners. And it specifies that the local government support or operating support will be shared based on peak hour boardings, how many people get on and off the train at each station, but the capital costs are going to be shared based on track mileage. So when you see the numbers later on, you'll see actually the city of Orlando had the highest, Orange County was the second. Most of that is because of the amount of people that get on and off the stations in our jurisdictions. I also want to mention, just briefly, that we have 2 separate agreements with Winter Park and Maitland that were first established in 2007 with amendments in 2010. Winter Park and Maitland are not funding partners, so the agreements that we're approving today are between only Orange County and the other partners. But we chose to have additional agreements with Winter Park and Maitland. They have agreed to help share part of the cost of operating for their 2 cities. In 2007 and 2010, when we were negotiating, they had caps on there. So we have initiated conversations with them about updating these agreements after this transition happens. But their agreements are independent of what we're doing today, so they don't have to be approved simultaneously or before these agreements today. And also want to note they do have a stipulation in the agreements that if there was a dedicated funding source, such as a dedicated transit sales tax, those agreements or the requirements for them to pay would go away per the agreement. So let's look at the new operating phasing agreement. It lays out 2 phases. The financial transition, which is phase 1, and the operations transition. The financial transition would happen at the end of this year, December 31st, 2024, and that's when the local governments would start paying the annual amounts, which I'll show you later. It also specifies how the contracts will be assigned. It also specifies that DOT will continue to operate the system during this financial transition phase 1 period. Phase 2 is the operations transition, and that's when the system transitions from being maintained by or overseen by DOT to Lynx, which is will be the operator in the future. And so it specifies those dates. So some other notable items, and I will thank DOT. They were very helpful during the whole process. I got involved towards the end of this process, but they've been working on this for many years, and they've been a very good partner in negotiating this with the local government funding partners. And some of the things to note is that the DOT did provide a formula, you'll see in the agreement, for positive train control. and they have a base funding amount plus a percentage of the train. So we'll get about $5 million contribution at the beginning, plus a formula that will grow in the future depending on the amount of SunRail trains in the corridor. They did agree to pay for staffing during this Phase 2 transition without charging. They're also going to pay for the first year of Phase 2 operations. The DOT will continue to lead that discussions with CSX. They will also provide $10 million towards vehicle overhauls. And they will continue to provide the permitting in the corridor. And also one of the big things they agreed to do was put the bridges along this corridor on their bridge management program, which is a very important thing for local governments because obviously the bridges on the corridor can be significant in the future for repairs or possible replacement. So that was a very positive thing as part of this process. So if you look at the transition, just summarize what we said. Today we're here at the board, and this Thursday, assuming this gets approved today and by the last other local government, which is Seminole County today, we will be approving this at the Central Florida Commuter Rail Commission on Thursday. And then by the end of the year, that local operating support begins. By the end of 2026, there'll be an operating agreement term sheet with links in the Central Florida Commuter Rail. By the end of 2026, you'll have an agreement between links and the Commuter Rail Commission. And then by 2027, that transition will have been completed. It may happen earlier, but these are the kind of the maximum amounts of time for that transition to happen. So the third amendment to the interlocal agreement basically updates some of the terms that were originally set up forward, are set in motion back in 2007, I should say. One of the things is that, just to make clear, is that we're talking about the existing system. So if there was an expansion of the system to other locations, to the airport, to International Drive has been discussed, that would have to be separate. That couldn't be done under this these amendments. So, but one of the things that this amendment did is it allowed for a portion of the local governments to be able to approve if two of the governments wanted extended hours or weekends, increased frequency, those local governments could do it, just the ones that are interested in that change of service. And we did update based on the latest cost estimates. That was something that was important. And we did that with an index. And also, just to note, the share that's in here is $15.3 million. That's our estimated for fiscal year 24-25. That doesn't include any contributions from Winter Park or Maitland. And you see that summarized here. These are the different costs for the 5 different jurisdictions. Ours is 15.3. Orlando is 20.2. And in summary, the financial transition occurs this year, at the end of this year, 12/31. And then the Phase 2 operation transition occurs 12/31/2027. And we have today a new interlocal operations agreement that lays out those transitions and the details. And we're also updating that interlocal governance agreement with a third amendment. And then just to remind you, the future decisions on expanded SunRail would still require action at this board. This is the existing system we're talking about. And just in summary, we had the City of Orlando already approved theirs on March 11th, Osceola March 18th, Volusia on the 19th, and then Seminole County and us are doing it today, and then Central Florida Commuter Rail Commission would be Thursday. And the action we're asking for today is approval and execution of the operations phasing agreement among the funding partners and the DOT and the Central Florida Commuter Rail Commission. We're also asking for approval of the third amendment to the interlocal governments agreement between Orange County and the other local funding partners. And with that, I turn it over to questions. Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Secretary Tyler, for being here. I'm going to move approval.
Second,
Wait,
Wilson.
we have to talk about it.
We'll talk.
Second, Wilson.
All right. So we do have a motion and a second. Open it up for a conversation. Commissioner Uribe.
Hey, Brett, thank you. And I know we've had our briefing. I know that the contract over the years has been extended and has been this and that, where DOT really stepped in to help the local government. What is our current financial contribution as it stands right now, prior to this approval that we are being asked to do?
The capital cost we paid was about $40 million, and that was initially paid before construction started. And then since then, we've been maintaining, per the interlocal agreement, maintaining the stations as far as janitorial services, but we have not been paying anything towards operating costs at this point. So there was that initial capital and then some of our station maintenance costs. I don't know if there's anyone else that knows of anything else that We've been paying
So
for it.
the number that we're doing today, which is the 15 million, that is just operating costs, which we have never to date contributed. We contributed to like maintaining the station and that part, but not actually any operating.
No, that was supposed to happen at the end of 7 years. It was extended to 10 years. So we already knew we were going to do it. It's just actually it got extended to 10 years. And that number does include capital, like capital maintenance, and it also includes insurance.
Okay.
Yeah.
Quick question. Do you happen to know, and I know Mayor always says, we never collect enough fares to pay for it. He said it last night a couple times. But just curious, how much are we collecting in fares as far as Orange County right now? Because I'm assuming that that's going to be the additional that we're not paying, where the agreement was at 15.3 million. What is the revenue that is collected at the fare box?
I don't have a breakdown for Orange. I believe the numbers in just fares alone is somewhere close to 3 million, somewhere in that amount.
Secretary Tyler's like, that sounds good.
But we also get revenue from CSX and other users in the corridor. So that's actually more significant than the fare box.
Okay.
So the total revenue, there's other revenues that happen in the corridor besides just the fares.
One last question. There have been discussions of additional stops added to the current track. I know the city of Edgewood had looked at wanting to have a stop. If that happens, would we amend our contract so that the city would have their proportion of that price because it'll be a stop, or will that be additional revenue? And I'm talking along the same track, so no deviating from the track like what we're talking about the Sunshine Corridor. I'm talking specifically on this current track that we have.
Yeah, I'm not aware of any conversations with the city of Edgewood. I've seen some concepts, but that would be something we would have to discuss because it would be not in conjunction with the original FTA agreement because it had certain, so that was something we'd have to discuss. I don't really have an answer for you on with the process.
I don't want to, I'm not trying to say City of Edgewood called me and said, hey, we want to stop, but it's been talked about. So I was just curious how that would take place as far as they would have to, obviously, if they were, would that be would that maintain our number? Would that create theirs? I'm just curious to know if there's any feedback on that.
And you're right, Commissioner. We've had those conversations. It came up during the course of the transportation sales tax discussions about what would a stop mean. We certainly, as conveyed to them, have the conversation about share of station costs, much like we have with the other jurisdictions. It may affect ridership. The key would be, does it affect ridership? It won't affect mileage. It won't affect track mileage. But we'd have to determine what that implication could be for our ridership, since the lighting and boardings are part of the factors.
Great. So that means that there is room that we could amend this if that were to happen, let's say over the next 10 years.
Correct. And there were some other considerations. For example, there are some track issues associated with that stop, but we just had some general conversations 2 years ago, back in 2022. We had the general conversations with them.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Byron.
All right, Commissioner Bonilla.
Thank you. Well, I really appreciate all the work that staff has done on this, definitely. But, I had mentioned to you that it would have been nice to have, the strike-throughs and everything way earlier than on the agenda, which is when, what your plan was to just give it to us in the agenda, because it's a large document, and, we need a lot more time to review these types of documents. So I would definitely in the future just make sure that any documents like this, that we're given them well in advance so we have time to properly review them. So I did want to ask a couple of questions. So the cities are supposed to pay 70% of the local operating costs for their station. So the total between Winter Park and Maitland seems to be around $630,000, but the county's total is $15 million. I'm confused about how that's 70%.
It was 70% on estimates that were done a very long time ago. So they were 70% of the operating only cost for the Winter Park and Maitland stations.
Just the stations. That's what you need.
Just the stations.
Not the 15 million you see is for the full operations. In that, there are some stations. So that would be just any janitorial for the stations or anything in stations which are
well, it did take into account the Winter Park and Maitland operating stations, but the operating cost of those ridership, but you have to look at it, it's not capital cost, it wasn't insurance, and it was just those two stations, and it was based on 2007 estimates. So we are looking to discuss that with them. We started those discussions. You know, we've briefed Byron on there. So it is a portion. So if the agreement stayed today, you're right, it would be $650,000 if it stayed the way it is. But we are discussing about, you know, possibly updating those. They had a lot of stipulations. One of them I mentioned about was dedicated funding source. So, you know, they are not parties to the overall agreement. So we are responsible for that full amount. And these are kind of separate agreements that we would almost get kind of reimbursed back for a portion of that amount depending on what's negotiated. So they're kind of independent. I think we mentioned that every county, every funding partner kind of has a different relationship with their cities, where the, you know, Seminole and Osceola have different relationships and different agreements.
Okay. So how many stations do we have in Orange County?
Well, the ones that are responsible for the county are Maitland, Winter Park, Sand Lake, and Meadowwoods. So it'd be those four.
Okay, so we have really two that we're. You didn't mention the one in the city of Orlando.
Yeah, no, the city of Orlando, they're a funding partner, so their stations at Florida Hospital, the three downtown stations are all part of their own. They're a partner to these agreements today, so they're paying for those directly. So they're the only city that's a funding partner. All the other cities in the corridor, including ones at Seminole and Osceola, are not part of the funding agreements.
Okay. So the sales tax, if that had passed, then Maitland and Winter Park would not have to pay their share. But, and I don't remember what, I know in our sales tax, all the cities were going to get a certain amount of money. Would Maitland and Winter Park still be able to get that money even if they were getting money for these stations?
Yeah,
so would they get more money beyond that, or would that be their share?
Well, that would be part of there was a 45%, 45%, 10% split in the sales tax. So SunRail would be covered in the 45% transit. So that would cover, just like we pay links for the entire county, that would be an entire county payment. So they would still get their share of the 10%. The SunRail would come out of the 45%. Now, if they wanted to do some other enhancements related to the SunRail station, they could use their 10%, but the actual cost of operating SunRail and any expansion or service would be part of the 45%.
Okay, so it hurts me definitely to go into this conversation because I know Maitland and Winter Park is in my district, but I just don't think it's fair that it seems like they're going to get more money than any of the other cities in the county.
But Commissioner Goodell, today, this is more information. The Winter Park Maitland agreements will have to come back to the board. It has nothing to do. This was just purely informational, so the board is aware. It has nothing to do. Those situations with Maitland, Winter Park have nothing to do with the two action items. We will be, and as Brett mentioned, we're in discussions with Maitland and Winter Park, and any change to those agreements will be coming back to the board.
Okay, so the fares, how are they confirmed on the train? I know when I rode the SunRail, no one came by to check if I had a ticket.
There usually is the term I can't remember, but there's a conductor. Thank you. Should be a conductor. I was going to say that comes by and checks. So every time I've ridden, they do check the tickets as they come by and scan. But that is part of the system. So yeah, it's not like you pay like in downtown New York where you go through a turnstile. You get on the train and then your ticket is checked and scanned usually by the conductor. So.
Okay. All right. So I guess that could be random if the conductor just doesn't have time during that trip.
They usually make, when I've ridden several stations, they usually make a few rounds. I can defer to Secretary Tyler on the process of that, but I know that when I've been on there, they always check my ticket. I have a Sun card that I've used, and they always scan the Sun card every time I've been on. But I can't speak to the exact operations of how many times they check it and how many stations they look at.
Okay. And I know I did ask you for some data on the ridership and the I-4 trips, because I know you had mentioned that we were hoping that the SunRail would take some of the trips so that while they were doing construction in the I-4, that would help with that. But I didn't see in the numbers that the I-4 traffic was impacted at all by the SunRail. But they were more there was more ridership on the SunRail when more stations were opened, which was great. So I'm just wondering, is there a study on any of this? Because it seems like from just these numbers and just me assuming that the trip or the ridership on the SunRail is more recreational than commuter. So I'm just wondering if there's like any.
I think yeah, that's something we'd have to.
Do we have a study to show any of this?
I don't know if we have, again, I can defer to the DOT, but I will say the challenge on those time periods is you did have COVID, right?
Thank you, Secretary Tyler. I was about to ask you to.
I'll let him do that, but there are a lot of
address.
factors that are involved in that data. So thank you, Secretary.
Thank you, Brett. Mayor, Commissioners, it's great to be here this morning. Excellent question, Commissioner. So a couple of things to consider. Central Florida continues to grow, and it continued to grow, even as we were building, the SunRail system and even I-4. So you may not, looking at those numbers that you saw, you may not see a direct, well, when we opened SunRail, traffic off of I-4, was decreased. But I would say that a lot of those people that were riding SunRail, if SunRail wasn't there, they'd be on I-4. So definitely they work together. And what we have seen is that when we have expanded service, we have seen expanded ridership. And the TCAR that we're doing today, the Transit Concept Alternatives Report for the Sunshine Corridor, backs that up. That's the most recent study that we have. And that study demonstrates that if we expand SunRail to nights and weekends, ridership will increase. If you expand SunRail to other destinations, other employment centers and attractions around Central Florida, it's going to increase ridership. So hopefully that answers your question, Commissioner.
Yeah, no, I definitely saw that in the data, that limited data, I'll say, that I got, that once those stations opened, we did get more ridership. So, but you do have a study that shows why people are on the train and where they're going and stuff like that. You surveyed?
Yes, we have.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Moore.
Thank you, Secretary Tyler. It was my first comment for operating this for an additional 3 years through some difficult times, so we really appreciate you.
You're welcome.
All right. My question is, Brett, and so I'm a little bit confused structurally, okay, and you probably answered it, but I just need some clarification. So operation would go over to whom, and then decision-making, that's where I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, so the date for the end of this year, and I certainly can defer to Secretary Tyler on more of the DOT side. So the financial transition happens at the end of this year, but also the Central Florida Commuter Rail Commission becomes the authority. But they're basically using the DOT during this transition period. So the DOT is almost like contracting to the Central Florida Commuter Rail Commission to oversee it. Obviously, they have the expertise and the staff. So, while we're making that transition to links, that is that temporary period. So a lot of that, if you're probably a rider of SunRail, you may not notice the difference if you rode it on this 31st and the 1st. But, there is that period of time where it officially goes over to the commission. So that's the structural change. But we're thankful that the DOT has offered to provide their staffing during that transition period so we can have a very smooth transition.
So will the Rail Commission ultimately keep governing, or will all that authority go over to links?
The Central Florida Commuter Rail Commission is the governing authority. Links will also be a contract.
So they're a contract to.
So it'll be a contract between the Central Florida Rail Commission and Links for Links to operate the system. Because their boards are different. The Central Florida Commuter Rail Commission board includes Volusia County, and so they're not. They're similar boards, but they are different boards. So you will have Links being an operator to that.
So then ultimately, if a municipality, they were talking about Edgewood, I'm interested in Apopka down and Lockhart down the road, the application to have a station or expand service would be going to the board.
It would be, the commission would be the oversight authority at that point, yes.
All right, thank you.
All right, I know we have Ms. Humla Hawkins, the CEO from Links here. If you want to say anything, I'll invite you to come forward. Otherwise, okay. All right. So with that, we do have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. All right, the motion passes and it is unanimous. All right, thank you all for your presence this morning. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. With that, we have one more item for this morning's agenda, and I'm going to call on Mr. Byron Brooks, the county administrator, to lead off on an update regarding our transportation sales tax discussions and that initiative. And with that, Byron.
Actually, Mayor, I thought you all are probably tired of hearing from me, so I asked Brett Blackadar to lead the conversation today on this work session number 2 on the transportation sales tax.
I think they're probably tired of hearing me too, though, this morning. So, all right, well, we're going to kick off this work session. And thankfully, it's not just me. We have several speakers this morning, which we'll have. I will start with an introduction, and then we'll have Carol do a summary of the community re-engagement. And then I'll come back to talk about the project cost, but also Tiffany will be here to talk about the links cost. And then Whitney will be giving a summary of the legal documents, and then I'll wrap it up at the end, and then we'll go into the discussion period. So today is a continuation of the discussions at the last meeting, which was February 6th. We're not asking for any action today. It's a discussion. We're providing information to you to continue that discussion. But if you look back at the discussion from last time, everyone seemed to agree during the discussions on the board that there certainly still is a need. The need that was determined both 4 years and 2 years ago in the discussions is still there. The discussion was also about, is there enough time to prepare? As we'll talk about later, April 23rd is a key date because that's the last date before the 6-month period starts by legislation that a decision has to be made ahead of the November election. And there was discussion about the implementation process, capacity, and whether or not the county can deliver such a large program. There was discussion about possible millage reductions that could happen if the sales tax was passed. Discussions were on the state of the economy and is it the right time? Has the economy recovered recently with different things that have been happening? And then talking about funding allocations. We talked about the 45-45-10 split. There's some discussion about whether or not that was still appropriate. And then, it was concluded at the end of that work session to still talk about it, to continue the discussion. And that's why we're here today, to continue the discussion, or have the board continue the discussion, I should say. So I'm now going to turn it over to Carol, who's going to give a summary of the community engagement.
Thank you, Brett, and good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, and Comptroller Diamond.
Still morning.
It is still morning. Here we go, our community engagement. So as you can see on the slide, we have 7 transportation community meetings, and we kicked this off with Commissioner Gomez-Cordero on March 21st over in Avalon, a great crowd there, and last night with Commissioner Uribe and Mayor in District 3 at the Cooperative Extension in their auditorium, another great facility in the county. And I'm going to go through these in just a little bit more detail on the next slide. But I do want to highlight our overview for the meeting format that we've been using. And it begins, of course, with a welcome moderator just to set the rules for the evening. We have a brief presentation by our senior staff that talks about the state of transportation in Orange County. And then we really get to the heart of those meetings, and that's hearing from our residents. That's why we're here. We want to get their feedback, their questions, their priorities, and their solutions to transportation in their area. And as you walk into each of these meetings, we have our vendor table set up. So Public Works is there with their team and our transportation partners, Links and SunRail. So residents have an opportunity to engage on their way in as well as on their way out to ask any questions from those partners. We also have comment cards at all of those tables, and throughout the evening we're encouraging feedback. Not everyone feels comfortable getting in front of the mic, so we want to make sure that they have that opportunity. In addition, when we are getting that resident comment and feedback, we have whiteboards across the room and staff that are taking down comments from residents, whether it's under public transportation, it's roads, it's pedestrian safety, technology, traffic signals, or just other comments. And a lot of times residents will come at the end of the evening and provide us with that feedback directly. So we appreciate their participation. And lastly, in that area, when you walk in where our vendor tables are, our PEDS department GIS team is on site. And they're providing demonstrations for anyone who wants to see that interactive dashboard mapping tool that was launched launched in 2022, and it's a great way for residents to really hone in on their neighborhood, their street, and see what proposed projects were presented. And here is a little bit more detail on our community meetings. As I mentioned, District 3 and District 4 have held their meetings. We have a meeting that's going to be hosted by the mayor tomorrow night, 6 to 7:30 p.m. That'll be at the Link Central Station on the second floor. And then as we get into April, we have Commissioner Wilson, District 1, will be April 1st at Windermere High School. That'll be followed by Commissioner Bonilla, District 5, on April 2nd at our Goldenrod Recreation Center Magic Gym. Commissioner Scott with District 6 will hold his meeting on Wednesday, April 3rd at our Orange County Multicultural Center, and we will conclude the transportation meetings with Commissioner Moore on Wednesday, April 18th at our Wekiva High School Media Center. And as you can see, all the meetings begin at 6 and end at 7:30, and they're all posted on our county's website. So if you'd like to RSVP and attend, you don't have to, but we have all those options available, and that's ocfl.net/transportation. And I just want to spend a few minutes on our transportation survey. We have updated the survey for this re-engagement period. It is available in multiple languages, so we have translated it. Staff has in Spanish, French Creole, and Portuguese. We've also added a few additional questions as we kind of dive a little deeper into residents' transportation needs and priorities. So we've included 4 new questions. Our communications department has launched a new website for the transportation initiative, and along with the survey that you can complete, you'll see where to go for those community meetings. There's some frequently asked questions and a project timeline. And I do want to thank our commissioners. As of to date, we have about 30 surveys that are completed, so we're really ramping up our community engagement efforts and hopefully increasing those numbers. So I want to thank our commissioners for helping us promote the community meetings as well as the surveys, and we will continue to engage with our neighborhood associations, transportation partners, educational institutions. We have a list of folks that we'll send this out to so we can increase those numbers and responses from our residents. And then just as a final reminder, I just wanted to encourage our residents that are watching to take that transportation survey. It's a great opportunity to hear from them on their needs and priorities, to go to ocfl.net/transportation. The survey takes about 5 minutes to complete, and again, available in English, Spanish, Creole, and Portuguese. So, Mayor, Commissioners, that includes my portion of the presentation, and I'll turn this back over to Brett Blackadar.
Thank you, Carol. We're going to go in to talk a little bit about the updated project cost estimates. And just a note, they are in 2025 dollars when we talk about the cost, because next year, if this moved forward and passed by the voters in November, the revenue would be collected in 2025. So that's the first year, so everything we're doing is based on 2025 dollars. So this was we have a consultant, the same consultant that worked in 2022 to put together that plan is also helping us to update the plan currently, and Lynx has their own consultant who's doing the same thing and updating their plan. And this is something that we came up with our consultant this time, and looking at why transportation. And of course, the mayor talks a lot about the housing and job needs related to this. Sales tax need, that was a big topic last night at our community meeting. And really, the growth in the housing and job needs do drive transportation. You need to be able to move people. You need to provide those transportation connections, and that's both in a public transit system and a safe roadway system. But also another factor to look at is community character. And as we go around, we continue to hear a lot of discussion about community character, walkable communities, best serving businesses. Last night at the community meeting, we had a representative from the Curry Ford Main Street District there talking about the need to be able to have people walk to the restaurants and shopping in that area safely. So community character certainly is a big part of all 3 of these when you talk about transportation solutions. So what is the purpose for the dedicated funding source? One of the big things that Tiffany will talk about shortly is the improved transit availability and frequency. That is key to getting people to their jobs and key to a robust economy for a large metropolitan area like ours. And of course, bicycle and pedestrian safety, that is something we have struggled with in Central Florida over the years. We've been working to improve, but we still need a lot of investment to have a truly safe system for all modes. And then eliminate fatal and serious injury crashes. We passed a resolution 2 years ago for Vision Zero to eliminate all injury crashes and deaths in 20 years, by 20 years. And we've been part of the Regional Metro Plan Orlando Vision Zero action plan efforts going on right now. So that's a really important part in investing in the Vision Zero initiatives and projects. And of course, traffic congestion. That always comes up at every meeting that we go to and present anything on transportation, so everyone understands that congestion. But also just as important is maintaining the existing system and making sure our existing system is safe for all users. So this time we modified our categories a little bit. We have 3 categories of projects when we're looking at on the county roadway side is our mobility and accessibility, safety, and maintenance. And on purpose with this graphic, we elevated safety and made also safety overlap both mobility and accessibility and maintenance, because safety is really important for making sure that, of course, we provide that safety and quality of life for our residents. So the mobility and accessibility projects, those include widening, but also include a lot of complete streets projects as well, which provide operations and safety improvements. And then, of course, you have the safety projects. Some of them are just true safety projects to address current crashes, the high injury networks, but then maintenance. That's taking care of our existing systems. But a lot of times with maintenance projects, you also have the opportunity to implement safety projects as well. And one thing to notice, and Tiffany will probably mention that, is that anything that we do on our system also helps the transit system. Obviously, the buses run on our system, so when we improve the operations of our system, when we improve the pedestrian and bicycle connections, we also improve access to links, shelters, and stops as well. So these two systems, even though they're separate, the 45 and 45%, they certainly work together. So one of the things we wanted to show is the shift between the 2022 unfunded needs and our 2024 unfunded needs. So these 2 studies, as we updated them, the big thing you'll see is the shift in safety funding. So we did a significant shift from more safety projects and fewer widening projects. And you'll see that slide here a little too, as well as we summarize that. So our safety improvements went from $1.7 billion in 2022 to about $2.8 billion. And then our major roadway improvements actually decreased from 3.8 to 2.9. When we started looking at those future projects, when we looked at our models and projections, what we found out is that a lot of the widening projects were very costly and also very impactful to many businesses and properties. So the shift has been to focus more on operational and safety improvements, and then the investment in the transit will give that alternate. So instead of widening some of these roadways, the transit will be an alternate way for some of these residents in those congested areas. So that's been a significant change. The operation and maintenance percentages have stayed the same. We've increased the cost estimates based on new costs. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Tiffany for the transit portion.
Thank you, Brett. Good morning for what's left of it, Mayor and Commissioners. I got in right in time. Thank you for having me and letting us briefly cover where we were in 2022. We'll go through some of our adjusted cost information based on what we've heard so far during the last 2 community meetings and break it down by those categories. The 2022 Orange County Transit Plan was a multi-layered network that would have significantly enhanced the services within Orange County. The most requested service that we get in any public information or public hearing session that we have at Links is frequency. And so the plan anticipated system-wide bus frequency improvements, and it's more buses more often, and you see that it basically flips the service frequency on its head to where almost 90%, over 90% go from 30 minutes or less frequency. Right now, about 50% of our routes are at hour headways or more frequency, how often the bus comes. The next request we get is for more direct and faster service, and those are those high capacity priority corridors that we hear about at Metro Plan year after year. These are the State Road 50s, the 436, the 441s that have had many studies, not just for roadway improvements, but for transit improvements like bus rapid transit. And it's a function of the funding as to we get to the point where it's feasible, and then, and it's really about congestion management and using the transit to do that. The next 3 items, on that list, it does that. It's SunRail expansion, nights and weekends, as well as to the airport and other areas of the county. And I just want to highlight that this is about job creation as well. The current $16 million investment in Pine Hills Transfer Center, it's a combination of federal, state, and local funds. It's responsible for 165 jobs. The 2022 Orange County plan proposed an additional 241 buses to increase those frequencies for those high-capacity corridors and express routes. That's 725 jobs. So it's not just about improving the transportation network in Central Florida, Orange County specifically, but it's also job creation. We have had our consultants do the same as Orange County in updating the cost information from $22 to $25. It is it's a function, and you see the cost increases. Costs have increased across all industries and not just transportation. And then those categories and how it is broken out is bus and paratransit. Our bus network is the workhorse of our transit network. We also include paratransit. That is the service that transports our most vulnerable in our population. And so, and where the real changes occur are in the rail, high capacity, and public-private partnership. And the dynamics have changed since 22. The Sunshine Corridor, currently being studied by the FDOT, has taken the place of the public-private partnership and a couple of the high-capacity routes. And so with that, finally, again, reminding where we were in 22, we are taking those comments in. But again, the comments are always more faster and frequent service, if I can leave you with anything. And I will turn it back to Brett.
Thank you, Tiffany. I just want to wrap up some of the cost discussion here and look at the overall needs. So when you combine our needs and the transit needs, you get about $20 billion. That does include that estimated about $5 billion in federal funds that they're anticipated. What it doesn't include is the municipal needs, which we are still collecting from the cities, which would be part of a next presentation if we go to a work session in 2 weeks. And it also doesn't include program management cost to use oversight general engineering contracts, usually about 4% of the overall contracts to get that staffing, resources, and need. And that would be the contracts with both us and Lynx. So once that's included, it would be probably close to $20 billion without the federal funds. Now, when you look at the projections for 1/2 cent would be $10 billion for 20 years, or $379.5 million annually. And then that 1% for 20 years would generate $20 billion or $759 million annually. Now, what's a little misleading about this is that $20 billion is over the 20-year period for the revenues. The $20 billion for the transportation needs is based on 2025 project amounts. So the $20 billion wouldn't cover the $20 billion in needs necessarily because of the cost increases that we'll also see on that as well. So it does appear that our needs will still exceed even the full 1 cent based on this analysis. So with that, I'm going to turn this over to Whitney from our county attorney's office for discussions on the legal documents and approvals.
Good afternoon. Good to see you all again. I get to present the most exciting portion of any presentation, the legalese. I'm going to talk to you today a little bit about the statutory framework that authorizes the surtax, the legal documents that would need to be adopted, including the ordinance and the resolution to implement that, as well as the ballot language. So the statutory framework, the Charter County and Regional Transportation System surtax, it's a mouthful, I'm going to refer to that as the surtax, is authorized by sections 212054 and 212055 subsection 1 of Florida statutes. And those statutes state that charter counties may levy a discretionary sales surtax of up to 1% for up to 30 years. Those are a max, that's the cap that you can do. You don't have to do the 1%, you don't have to do the 30 years, but you can't exceed either of those caps. The proceeds from the surtax can only be applied to transportation uses that are listed in the statute, and I'm going to talk about those on the next slide, in whatever combination the board deems appropriate. So although you are limited to the specific uses, you can do whatever combination of those uses you choose to do. The statutes do require a creation of a trust fund within the county accounts to hold the proceeds from the surtax. The surtax is, of course, subject to approval to the voters in a referendum held during the general election, and an ordinance would be required to levy the actual surtax. In terms of those permissible uses, the statutes say that planning, development, construction, operation, and maintenance of roads and bridges in the county are allowed, as well as planning, development, expansion, operation, and maintenance of bus and fixed guideway transportation systems and on-demand transportation systems. And then you may also use the surtax as a revenue stream for principal and interest on bonds that are issued in accordance with these permissible uses. I mentioned that you would need to adopt an ordinance. The ordinance itself would actually levy the surtax. It would create that separate county trust fund that's required by the statute. It would require the adoption of a transportation improvement plan, and that plan itself would be contained in the resolution. You would need to adopt the ordinance and the resolution simultaneously. As a condition of distributing proceeds to the municipalities and any of the transit authorities, you would have to enter into interlocal agreements with each of them, and those interlocal agreements would need to contain audit and detailed performance and financial reporting requirements. The ordinance would also require routine financial audits by the comptroller to ensure that the proceeds from the surtax are being spent appropriately. The ordinance would actually call the referendum at the next general election, which is November 5th this year. It would require publication of 2 notices of that referendum, and those notices are required to be published in a newspaper of general circulation in the 5th and the 3rd week prior to the actual general election. The ordinance would also have to contain the specific ballot language, and it would contain a provision saying it would be automatically repealed if the voters do not approve the surtax without further action by the board. In terms of the resolution, as I mentioned, that would contain the actual transportation improvement plan. That would allocate the surtax proceeds into the funding categories that the board selects. It would include specific project lists, and it would also create 2 advisory boards. One would be a technical committee, and the other would be a citizens oversight board to ensure that the proceeds of the tax are being spent appropriately. In terms of the ballot language, this is actually governed by election code, specifically section 101.161 of Florida statutes, and that requires that the ballot summary and title be included in the ordinance itself. The ballot language must be clear and unambiguous, and it must include an explanatory statement of the chief purpose of the measure, and it may not exceed 75 words in total. Ideally, of course, if we're going out to the taxpayers and asking them to spend more money, we want to be as transparent as possible, and we would love to tell them exactly what we want to spend this money on, including reducing traffic congestion, expanding mass transit, improving pedestrian and cyclist safety. Unfortunately, because of that 75-word cap, we can't put all of that in the ballot language. So the ballot language will look something like what you see here on the screen. This is actually the language that we had in 2022, and ultimately, if you all decide to move forward with this, when we come back on April 9th, we'll need to know from you what specific percentage and how many years, what duration you want that surtax to be levied for so that we can complete this, because we do have some pretty hard statutory deadlines that we have to meet. So in order for us to meet the advertising deadlines, we would need to know by the end of April 9th's meeting what you would like to do with this. And with that, I will turn it back over to Brett for next steps.
Thank you, Whitney. We're going to wrap up here, and you've seen this timeline before that Byron presented at the last meeting, so we're at the second work session. If the conversation today, there's a desire to continue, we will have another work session on April 9th. That will be key, as Whitney just said, to determine the rate and duration. If you want to move forward to April 23rd, which is the key date, that's when the resolution would need to be approved in a public hearing in order to get it on the ballot for November 5th. If it gets approved there, then the APAGA audit, APAGA is the Office of Program Policy Analysis and Government Accountability, that would occur in that time period between April 23rd and November 5th. So in summary, as Carol talked about, we have ongoing community meetings. We've got one tomorrow night and 3 next week, and then Commissioner Moore's is later in April. Then we also have been encouraging the residents to take the survey to get as much information as possible. We're continuing to finalize those updates to the project list and cost estimates. We are working with the municipalities to get their lists, and that would be presented at the next meeting if we move forward. That would be, if we do move forward, that surtax would be approved by the residents at the November 5th election, or be proposed to the residents for approval. The April 23rd action by the board would simply put it on the ballot for the residents to vote. And then, if approved, the resolution would allocate proceeds into different funding categories, and it would present the technical committees and the Citizens Oversight Board, which we would also talk about in more detail at this next work session. So if a work session moves forward for the 9th, you would hear more about our project lists, more detail about our list, more detail about Link's lists, more detail about the municipal projects, and then more details in those transparency provisions, what the oversight and accountability would be, and the decision would be needed on the sales tax duration and rate. And then on the 23rd, that ordinance with the ballot language and the resolution would need to be approved by the board. Then, so for today, basically we're seeking feedback and input on placing this on the ballot in November. And then you can let us know what additional information we can provide to you if you would like to move forward to the next work session. So with that, Mayor, Commissioners, we'll open up for questions.
All right. Thank you. We do have questions or comments. We'll start with Commissioner Bonilla.
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't realize I was going to be first. So I have questions for John Weiss. You think that show? And you have one. No, just kidding. All right, so I have some questions because you were here. I mean, when did you start working for the county?
2011.
2011. And what position did you hold?
Director for Growth Management.
Okay. And you moved up since then. What were all the positions you worked at or that you had here? I'm just curious because I know you've done a lot with transportation, different things.
So Growth Management became the Community Environmental and Development Services Department, which became the Planning Environmental and Development Services Department, and then more recently, the opportunity to serve as Deputy County Administrator.
Okay. And then before that, you were at FDOT.
Correct.
So you have lots of experience with transportation.
Okay.
All right. And you've been here for a while. So did we have a fiscal feasibility policy prior to 2012?
Commissioner, I'm not sure I understand could you explain further where the question's going?
So we're talking about sales tax to pay for transportation. Mm-hmm. So did we have a fiscal feasibility policy when it came to growth prior to 2012?
The county, so Florida statutes and growth management law prior to 2011 required local governments to be financially feasible. That policy or the state requirement was amended to remove that requirement for financial feasibility in 2011 with the Florida Community Planning Act. So the county decided to retain its financial feasibility provisions within its comprehensive plan post-2011.
Okay. So do we know what our deficiency was before that Florida statute changed?
We have struggled to keep up with having a cost-feasible long-range transportation plan that meets our roadway level of service objectives that are also established within the comprehensive plan.
Okay. Did we do a study every year or know of that number, that deficiency every year?
It's generally not looked at every year. It's usually put together when we update our major long-range transportation plan list of projects.
Okay.
You look at the growth, and then you look at the transportation needs that are associated with that growth.
Okay. At this time when this change was made, was that one of the studies that you did in order to see what you should do when the statute changed?
No, we largely just decided, again, policy direction from the board was to retain the financial feasibility components. There was no reevaluation of transportation needs or revenue availability or funding deficiencies at that point in time.
Okay, so you're saying that the board at that time decided to keep the Say that again?
We did a series of work sessions following the passage of the 2011 Florida Growth Management Act, or Community Planning Act, and received policy direction regarding largely maintaining our former growth management approach regarding financial feasibility.
And how was that done?
Same policies that are adopted today, largely speaking.
What's the procedure?
I'm sorry.
What's the procedure? Because I just haven't seen that when it comes to the board, like the developments and stuff. So how is this done?
Well, generally speaking, when we put together an update to our comprehensive plan and long-range plan, we forecast the growth, we forecast the transportation needs, we look at our available revenue, and identify the revenue sources that would be necessary to fund the associated supporting infrastructure. So it's not done annually, it's done on a sort of every time we look at a major update to our comprehensive plan. And that's actually one of the things that is underway with respect to Vision 2050, as we forecast our 2050 transportation needs associated with the significantly longer planning horizon that we're reevaluating that. Our current planning horizon is 2030, and that's been set for, since I think probably prior to 2009 is when we've sort of updated our forecasts to 2030.
All right, so do we have anything that if we wanted to do a study, do we have any data to show our deficiencies throughout time and how that has either slowed down or increased?
So we do have an annual traffic count program and maintain a concurrency management database that shows both existing deficiencies and deficiencies with committed growth.
Let me be clear what I meant deficiencies. So what I meant was monetarily. So like right now we know we have a deficiency of billions of dollars. I'm talking about the money, not the roads.
Right. No, I don't believe that's been looked at in quite a while.
Okay. So I know when I was in 2016, we looked at it because I remember presentations by Renzo saying we have a deficiency of this much money or these costs in the county. So I'm looking at those times when we had that done. Like, are we able to take that and see over time how we have been improved or maybe did worse?
Commissioner, I'm not recalling the 2016 discussion, so it's something we'd have to go back and dig back up to find out if that's something that's replicatable or able to be looked at from a historical perspective.
Okay. So what have you said we kept that financial feasibility processes when we were making our decisions on comp plan amendments, and no, he didn't. So, but that's what he was kind of saying. Can you explain again, sorry, what you were just saying about how we are doing that?
So
because you said we've kept the financial feasibility because that was the board decision. So how have you done that?
So generally speaking, kind of an old adage back when I was at DOT and when the Department of Community Affairs was overseeing local government comprehensive planning, the phrase was, if you plan for it, you have to demonstrate that you can pay for it. And so when a local government updates its comprehensive plan, there's the required data inventory and analysis that needs to be submitted associated with the overall comprehensive plan. When the board amends its comprehensive plan, and we do that fairly regularly, there are associated traffic studies that show what are those infrastructure needs. And then those infrastructure needs get evaluated against our current comprehensive plan list to find out if the infrastructure needed to support the development is otherwise being planned for. That's one of the reasons you see in the policies, like FLU 814, which talks about the densities and intensities of particular development projects, because those often limit the amount of trips or traffic that a development can generate. So there's a lot of changes that can occur within a development, but provided there's no additional transportation impact, if we're using that just as an example here.
But so you're talking about having the capacity. How about being able to pay for it?
If we're not adding projects to the long-range plan, then it's presumed that the revenues are if revenues were at some point in time reasonably available to and expected to fund the improvements, then if we're not adding projects, we're not having to adjust those, and recalculate available revenues.
Okay, so is the county then, is the philosophy of, I guess, county staff is making recommendations to the board, do you feel like growth pays for itself in this process?
I don't know that I've got an ability to easily answer that question.
Okay.
And again, I mean, the impact fees are the most direct nexus to providing for growth to pay its fair share.
All right, so what you just said beforehand was that there's projects that you may have the funding available. What about those projects that we don't have the funding available? Because we're here right now asking for a transportation sales tax because we have a funding deficiency. So if there is a project that's going to cost some taxpayer dollars, it's not financially feasible. So because we don't have the funds, obviously, because we're looking for a sales tax. So then the recommendation from staff should be to not approve those developments then.
So the sales tax is one of the funding strategies that's actually identified in our comprehensive plan policies regarding how we may pay for transportation infrastructure. So it's currently contemplated in giving that sort of one of the tools in the toolbox for the Board of County Commissioners to explore on how to pay for transportation. But generally speaking, our current revenue streams are not sufficient to dig us out of the hole that we're in, let alone probably maintain a steady state of transportation levels of service.
So are you saying then that staff is recommending approval on projects that we can't pay for because there may in the future at some point be a transportation sales tax that could pay for it?
No. I think
that's what I just heard.
There's sort of two pieces to this. One, in terms of, well, first off, when we talk about specific development applications or permits, the county's actually denied from or preempted from denying a development permit because of transportation deficiencies. So what we look at then is for comprehensive plan amendments, and when there's an increase in external trip generation associated with those comprehensive plan amendments, then the traffic studies that get submitted look at whether or not those developments have infrastructure needs that are consistent with our currently financially feasible, on paper at least, long-range transportation plan. And that disconnect gets evaluated associated with comprehensive plan amendments.
So are you saying that we cannot make comprehensive plan amendment decisions based on transportation?
Absolutely you can.
Okay, so you just said that we couldn't, though.
No, I said for development permits, which are related to concurrency, rezoning, et cetera.
Okay, so those are two separate, yeah. So those are different than comp plan amendments. Okay, so, but thing is that all those rezonings, and it already has its future land use.
Correct.
Which should already be calculated into our county financial feasibility.
It's the transportation impacts associated with that growth projection are implicit in the development of our 2030 long-range transportation plan.
And they already have those entitlements.
Yes.
They're vested. But those that are not entitled or vested, future land use amendments, comp plan amendments, those are not.
But again, that's one of the things that you often hear about is these equivalency matrices, or where if the traffic impacts are not anticipated to increase with the associated development, then it's presumed that that our long range plan would otherwise cover those infrastructure needs.
If we have the capacity. If it's an area that has the capacity.
And certainly that's part of this is why every 7 years, the state requires us to look at an evaluation appraisal report and say how's the plan going. And that's, of course, one of the challenges when there's, multiple cycles of comprehensive plan amendments, and that baseline keeps evolving.
Okay, but if it's a comprehensive land use plan, future land use map amendment, there's no entitlement, no vested trips or anything for that property.
Well, there's an existing future land use associated with every parcel in the.
But not if they want to change it, I'm saying. So if they want to go higher density, so they want to add more capacity to a road, and we don't have the funding to add that capacity, or if they were approved, then the taxpayers would have to pay for all of that additional capacity needed. Then we're put in a position where now the taxpayers have to pay for it. But you said we have a policy somewhere that, or that the sales tax would be one of those mechanisms to help pay for some of these deficiencies. Am I understanding this right?
Well, part of this, Commissioner, is that's one of those factors that you all as a board can consider from a policy standpoint. But from as a staff, there may not be any one single factor. It sounds like you're saying ought to be carte blanche. If it doesn't have X, then it should be automatically. Staff should not be recommending approval. But there are many factors, many nuances to this. So when staff brings those forward, the board, at its discretion, can then make its decisions.
Okay, but if we have policies, you said we have a financial feasibility policy, and if a development that comes in asking for a future land use amendment is not going to pay for itself and it's going to require taxpayer dollars to help pay for it, that's not financially feasible. So if the policy says we have to be financially feasible, then shouldn't the recommendation be from staff that it's not recommended?
The financial feasibility requirements are of the comprehensive plan and the long-range transportation plan as a whole, and they're not focused back to a particular project.
Okay, but we do have, which you have not mentioned, we do have a policy that states that we should have a fiscal sustainability tool to make decisions by under certain circumstances, which is, like in the rural area, a development. Where is that tool?
There was a policy that was added, I think, 2013 to the comprehensive plan that put that as a future work effort for the planning division, was to develop that. That has not been completed to date.
When was the deadline to complete that?
There was, I think, originally a policy that made reference to, I don't know if it was 2016, 2019 as an expected completion date for that. But that policy was amended to remove the deadline because it was not something that was, again, feasible for staff to complete with the current resources and workload priorities of the board.
So in 2013, that policy was added with a deadline in 2016 to have it completed. That's 3 years.
Again, Commissioner, I don't remember the specific date that was in the...
It was 2016.
Okay.
So in 2021, then that deadline was removed, and we still don't have the tool. And today's 2024, we still don't have the tool. How many years is that? That's like 11 years? And this is a very important tool because, now we're in a position asking for a transportation sales tax because we didn't have a tool that was supposed to tell us that it wasn't financially feasible for a development to move forward, which staff would have had that tool and been able to say, hey, this doesn't, it doesn't pass this tool, so we recommend denial. So you didn't have that tool to help make those decisions or those recommendations.
Okay.
All right, so why were there roads outside of the urban service area in East Orange County that are listed as partnership roads in our long-range transportation plan?
I think that's been a long-standing strategy and policy of this board is to have growth attempt to contribute to the infrastructure needs in areas of the county that are anticipated for that growth. And so, and those policies have been in place, or those projects have been reflected in that manner, whether it's the east side of the county or the west side of the county, certainly before I got here. Mm-hmm. And so they've been public-private partnership projects for quite a while.
But are there any in the urban service area? Because I only know of the ones in my district, which are in the rural area. Are there any in the urban service area?
I don't know, Commissioner.
Okay. Because when I was going through the Florida statutes, it recommends against putting these partnership roads in the rural area because it encourages urban sprawl, which is expensive for the county. Okay. So that's why these partnership roads, which costs us more money and creates more deficiencies created in the rural area.
Commissioner, again, I wasn't here at the time. Those projects were added to the plan in that manner.
Okay. So proportionate share. Why, when we're doing proportionate share, we're using evening peak hours instead of morning peak hours?
The PM peak hour is the traditional peak hour for congestion, and so that's kind of a common standard practice across all transportation agencies and local governments to evaluate the pure peak hour for traffic. There are certain circumstances because of operational nuances and flows that will evaluate the AM peak as well, more at the sort of at a traffic signal and turning movement issue to make sure that you've got the capacity and storage for, the opposite directions for the morning commute. But typically the PM peak is the most commonly evaluated peak between 4 and 6.
And then these peak hour trips is what determines how much in proportionate share these developers are going to pay, right?
Generally speaking.
Okay. So, and this is just me assuming without seeing any data, I would assume the morning peak hours have more traffic because everyone's going to school at the same time and trying to go to work at the same time. But in evening peak hours, it's different. People aren't coming out of school. They've already gotten out of school. And people come home at different hours. Some people might even stay at work longer because they want to avoid the traffic. So it seemed that morning AM peak hours would have more traffic than the PM. So why aren't we using...
That's not true. Okay. There's several factors that are associated with that. I mean, most traffic counts are average daily traffic. They get converted to average annual daily traffic volumes, and then there's peak factors called the K and Ds. The peak to daily ratio is the K, which looks at sort of what percentage of the traffic occurs in the peak volume versus the entire day. Sorry, the peak volume of the peak hour versus the entire day. So it's kind of an peak hourly factor. And then the D is your distributional factor. And your Ks and your Ds typically max out between 4 and 6. They're not the morning peak in most circumstances.
So you're saying the evening is more?
Evening is higher.
Higher. Even though people already picked up from school?
But you typically have commercial deliveries that aren't happening at 8 o'clock in the morning and other truck traffic, and businesses aren't open typically at 8 o'clock in the morning as well. So it's not school traffic that drives most of the peak. It's again most commonly it's between 4 and 6.
Okay, and in the Florida statutes, I wasn't able to find it saying what kind of peak hour we need to use.
FDOT has a quality level service handbook that dictates most local government level of service methodologies and approaches that get used consistently across the state.
Okay, so are we required to use that?
No, but
because
it's a best practice.
Because I found in the Florida statutes that we were able to put together our own concurrency policies.
And concurrency is no longer required by the state either, but the local Orange counties continue to adopt and maintain a concurrency management system post 2011.
But you have two options: either get rid of it or keep it. And if you're going to keep it, though, we could put together our own policies, but there are some stipulations, some things when it comes to proportionate share that we have to do, right?
Again, the state law changes in 2011 removed the requirement to be financially feasible. They removed the requirement to maintain a concurrency management system, but they did, state statute legislature was very clear in saying if you continue to implement transportation concurrency, you must do these things. One of those is allowing for a proportionate share process for development permits.
Yes, so I definitely would like to look at that more and how we can make sure we're getting every buck we can with the policies, because I just don't want to have a policy where it's using, like you say it doesn't, but let's say if the peak hours in the morning are higher, then we should be using that instead of evening peak hours. So
in our last concurrency update, we did make reference to a traffic study methodology. I think it's STAMP is the acronym. I apologize, I can't remember the whole term. But it does include not just a roadway segment analysis, but an intersection analysis. And I think there are certain circumstances upon which staff looks for an AM peak hour traffic count and level of service analysis for key intersections within a reasonable proximity of the development.
Okay.
So I think that's being looked at.
All right. And so before my last question, the fiscal sustainability analysis tool that's supposed to help guide us in decisions on whether a development is going to be financially feasible or not, we really need that tool. And we're asking for a transportation sales tax when we don't have a tool like that to make our decisions. What does it take to get that tool made?
Certainly, I think it would be direction from the board to move forward.
Well, you already had direction from the board in 2013 to do it, though. And a deadline.
A policy was added. And again, Commissioner, in terms of staff workload, there's a lot of things that we're currently engaged in, and so we'd have to come back with you. I mean, again, trying to get Vision 2050 and Orange Code across the finish line has been consuming a significant amount of staff attention for a number of years. And so if the board's desire to move forward and finally get that tool in place on a specific schedule, we'll have to evaluate the costs, the workload, the impacts to staff, and then come back with you with that information so you can assist us in establishing where that falls in your priorities.
Okay, well, it was already decided by a board. You were given a deadline. Vision 2050 didn't start until 2017. The deadline was 2016. Are there other counties that already have one that we could probably just copy?
Again, we'd have to do research on that.
But what? Okay, I'm going to stop now, but I don't understand why nothing had been done by staff when you were already given board direction and you had a deadline. Where was the oversight?
Board adopted a policy.
Yes.
There wasn't a single commissioner that was asking for that update until today.
Well, as a commissioner, I just expect staff to, here's a policy, and you take ownership of it, and you take the initiative to make it happen.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. I'm done.
All right. In either case, what we do know, whether the study was done or not, the system is broken. We got traffic congestion. We got a problem that needs a solution. And that's what we're trying to do, is address the challenge that we have as a community. All right, Commissioner Wilson.
Mayor, the thing is, if you don't mind, we're looking for a solution to a problem that doesn't, I mean, this isn't the ultimate solution, though. Like, we haven't tried other things, like having that tool, for instance. Like, there's just other things that should be done before we just jump the gun to something that's taxing the public.
That's probably debatable, you know.
Well, everything's debatable.
I don't necessarily agree that we haven't done anything. You know, we've incrementally been addressing the issues. As a county, every board has been addressing those issues, and we still have the problem.
I apologize. I didn't mean that we're not doing anything, but
well,
it was just,
you said.
I know, I did. That was.
So
However, there are some policies that we have in place that aren't being utilized.
I still say, though, Commissioner, our role is to come up with the solutions to the problems that we have. And in terms of the financing of it, yeah, they've laid out what the financial gap is there. We see it, we experience it, we live it every single day when you're coming to and from work, encountering the traffic. So intuitively, we know our citizens are asking us to solve it. Okay.
Yes, I apologize. And no, so our citizens are asking us to solve it. But look, I'm just going to say I do not support this, especially when you voted to approve Sustany, which would have just added so much more traffic to our roads and $400 million of taxpayer dollars, and then you want to add a sales tax when if it would have went your way, that would have happened. Like another $400 million.
If that's the position you're taking, okay. We got to move forward and finish the conversation this morning. Other members of the board have questions, and they deserve to have their questions asked. You know, it's not a monopoly. Let's move forward. We understand your position. You've articulated that before. It hasn't changed. So we don't need to go through all of that. Commissioner Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor. And actually, Commissioner Bonilla, I'm glad that you had a second follow-up there because I was in the middle of eating a cracker, and nobody likes a hangry commissioner. So, I appreciate the information, the update, and actually some perspective change, which I think shows that even within these 2 years that there's been sort of a potential listening session out there at some of our engagements to see safety kind of rise above a capacity. But I think that the discussion that we're having right now about evaluating growth management is very valid. But I also think that, to the mayor's point, that we can walk and chew gum. Sometimes I can't. But the idea is that, yes, we may have inherited some issues in some areas that we really do need additional sources of funding. The transit, we're never going to make what we need in fares to continue on with our transit plans. That is just not the business plan. That has to be a community investment. At the same time, I do believe there's a problem that when we have an updated future land use map amendment, which happens every 2 weeks, that there are these amendments out there, and typically they are out in the rural areas, that we're told we evaluate that piece of it at the next step. We don't evaluate that piece of it now. We don't look at those overall transportation impacts now, or if we do, it's based on something. We do that. This is just this step. This is just transmittal. This is just this. But then by the time we are able to have those negotiations, then we're at a place where the legislature says that we can't deny it based on traffic. So I do think it's a valid conversation. I think it's an important one when we look at staff reports and how we adapt our staff reports to get the actual, like what we do and don't have the ability to evaluate a development plan on, or a future land use map amendment on. And I think that for everybody who watches those future land use maps amendments, they are additions to our comp plan. We are changing our comprehensive plan incrementally over time. Even if the big comp plan only gets touched every 20 years, the one that has the transportation portion of it seems to be on a track that's not always in conjunction with those every 2 week amendments. So I think it's a valid conversation. I think we'll be probably talking about it again when my question about what has happened so far, sort of in this reuptake of the transportation sales tax, for those of you that have had your community meetings, or for staff, what is the public saying? What has been your feedback that you're getting from people as you're out there?
We have had, thank you, Commissioner Wilson. We have had a couple meetings and haven't had a significant amount of feedback. I don't know if we have results of the surveys yet. We're still working on that. But a lot of discussions was on the need for public transportation, the need for transit. There was discussion about certainly the need for safety projects. Carol's coming up here and she can have more, and they have been documenting this on lists, but there was a lot of, obviously discussion on traffic congestion. The mayor asked the question in the beginning, how many people think we have traffic issues, and everyone raises their hands. So certainly that's still a function. But let me see if I know Carol's been documenting it very well, so I'll defer to her.
Thank you, Brett. Commissioner, we do have some results, and I know it's not a lot yet, but I will share those with you and the board. So traffic congestion, when we ask that question of what are your top challenges, that still ranks at the top. Next is unsafe walking and biking conditions, and then commute time. So those are very similar to what those challenges were that we saw in 2022. And just to give you a quick update, some of the top priorities that we received so far: building a mass transit system is at the top, increasing pedestrian safety was second, and then building more sidewalks and bike lanes. So you can see safety was important to the surveys we received so far.
Okay, great. Well, I think that, it's definitely, those are things that I had on my list in 2022 and will continue to try to pursue for our residents. I have an area that I think people think of as mostly suburbia, but it really was intended in Horizon West to be a walkable, bikeable area. And that takes intentionality in planning and development and in investment. So I appreciate the feedback and look forward to our meeting out in District 1. If I have anybody watching right now or in the room, please be there April 1st, Windermere High School. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Thank you. Hello? Thank you, Mayor. I had several questions, and I just take them out when you all touch on it. But, okay, I have, let's see, my questions are easy. I think. Based on what Commissioner Wilson was asking, one of the things that also I think you didn't mention, Brett, that the community, when it was in Avalon in my district, mentioned was that they don't want more roads, but they want a better transportation system. They said that. They said, and they expressed what you said, the biking and walking safety, and the connection between east and west. They said that, like everybody was saying like the same thing, and most of them was there. They didn't say they didn't want it. They said that they wanted to see if it could be half penny or a penny. So saying that, can ballot pick and choose or no? If it goes through, can we say if they want to vote for the half penny or the full penny or no?
I don't believe so.
No?
But
Okay.
I think you have to pick a.
Yeah.
Hi,
Legal.
Commissioner. No, the ballot needs to be clear on specifically what you're asking for. You wouldn't be able to do one or the other.
Okay, one or the other. So we could decide that. Okay.
No, you couldn't.
No, but we could decide if we wanted a half to go.
Oh, yes.
Or
Yes, you can do
complete
anything
penny.
up to 1%, but you couldn't ask them either or on the ballot.
Okay.
The ballot needs to be clear and unambiguous.
Okay, good. So the board will, just to be clear, because these are questions that the residents have been asking after, so it could be clear. If the BCC decided, let's go have penny, it's the BCC who decided, and that's what it goes to the ballot.
Correct.
Okay, if they decide 1 penny, well, it goes 1 penny.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so my other question is, if this passed as well, you know that there were bonds taken for the acceleration program. If this passed, can this pay the bonds for the acceleration program?
Commissioner, I'm not sure I follow you on the acceleration program.
Okay, I can answer. So we currently have that funding secured. We actually, at the pace, we've actually been doing cash funding. We want to accumulate to a certain point to determine when enough financing would be necessary. But so far, we've been in a position to actually cash fund, which is ideal when you can. Could this take out, if we get to that point when you have remaining projects, it could, if those projects were on the project list. But right now, are on their own separate list. We have not included those projects that are in the accelerated transportation safety plan. We have not included those in the project list that you will see at some point by the next meeting as we get the input, and has been shared with commissioners during the briefings. Those projects are not on the project list, so we would not anticipate using sales tax for projects that are not for the purpose of the accelerated transportation safety plan.
Okay. And my last question, and this is because also was asked by one of the residents. In regards to the technical committee and the citizen board, will this follow all the membership requirements? I don't know if this is legal or who, but anyways. And also, will the citizen that we appoint needs to have any experience with transportation, any professional, I don't know, experience with transportation? So the residents would like to know if, if this goes through and these boards are committee and boards are
So you're going back with me to the last time around the board. We identified the categories, the board for the citizens oversight. There was some general language about all right, Whitney's pulling out the actual language.
I had to put on my glasses and actually put the document in front of me, sorry. So you've got two boards. Are you referring to the Citizen Oversight Board or the Transit?
Yeah, well, not the technical, the
oversight,
citizen, the oversight.
Okay.
Yes.
So that requires, let's see. You're asking who is going to be on the board, Commissioner?
If the requirements are going to be like, other boards that they have to have experience or professionally have any knowledge of transportation or what?
So as the resolution was written last time, I imagine we would follow the same format this time. It's 11 members who serve 4-year terms. It would include 2 individuals appointed by the mayor, one of whom should be a consumer of public transportation, 6 individuals, one appointed by each of you, each of the commissioners, each of whom shall be a resident of the commission district that you are appointing them from, 1 individual appointed by the mayor of the city of Orlando, 2 individuals collectively appointed by the remaining municipalities. Their qualifications are that they would need to be residents of Orange County who possess experience or interest in the fields of finance or accounting, transportation, mobility improvement operations, land use planning, or engineering. And no member of the board shall at any time during their term be an elected official or an employee of any city, county, state, special district, federal government, or materially engaged for remuneration for pay by any public or private recipient of transportation surtax proceeds.
Thank you so much. So thank you, everyone, for the presentation. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, and Whitley, before you leave, I know that there's some scheduled meetings with conversation by the current Charter Review Commission regarding the merits of advancing a referendum to the ballot to have some type of transportation commission. If that advances to the ballot and is successful, it likely might require some tweaking of this transportation oversight committee, right? Or are the two kind of on a similar track at this point?
As that proposed amendment is currently written, Mayor, they do seem to have some overlap. I have a phone call into their attorney. I need to reach back out to him to talk to him about some of the language that's in that proposed proposed charter amendment. We do have some concerns about some potential overlap there and some conflict the way it's currently written. So I am working with him to try and smooth some of that out if we can.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Uribe.
Okay. I appreciate all the questions and comments from our board, but I'm going to kind of go to what you have here. What does the staff additionally need? I think at this point, I had my meeting last night. I did receive actually a lot of feedback before the meeting, and I'm just going to be very open. I'm skeptical about this. As a resident of Orange County, it didn't pass last time. It didn't pass overwhelmingly, and I think that what we're saying here, and this has been the message that's been given to me, times are better. Well, times aren't better. We had a resident stand up last night and say, times are tough. They're still tough. We still have food insecurity. We still have a housing issue. We still have all of these things taking place. And as opposed to 2 years ago when this was like thoroughly discussed and we actually had input, you're kind of just saying, you want us to go forward? What do you think? Where are we at? And by the way, in 2 weeks, we need a decision. We had one meeting that I think I had maybe 30 people last night show up, Carol. 35 and 15 were Orange County employees. Did we count those? Okay.
I wanted to make sure I counted both for you all. So it was about 40 for District 1, 45, District 1, I'm sorry, Commissioner Gomez-Cordero. District 4 had about 45 people, not including staff. And I counted 38 last night, not including staff for District 3. So.
Okay. And the bottom line is, I don't see anything different from 2 years ago. We're sitting here discussing the same thing that failed 58% of the vote. And I was really hoping, so for staff, I was really hoping that there would be something that we could go to our community and say, how about this? Okay, I know there's a problem. Clearly, we knew there was a problem 2 years ago. We knew there was a problem in Mobility 2020, and we knew there was a problem in all the campaigns that have been done with the previous mayors. But yet we don't have the confidence of the voters to get this to pass. We understand that every day that it passes, cost goes up. We do. We see that in everything, clearly, with what we're doing. But I would like to see something that I could tell the voters or tell our community, here's a different perspective. I have been doing my own research. I know in Miami-Dade, they're actually posing the question to the voters. They're not asking for money. They're saying, is Miami-Dade interested in more public transportation funding? No money associated, a simple question that's going to be on the ballot. Because we have, even Brett, when you were giving these numbers, you were like, we had 19,000 surveys filled out the last time. There's 1.5 million people who live here. That is nothing compared to the actual residents. But then if you actually take that data and say, but yet 58% of the public said no. We're not communicating with the people. We're not, there's something broken here. And it's not us knowing we need to do something. It's not knowing that we are behind. It may be a combination of we haven't kept up with development and transportation, and now we're like, uh-oh, what are we going to do? And it's only going to get worse. But I got to tell you, another thing that worries me, and I've gotten some feedback, is you've also got the school penny tax on the same ballot. So now we're going to have people say a penny for school, a penny for transportation, a half penny. Okay. When have we ever double taxed the public and they are on board? We have to, in my opinion, really look at, and have we ever gotten an analyzation or a feedback on why it failed? I know in my district we had up to 64% in the area that we were last night that did not have confidence in it and did not vote for it. We did not have the support of two of my mayors. We had Mayor Dyer, but we had Mayor Foraker and Mayor Dallas who did not support the penny tax. Then we had Mayor Nelson come in front of us who said, give us the money, we'll figure out how we use it, and then we'll let you know that we're doing it right. So what is the plan? Where are we doing the same 45, 45, 10? Now we're taking on responsibility, and we have to, and we knew this day was coming for SunRail. But are we now expecting this money to also cover the Sunshine Corridor? I don't feel like we're being transparent enough for the public to get the confidence in us on moving this forward. I have sat back and just thought as a voter, and I'm skeptical of it. And so if I don't even trust what we're doing, and I've asked Byron, we've met, I'm like, is this the same thing? Have we updated anything? Is there anything new? Are we, and Brett, you were at that conversation, and you guys, well, we have a project of priorities and this and that. And I can tell you, for me, my community, from being elected to now 6 years in, and I think we all have these areas, Lake Underhill, Chickasaw to Econ. And I'll never forget the day I started, Ajit told me, Commissioner, you'll never see this happen while you're in office. Because it's not just a road issue, it's a right-of-way issue, it's a drainage and infrastructure issue. And this is no longer a $20 million project. This is a $70 million project. So even with this, and I know you said it's on the list. Well, yeah, there's a ton of things on the list. But does it mean it'll get funded? I know, Mayor, I supported this the last time before, and I really pushed for that oversight, where we had people who were actually directly, because I don't think it should be political, because I like Michelle. Michelle gets to be on the board, so she's on, there should be some professional input of why you're on these boards. But at the same time, I said, we all have shovel-ready projects that we know if we went to our community and said, Lake Underhill is going to get done. Land Street's going to get done. 10th Street and Taft is going to get widened so that semi-trucks aren't sliding over for cars. We all have those projects, and I know all of us in our own districts could name 5 major issues that we get calls and emails over and over, except for Commissioner Wilson, who has new issues that Avalon and all of that you guys have going on. But we're not addressing those. And I know there's no comfort in actually committing because some are more expensive. And even when we talked about sidewalks yesterday, Brett and with Kelly, and I love Vision Zero. I am very, very passionate about it. But you have told me there are roads that we can get a sidewalk right now, but yet a road where a mom has to be on the road with her baby stroller is going to take some time. So we know where we really need it, but unfortunately we're saying we know we can get this done because it's easier, because that just needs a whole lot more. And I heard from residents. I had one resident text me and said, it's another thing with lipstick on it. You know, like they didn't believe, they were in our audience last night, they didn't speak, but they messaged me on the way out. So I am asking, so right now, what additional information can assist us? Something way more concrete, something different than what we did 2 years ago, because the mission of insanity is to keep doing the same thing and expect a different outcome. Because if we seriously move this forward as it is and expect the public to say yes, I think we're fooling ourselves. But if we do have some real concrete barriers that we're going to meet if we do this, that would be a different story. But I will be a little concerned to say I am concerned about the half-penny tax for the schools. I am very, very concerned. They are under severe financial constraint as it is from the state, and to now put them on the same ballot, categorized with us, not to mention all the charter review things coming along, they could become a casualty of war. And I think that that's a very, very important issue that we need to be open to discuss. But I will tell you right now, I want to see something different. If you are moving forward the plan of 2022, they told us already no. So we're still going to try the same thing, or unless there's something different that's going to be brought to the table. Mayor, I just want to say I respect your passion and your desire and your right on us needing this. I just don't think right now, if we're doing the same thing, it's going to pass. That's where I'm at. I know we need it. I think we all know we need it. But I'm just giving you feedback. That's what you guys asked, feedback. Because I have my bag from 2 years ago, and I was reviewing it. So all my questions were answered 2 years ago. But what is different now is it's the same thing that I have in my bag. I can bring it and make copies for everyone, and we can go over it from the DOT agreements, from all that we had in place, except now we're going to have to pay for the SunRail. But I don't see anything being proposed. And I don't see an effort for us to look to exhaust any other ways to assist in this. I just see that we're just going back to the voters and saying, give us a penny so we can get this done. But have we internally looked at everything possible to get some of this done so we can prove to the voters that we have exhausted everything outside of Vision Zero, which is more that's specific pedestrian usage. Because right now, I heard a clip that I must have done it months ago on Channel 9 that said, and it reminded me this morning in the news, all of them, Commissioner Scott was on it, Commissioner Bonilla, you were on it, and you were mirrored, you said exactly what you said today. You said it in that clip whenever you had it. And mine was, have we exhausted every measure of helping fund any portion of this before we go back to the voters and ask them for more money? And if you can help me answer that, I am skeptical right now as it stands today on whether we should have you guys keep pushing the same thing we did 2 years ago, not even 2 years ago, that failed. And failed, it wasn't even a 1 or 2%, failed significantly. Because that's undue work on you, and if we're doing the same thing and expecting a different outcome, then I think it's bad on us on a decision. So if you have any insight on, have we exhausted every financial measure to do anything to help in this? As it stands now, please.
Byron said he'll take a stand.
So on that last part, and understand all the other points you mentioned about kind of community readiness, but on that last part, indeed, I can say that we have looked at our financial situation. We've exhausted one action that this board has taken that I think this board ought to continue to get credit for and recognize is the increase in the transportation impact fees. You substantially increased transportation impact fees. That was a very direct action that this board took. Second, is the accelerated transportation safety plan. That was when we looked at all of our existing resources and developed that $100 million program to address transportation. That was based upon finding dollars within our existing sources. Then we do have the revenues from a financial, and I get it, your question was broader, but I at least wanted to know, those two very specific.
You're right, Byron, and I forgot about that transportation impact fee. So you are right, because that is somewhat addressing your issue. I mean, obviously, we're so far behind that we'll never catch up, even with that being said. Well, then if we're saying, okay, we have told the developers to pay more, we increased by triple, then we should say, okay, we're telling the developers to do their share, so maybe we just need to ask for half a penny and not a full penny, because we're saying we've gone and requested it from developers, and I don't know if there's a consensus. I'm just putting some out there because that's what you guys wanted today, some sort of feedback where we now say we've tripled the cost on development when it comes. Yes, we're behind. We got it. Okay, we are behind and we get it, and we can't always just deny based on transportation because we would get sued left and right, and Jeff Newton and his team would be in court every day. But can we honestly say, since we've required that, so voters, we're not asking you to carry the whole haul. They've ponied up. You halfway meet us there and do a half penny tax. I would love to put that out there as an entertainment because I kind of feel like we're asking the same questions. We've got the same complaints, but are we offering something new to the table to bring forward? And a half penny tax, considering the school half penny and our half penny, so total will only be at 7% as opposed to 7.5%. Guys, I'm just opening a dialogue with all of you as colleagues as some sort of option to build some sort of confidence in the public and our own board to consider something going forward. And I will leave it at that, but you guys wanted feedback, and I think that that's what I just gave you. More than you probably wanted, but I felt that it's necessary, and it's in an environment where hopefully my colleagues will have some follow-up and say yes or no, or I agree, or let's look at that, and what does that look like? I did see your numbers last night, Brett, and I get it. We're not going to get as much as we want if we did a 30-year, 1 penny bond, but you know what we can do is we can say 10 years from now, look what we did with your half penny, and gain the confidence of the public to continue to pursue this like Seminole County has done successfully. Just an option and a thought, and would love
I would
feedback.
be much more supportive of that.
Okay. Commissioner Moore.
Well, I'm kind of glad I went at the end. I think.
Not quite. No.
Okay. Well, towards the end. How about that? I think we have a structural problem that we've had for 30 years, and which is we don't have the. It's very difficult for the staff. We're putting them in a position of like they have to promote a tax, and they cannot legislatively. They can't run a campaign. They can only give you information. They can't run the story, and they can't, organize a campaign out in the community. So last year, the mayor and his staff did the best they could within the confines of the law, and then we relied on some professionals to come in at the back end, and it was, it was too late. So I think we should think of some structural changes. The ones who actually can advocate and can answer that is the 7 of us sitting here on this board. And I'd like to suggest that, maybe we have a committee, we meet in a different setting where we actually can get into all these nitty-gritty things that you've brought up, and we can address all of these issues, and then we can go out and work with our community. Clearly, there's a disconnect. It's in mine as well as the rest of yours. They want the improvements. They don't like all the growth. They don't want to pay for it, but those things don't add up. And it's our job, it's our responsibility to help these things add up and help them to understand the best path forward. Now, clearly, if you're thinking about it, the counties all around us have passed a tax years ago. And I love watching coast to coast bike riders. It puts me to sleep at night. And they're all riding right now because the weather's good. And I get to watch these videos. I'm going from Titusville to Pinellas. And I'm always just hoping when they get through our gap, they don't say anything bad. And they don't. We've done pretty well. But they all brag about Seminole County. Oh, those tunnels under the road. I'm like, they've been paying for it with their penny tax for 30 years, and we haven't had it. And so I think it's a structural issue. I wish we could have another conversation about a separate committee where this board could derive it, because we keep asking the staff to do what they cannot legally do. And quite frankly, the last time we left it all to the mayor. He's one person, and they can't advocate. So I think we have to find a different organizational structure, because clearly our people don't understand how all these things fit together. There's trust issues, but that all could be certainly addressed in another way. And so I would be with Commissioner Uribe that I'm not sure what has changed. Could we do all that in 6 months, maybe. But to me, I need to see some different structure to be sure that we're going to be successful.
Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. Great presentation. I've seen part of it, so I read the rest. Carol, if you could send the PowerPoint to each of us, that would be great, the one from today. And in our previous conversations, I don't know where we are with this, but sending the precinct breakdown for all of us, where are we at with that?
We do have that, Commissioner, so I'll make sure and send that to everyone. Our GIS folks were able to get that from the Supervisor of Elections.
Okay. And then I think it might be helpful for those of us who have later meetings, like I know the mayor has his 26th, so tomorrow, just an act or action report, like in terms of attendance and things that you've seen in previous meetings with the commissioners who've already had this, because I think it would help kind of inform how we drive the conversation in the meetings that are to follow. And then County Attorney's Office. So the collective appointment with the other municipalities, can you run that through again, please?
For the oversight
so the
committee?
representatives on the advisory board, they get a collective appointment. Is that what you said?
No. Oh, hold on. I left my glasses.
No worries.
I've been carrying them around all morning, and then I finally left them somewhere. Okay. Qualifications for the Oversight Committee. Let me make sure I'm on the right one. Yes. Okay. You said the qualifications, right?
No, not qualifications. You said, so each commission, the mayor gets an appointment, each commissioner gets an appointment,
yes.
and you said the municipalities get a collective appointment. Is that what you said?
It says 2 individuals are collectively appointed by the remaining municipalities. So you've got 1 from the mayor of City of Orlando, 2 from Mayor Demings, 1 from each of your districts, and then 2 are appointed collectively by the remaining municipalities.
So then Ocoee, Apopka, Winter Garden would have to agree on an appointee to collectively represent their interest?
I believe
Yes.
that was the intent.
Yeah, so that was the conversation that they had. Mayor Demings met with the Council of Mayors. That was a conversation with the Council of Mayors, and it was a conversation also with the city administrators and the city managers, which they knew collectively they had like representation in this part of this process, and they at that time they were receptive to among themselves selecting those 2.
Okay. So my thoughts is I think we want to be fair to municipalities. Nothing against you, Mayor, but I think that it might be fair to give them another say-so. I mean, the mayor having 2 appointments, I think it would be maybe fair if the mayor had 1 appointment like each of us, and maybe they potentially had another appointment. I mean, again, you guys had these conversations that predate me, so some of these things I'm not sure of the nuances that came to how you guys arrived at your various conclusions. Like Commissioner Uribe says, I think that it certainly is worth a discussion in terms of whether it is a half cent or a whole penny, because, you know, I want to say the sales tax, the sales tax for the schools, I think this would be the 3rd renewal, I think this is the 3rd time that we've taken, and we're able to see the benefit. I don't think that anyone is against it. I think it's just seeing not so much the benefit, but when they will see the benefit. Like, okay, hey, we know we need transportation, but when will this, me as the average everyday, when will I see the benefit of this? But also we have to weigh the other needs. And so, again, wild card, forgive me just throwing this out here. I know some time ago there was a conversation about a half-cent children's services tax or something like that, right? And so not necessarily revisiting that, but if we're going to ask, if we are looking for a penny, and again, hey, you guys are asking me to pay taxes 3 different times, but I think if we educate folks, maybe they'll see the value of it as maybe it is a half cent for transportation, and maybe another half cents towards maybe a family services tax of sorts, or something that kind of mitigates some of the other issues that we know give hesitancy to folks. Like, I don't want to vote for transportation because I need housing, or I need something for my kids, or things of that nature. And so really looking at that. But for me, Carol and County Attorney's Office, if you all could provide as much data as you think is necessary, certainly the precinct breakdowns to see kind of what precincts, because then from that, I think, at least for me, I can maybe understand, okay, this particular area, I know why they voted yes or no, and kind of use that to inform how the conversations are going to go when I host my meeting. Yeah, that's all I got. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, I saw when you mentioned the issue with this, let's say a children's services tax or something, when his eyebrows went up, because I know that we have to have single subject. You couldn't couple issues under one referendum, so that would mean multiple referendum questions that would be on the ballot if we did that. So we have, this is tough. This is very difficult, what we're talking about. Now, I will say with the school tax, it already exists, and it's easier because now they have the benefit of pointing back to what they have accomplished over time with it. We don't. What we point to is traffic congestion, the lack of a true multimodal transit system, and the lack that is causing significant challenges for everybody in the community. It's causing problems for people getting to work in a timely manner. It's causing us to continue building roads that infringe on environmentally sensitive lands. It's causing issues with air quality and a number of things. It's a conundrum that we find ourselves in. And so when is the right time to do a tax increase? It's probably no best time to do it. But in our community, we have called upon the private sector, and with the right rail support, private sector is saying that they'll step up as it relates to connecting the airport to the International Drive corridor. There are opportunities for the federal infrastructure dollars, perhaps some state dollars, and other things that timing is everything. When we started this conversation, I just remind you that it was not about starting with the end in mind, saying that we're starting this process to put it on the ballot. No, this is a conversation that we're having. The reason why we're having this conversation is because members of our community have questioned and demanded that we have this conversation about the merits of it. Obviously, during a presidential election, the turnout is usually much different than it is during the gubernatorial race. And so that's a point in time. We've even talked about, as a board, the prospects of doing a millage rollback of some type, okay, to make it more palatable for the other taxpayers in Orange County if we advance this forward. The difference here is that under the statute, we can only use the infrastructure revenues derived from this for infrastructure improvements. Is pretty specific for O&M and capital, and so that's where we are. So if you all said, okay, amongst the members of this board, stop. I'm not willing to invest any political capital. Let's just stop. Let's kick the can down the road. Let's have this conversation maybe, in 2 years. Okay, we can do that. I'm listening to you all, and the reason why we're doing these updates is the last time we had the conversation, leading up to this, you said no. Let's do the community engagement. Let's have the meetings. Let's continue the dialogue. If we still want a dialogue before April 23rd, great. We can have a dialogue. We can try to tweak the plan, if you will. I will tell you that I don't necessarily agree that the plan before was a terrible plan, that we got it wrong. I believe that the plan was derived from a lot of citizen engagement and input. What we got wrong was not the plan. What we got wrong was the advocacy. In terms of the political will of our community to do it, I'm just going to be transparent here. The politicians in our community wanted the money, but the politicians didn't want to do the work to help sell it. Why? Because many of them were up for re-election at the time or up for election, and they said no. So we find ourselves here today, and quite frankly, if this board, if we cannot get solid support from our own board, then I say let's just stop, okay? Because all 300 of those meetings the last time I went to, and I'm telling you that I heard from our community. It wasn't that our community didn't say we don't need to fix it. They were saying, tell us how to fix it. What are you going to do with it? And so we're at that point. But I don't want to, being transparent, I don't want to go forward if I don't believe that you all, as a board, that you're with us in it. Why go forward with it? If you're working against it, we're going to have failure. That's why we have failure. We have failure because of timing. Rent went up, a hurricane occurred, inflation went up. Those were things that were outside of our control. I believe that we're in a better position today than we were then with most of those things. And so, you know, if you all say today, let's just wait. Let's just, you know, wait a couple of years. We can spend our energy and do other things. We can work on trying to perfect the plan, trying to fill the gaps of what some of you want, but some of you won't even be here in 2 years. You won't even be on this board. I may not be on this board. If the good Lord is willing, I'll be here because my term transcends through that period of time. But I'm more concerned about the future of our community and where we're headed and trying to resolve this significant challenge that we have. And that will take the collective of our entire board to get us there, okay? And if you don't see something in it that you can, that you think is right, if you think that reducing it to 10 years, a half penny, that's a conversation we can have. I believe that if we did that, I don't know in terms of our overall financial model, Byron, that we could then still do some kind of millage rollback and those types of things. But those are the kinds of conversations that we have. In fact, if we did this infrastructure sales tax, it guarantees the citizens that the funds will be spent consistent with the law. We couldn't move that to some other purposeful area. What we're doing with what we do with general fund dollars, it's the catch-all. We use it to do all types of things and provide services within our community. It's that kind of unrestricted fund stream that we have, but we're doing everything out of it. We're dealing with homelessness issues. We're dealing with social service issues. We're dealing with all those other issues out of that fund. So quite frankly, when you have one that is dedicated to address a significant need in our community, what it does, it relieves pressure on the fund that is non-restricted, and then we can maybe catch up on some of the social welfare types of well-being types of programs that we need to have as a county, where we're lifting the boat of the entire county in that process. So those are my comments. I know because we got a full afternoon, we need to take care of the human side of what we need to do. So I think on this issue, unless you all are saying to me at this point, I don't think that we really need to have additional dialogue on this. If I just need to know where you all are by consensus. If today you're not ready to make any decision to stop or go forward, I'm going to poll you at this point to see if we have any consensus where we are, and then we'll need to do a quick break. And then come back for a very robust afternoon. So, Commissioner Wilson, where are you? You want to stop now, or you want to go forward?
No, I just want to concur with, I think, some of the dialogue that my colleagues have had about the potentially shorter duration, potentially less amount, and then additionally making sure that whatever we heard out there that did, I know you're saying it was political will by leadership, but I do think that was for me, it was a result of listening to my people, right? I couldn't get behind something that my community overwhelmingly asked me not to. So that's a cyclical thing, but yes, I want to continue this. I'm optimistic.
All right, but your position is if we continue to look at half penny and a shorter duration. Commissioner Moore, where are you?
I think those things should be pulled, because when I've done this in the past, half penny, full penny hasn't always made that much difference. But we can look at that.
Experts tell us that it doesn't really make a difference.
It doesn't make a difference. So I'm willing to go if this board is all going to work together and it's not just you by yourself.
All right, Commissioner Uribe.
I'm willing to see if the dialogue that hopefully some of us kicked off today is actually going to happen. Because if we're going to do the same thing, I'm not. But if we're going to look at trying to do something that could possibly get moved forward, I'm open to that. But if we're doing the exact same thing as we did 2 years ago?
It's not the exact same thing because, quite frankly, if we reduce the term and we reduce the rate, we're going to have to reduce the plan, the project list. Okay.
I mean,
that's the bottom line.
I mean, the whole, Mayor, just one last thing before you move on. The whole point is it didn't pass. It didn't pass. So are we going to try to put something forward that could possibly pass, or are we going to do the same thing? Because I think if we had a crystal ball, we could have done this 2 years ago, but we didn't even almost have the confidence in the entire board when we did this 4 years ago. It was barely 4-3.
I hear you. So what I'm hearing you say is, go forward with conditions. Yep. Okay. All right. Commissioner Gomez-Cadero. All right. Commissioner Bonilla.
Well, someone had mentioned the school sales tax that's going to go on. I'm really fearful that if this ends up on the ballot with the sales tax, that both might fail. And we cannot afford to lose the school sales tax. I really wish this had, and I said before when this was brought up, that we had started a year earlier so that we could have negotiated some of this plan. I think maybe 2026 would be a better time when we don't have the school sales tax on there, and then we have some time to also go through some of this. I know in the previous one, I think Nicole Wilson, you and I were both saying 50% for mass transit from the 45, and there's other things we can do also with the impact fees. We raised that. However, if this sales tax pays for capacity building, then we actually have to lower the impact fees. So they're not going to be paying that. So, and that's why I'm pretty sure all of them were behind this. They get to pay less money towards us for transportation. But, there's other things that in the next couple of years, maybe we could work towards doing improvements that we could gain more confidence from the public, like that fiscal analysis, the fiscal sustainability analysis tool. The rural boundary, too, and our annexation problem that we're having. We solve some of those things that the people have been complaining about as well that's causing these problems. Okay. Then we could approach them in 2026 with a better plan.
Okay. I know where you are.
It's not on the same ballot as the school.
Stop now. Go to 2026. Commissioner Scott, where are you?
Mayor, I'm good to proceed. I would just like to have the staff be intentional as we have these different meetings, that they take the feedback and weigh the feedback that we're gathering with the existing plan and see when and what tweaks we need to make based on that input. And so just being 100% intentional on how it takes shape so that it's done obviously with the data, but also with the input of more of the input, I would say, of what the community is saying in these meetings that we're going to have. But okay. I'm good to move forward.
So where we are, the consensus is move forward, continue the conversation, getting to the date where we'll have to make a decision one way or the other. That date on the 23rd of April, is coming. So we'll do everything that we're doing now, have been doing over time. So thank you to members of the board. With that, we're going to go into recess until 2 p.m. and 2 p.m. we'll return for the afternoon portion of the meeting. So thank you all. . . . All right, good afternoon, everyone. Let me welcome all of you back to the March the 26th, 2024 Orange County Board of County Commission meeting. We're now in the afternoon session. At this time, we're going to move forward on our afternoon agenda. The first item that is up is regarding our Board of Zoning adjustment recommendations. And with that, we'll start our afternoon session. Mr. Kozak is going to come forward and lead us off with that.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. March 7th, 2024, the Board of Zoning Adjustment heard 8 cases. 7 of those cases were recommended for approval. One case, VA 2404003, Harris Tyrell, was continued. The BZA appeal deadline was Friday, March 22nd, 2024. No appeals were received. Therefore, we request the BCC accept the BZA recommended action and findings.
All right, with that, is there a motion for approval?
Second,
Motion by
Gomez.
Commissioner Uribe, second by Commissioner Gomez Cordero. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. A motion passes, and just let the record reflect that Commissioner Scott, Bonilla, and Moore were absent for that vote. With that, then we'll move forward now on our afternoon agenda. We'll move to A1. This is regarding a municipal service benefit unit. We'll open the public hearing on this item, and we're going to ask Ms. Ann Dawkins, the MSTU supervisor, to come forward to frame this item. Ms. Dawkins, you're recognized.
Good afternoon, Mayor Demings, County Commissioners. A1. This request is from a developer to establish the Harvest at Ovation MSBU for street lighting and retention pond maintenance, which consists of 166 lots. The street lighting assessment will be $144 per lot for operational expenses and administrative fees. The retention pond maintenance assessment will be $78 for operational expenses and administrative fees. This subdivision area is located in District 1. These establishing MSBUs for street lighting and retention pond maintenance will be effective November 1st, 2024, if approved today.
All right, thank you, Ms. Dawkins. This is an administrative item, so it's not an applicant, but we will open it up for any public comment at this time. Do we have any members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
No speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing on this item. Commissioner Wilson, would you like to offer a motion?
Yes, I'll move the requested action.
Second, Gomez.
All right, motion by Commissioner Wilson, second by Commissioner Gomez Cordero. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. Again, on this vote, we are only missing Commissioner Scott and Commissioner Bonilla. Ms. Dawkins is going to be up at the podium for a while this afternoon. She has a total of 8, so she has 7 more to go. So, Ms. Dawkins, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. A2. This request is from a developer to amend the Highland Ridge area MSBU to include Highland Ridge Phase 2 for street lighting and retention pond maintenance, which consists of 161 lots from Highland Ridge Phase 2. The street lighting assessment will be $137 per lot for operational expenses and administrative fees. The retention pond maintenance assessment will be $78 for operational expenses and administrative fees. This subdivision area is located in District 1. These amending MSBUs for street lighting and retention pond maintenance will be effective November 1st, 2024, if approved today.
All right, thank you, Ms. Dawkins. With that, do we have any members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
No speakers, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing on this item. We'll go to the district commissioner. Commissioner Wilson, would you like to offer a motion?
I move the requested action.
Second, Uribe.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. Again, Commissioner Scott, Commissioner Bonilla absent on that vote. And we'll move to now A3. Ms. Dawkins, you're recognized.
A3. This request is from a developer to amend the International Drive State Road 535 South to Osceola County Line Area MSBU for street lighting to include 10 acres International Orlando, which consists of 1 lot. The street lighting assessment will be $4 per linear foot front footage for operational expenses and administrative fees. This subdivision area is located in District 1. This amending MSBU for street lighting will be effective November 1st, 2024, if approved today.
All right, thank you, Ms. Dawkins. Again, any members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
No speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, we'll close the public hearing on this item. Commissioner Wilson, would you like to offer a motion?
Move the requested action.
Second, Moore.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Commissioner Moore was the seconder on the motion. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. And with that, Commissioner Bonilla didn't have the opportunity to vote on that, so Commissioner Scott and Commissioner Bonilla would be absent on that vote. We'll move forward then to the next item. Ms. Dawkins, you recognize.
A4. This request is from a developer to establish the Lingo Lane MSBU for street lighting, which consists of 18 lots. The street lighting assessment will be $186 per lot for operational expenses and administrative fees. This subdivision area is located in District 3. This establishing MSBU for street lighting will be effective November 1st, 2024, if approved today.
All right, thank you, Ms. Dawkins. Again, do we have any members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
No speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, we'll go to the District Commissioner, Commissioner Uribe. Would you like to offer a motion?
Yeah, I'd like to move recommended action.
Second, Wilson.
Was the seconder, was that Commissioner Wilson?
Yes.
The seconder is Commissioner Wilson. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion passes, and it is unanimous. The only member absent was Commissioner Scott. With that, we'll move to A5.
A5, this request is from a developer to amend the Meadow Woods Planned Development MSBU for street lighting to include 68 lots of Chase Landing subdivision. The street lighting assessment will be $19 per lot for operational expenses and administrative fees. This subdivision area is located in District 4. This amending MSBU for street lighting will be effective November 1st, 2024, if approved today.
All right, again, an administrative item, no applicant on this. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
No speakers, Mayor.
All right, we'll close the public hearing on this item. We'll go to the District Commissioner. Commissioner Gomez-Cordero, would you like to offer a motion?
Yes, so move.
Second, Uribe.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. And Commissioner Scott also absent on that vote. All right, we'll move to A6.
A6, this request is from a developer to amend the Orangewood Westwood MSBU for street lighting to include Paradiso Grande Phase 4 and Pack I Drive apartments. The street lighting assessment will be $276 per acre for operational expenses and administrative fees. This subdivision area is located in District 1. This amending MSBU for street lighting will be effective November 1st, 2024, if approved today.
All right, are there any members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
No speakers, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing on this item. We'll go to the District Commissioner. Commissioner Wilson, would you like to offer a motion?
Move the requested action.
Second, Moore.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. Again, Commissioner Scott will be absent on that vote. All right, we'll move to A7. Ms. Dawkins.
A7, this request is from a developer to establish the Osprey Ranch Phase 1 MSBU for street lighting and retention pond maintenance, which consists of 214 lots. The street lighting assessment will be $169 per lot for operational expenses and administrative fees. The retention pond maintenance assessment will be $78 per lot for operational expenses and administrative fees. This subdivision area is located in District 1. These establishing MSBUs for street lighting and retention pond maintenance will be effective November 1st, 2024, if approved today.
All right, thank you, Ms. Dawkins. Are there members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
No speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, we'll close the public hearing on this item. We'll go to the District Commissioner. Commissioner Wilson, would you like to offer a motion?
Move for the requested action.
Second, Uribe.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. Commissioner Scott is absent on that vote.
A8, this request is from a developer to establish the Palms at Windermere MSBU for street lighting and retention pond maintenance, which consists of 57 lots. The street lighting assessment will be $148 per lot for operational expenses and administrative fees. The retention pond maintenance assessment will be $78 per lot for operational expenses and administrative fees. This subdivision area is located in District 1. These establishing MSBUs for street lighting and retention pond maintenance will be effective November 1st, 2024, if approved today.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Dawkins. Are there members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
No speakers for this item, Mayor.
We'll close the public hearing. We'll go to the district commissioner. Commissioner Wilson, would you like to offer a motion?
Yes, move the request section.
Second, Moore.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. Thank you, Ms. Dawkins. All right, we're going to move to the next item, A8. These are petitions to vacate. I believe we have 3 of those this afternoon, and we're going to open the public hearing on the first item, B9. I'm going to call on Ms. Susan Usak, the Deputy Director of Public Works, to frame this item. And with that, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a petition to vacate PTV-23-10-042 from Hector Torres. The petitioner requests that Orange County vacate a portion of a 30-foot wide, unopened, unimproved right-of-way known as Coastline Avenue that lies along the north property line of a residential parcel located in West Orange Park subdivision containing approximately 0.22 acres. The property lies south of Coastline Avenue and east of Claricona-Ocoee Road. A portion of an existing structure and vehicles stored within the right-of-way prompted a code enforcement action. In order to resolve the violation, the petitioner requests to vacate to add the land to his property in order to obtain all appropriate permits. The real estate management, environmental protection, engineering, transportation planning, and roads and drainage divisions have no objection to the request. All utility providers have also provided letters of no objection. Approval of this request will have no adverse effect on the county. Staff has no objection to the request. All requested action is approval of PTV-23-10-042. The parcel is located in District 2, and I'm here to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. Is the applicant on this item present? If so, Representative, would you like to come forward and offer any comments? Okay, I don't see anyone coming forward. Are there members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
No speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing on this item. We'll go to the district commissioner, Commissioner Wilson, Commissioner Moore. We said Commissioner Wilson so many times a few moments ago. Commissioner Moore, would you like to offer a motion?
Yes, move the recommended action.
Second, Uribe.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion passes, and it is unanimous. Again, Commissioner Scott is the only commissioner absent on that vote. We'll move forward then to the next item on our agenda. This is item B10. We'll open the public hearing on this item. Once again, I'll have Ms. Usak frame this item. With that, you're recognized.
This is a petition to vacate PTV 23-05-020 Angie Alley on behalf of Axel Orocho. The petitioner requests that Orange County vacate a 10-foot wide portion of a 20-foot wide by approximately 65-foot long drainage and utility easement that lies along the north property line of the residential parcel located at Saddlebrook subdivision containing approximately 650 square feet. The property lies north of Furlong Way and east of Florida Turnpike. The petitioner wished to vacate to clear title to the property to obtain future building permits. The real estate management, environmental protection, engineering, transportation planning, and roads and drainage divisions have no objection to the request. All utility providers have also provided letters of no objection. Approval of this request will have no adverse effect on Orange County. Staff has no objection to this request, and our requested action is approval of PTV 23-05-030. The parcel is located in District 2, and I'm here to answer any questions.
All right, is the applicant on this item present? If so, would you like to come forward? She says she's present, but she's not coming forward. So with that, do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
No speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing on this, and we'll go to the district commissioner. Commissioner Moore would like to offer a motion.
Yes, move the recommended action.
Second, Uribe.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in opposed, no. A motion passes, and it is unanimous. And again, Commissioner Scott will be absent on that vote. We'll move to the next item on our agenda, and I think this is the final petition to vacate for today, item B11. I'll open the public hearing on this item. Again, Ms. Usak will frame this item.
This is a petition to vacate PTV-21-05-030 Grainville A. Winter on behalf of Springtime Investment Group, LLC. The petitioner requests that Orange County vacate a portion of a 30-foot wide by approximately 630-foot long drainage easement containing approximately 0.43 acres that lies along the west property line of his residential lot located in the Wedgefield community. The property lies south of Sabal Street and east of Bancroft Boulevard. The petitioner wishes to vacate to clear the title to the property. Real Estate Management, Engineering, Roads and Drainage, and Environmental Protection Division has no objection to the request. Ranger Drainage District has also provided a letter of no objection to the request. Approval of this request will have no adverse effect on Orange County, and staff has no objection to the request. Our requested action is approval of PTV-21-05-030. The parcel is located in District 5, and I'm here to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. Is the applicant on this item present? If so, would you, or representative, like to come forward for any comments? Okay, I see no one moving. With that, then, do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
No speakers, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing at this time. We'll go to the district commissioner. Commissioner Bonilla, would you like to offer a motion?
So moved.
Second, Gomez.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. Commissioner Scott also absent on that item. We'll move to the next item on our agenda for this afternoon. This is item C12. This is regarding a shoreline alteration on dredge and field. I'll open the public hearing on this item, and Mr. Tim Hull, our Environmental Programs Administrator, will frame this item. Mr. Hull, you recognized.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Today I'm presenting a shoreline alteration dredge and fill permit request, number SADF 2310-027. The applicant is IRB Land Trust Agreement. Here is a location map. The property is indicated in red, and as you can see, it's located at 11710 Lake Butler Boulevard in Windermere on the northern shoreline of Lake Butler. Here's an aerial photograph from 2023. The subject property is outlined in yellow. And here's the proposed site plan. So this project is comprised of 4 different sections of seawall, if you will. 3 of them are existing, and then 1 section is new, which I'll step through quickly for you. There's a replacement of 95 feet of existing concrete wall on the western portion of the property, which is colored in red for you. 65 feet of new seawall in the western central portion of the shoreline, which is depicted in purple. Replacement of 140 feet of existing seawall on the eastern central portion of the shoreline, which is shown in yellow. And after the fact, authorization of an existing 114 feet of vinyl seawall on the eastern portion of the property. And that portion of the wall will remain as constructed, and it's depicted in green on this slide. The new seawall will include a 6-foot return on the western property boundary and no return on the eastern property boundary due to that existing wall that will remain as constructed. And also riprap and plantings will be installed waterward of the proposed seawall. Just to step through those 4 components that I mentioned, this photo is of the existing 95-foot concrete section. Obviously existing wall on the western portion of the property. No permit was found for this seawall, but it appears in aerial photos as early as 1994, which predates the applicant's ownership, so no enforcement action for this section has been taken. There is an enforcement action on 1 portion of the wall, which I'll step through in just a moment. Here's a photo of 65 feet of shoreline in the western central portion of the property where they've proposed a new seawall. And then here's a photo of the 140-foot section of existing seawall in the eastern central portion of the property. Obviously, you can see the large crack indicating replacement is needed. This wall was previously permitted in 2009 as a retaining wall with a building permit. It didn't require an EPD permit at the time, but due to wave action and erosion over the last 15 years, water levels frequently now reach the wall, so it meets the definition of the seawall and needs an SADF permit to replace it. And then the enforcement section I was talking about. Here's a 114-foot section in the eastern portion of the property. It first appeared in aerial photos in 2015, which was after the applicant purchased the property. No permit was found for this, and therefore it's being included as part of the request to bring the wall into compliance with code. EPD did start an enforcement action, and we calculated a penalty of $1,873.75, and the applicant remitted that payment of that penalty on February 13th this year. Here's a cross-section for the proposed seawall. As I mentioned, they'll be doing riprap and plantings. Some considerations for you. This project was reviewed in accordance with Chapter 33, Article 4, and the review criteria and conditions of issuance therein. Notification of the hearing was sent to property owners within 500 feet, and EPD received no objections to this request. Our finding is pursuant to Orange County Code, Chapter 33, Article 4. EPD has evaluated the proposed SADF permit application and the required documents and has made a finding that the request is consistent with Section 33-129. And so finally, our action requested acceptance of the findings and recommendation of the EPD staff and approval of shoreline alteration dredge and fill permit SADF 23-10-027 to authorize the construction of a replacement vinyl seawall with riprap and plantings on the shoreline of Lake Butler for IRB Land Trust Agreement, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report. This is in District 1, and I'm available if you have questions. Thank you.
All right, is the applicant on this item present? Would you like to come forward and offer any comments? She's saying no. So with that, do we have any members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
No speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing. We'll go to the district commissioner. Commissioner Wilson, would you like to offer a motion?
I will, but I wanted to ask a question first, Tim. Pretty clear based on those images that they are shoreline clearing as well as having issues with their seawall. If you look at the neighboring properties, it's obvious that they are pretty natural shoreline plantings, and theirs looks like St. Pete Beach, which is not the way Lake Butler or any of those on the Channel Lakes is supposed to look. Is there an EPD enforcement action on shoreline clearing?
There is not at this time. There has been in the distant past. I know because about 10 years I was a reviewer at the time. I will say that as evidenced in that photo with all the cypress tree roots that we're showing in front of that one wall, they do experience significant wave action on the property, and it's very hard to keep and maintain plantings in a site like this. I did mention that they are proposing to replant the shoreline, and they've never had riprap before, and that's going to help tremendously to break up that wave energy. And so between the riprap and the plantings, we think that the shoreline will be in much better shape going forward.
That's good news. Thank you so much. With that, I'll make a motion for approval.
Second, Warren.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. And Commissioner Scott is absent on that vote. All right, we'll move to the next item on our agenda, and this is item D13. I understand that this item is going to be continued, but because it was advertised, we have to open it up. So, Mr. Kozak, we ask that you frame this item.
Thank you, and good afternoon again, Mayor and Commissioners, and that is correct. This current case, SC 2401-122, Shane Kerrigan for All Steel Buildings. So my understanding, the applicant team has requested a continuance to a date certain, and that date certain is June the 4th for consideration.
All right, is the applicant on this item present? All right, he's coming forward.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Robert Stewart with Gray Robinson on behalf of Guardian Fleet Services. I'm obviously not Shane Kerrigan, but here on behalf of the applicant, we agree with the recommendation to continue. We look forward to continued dialogue with the county.
All right, thank you, Mr. Stewart. Stand by. Are there members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
Yes, Mayor, we have 3 speaker cards.
Okay.
First speaker is Nancy Campanilla.
Campelia, thank you. Nancy Campelia, 5465 Lake Jessamine Drive. We rise to speak in favor of the continuance and will not address a defense unless you are going to proceed with hearing.
All right. It will likely be continued, but stand by. Next speaker, please.
Jacqueline Davenport.
Jacqueline Davenport, 1124 Hall Lane, Orlando, Florida, and we are in favor of the continuance.
All right, thank you, Ms. Davenport. Next speaker, please.
Robert Stewart.
He's waving.
Yeah.
With that, do we have any other speakers?
That's the last of the speakers, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing at this time, and we'll go to the district commissioner for a potential motion.
Yeah, I just would like to say to my colleagues and everything, we have a long way to go to get on this, so I appreciate that the community is willing to continue this, and I appreciate the applicant willing to come back to the drawing table. So hopefully on June 4th, we'll have something, we'll be somewhere. So with that, I want to file a motion for continuance till June 4th at 2 p.m.
Second, Gomez?
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. A motion passes, and it is unanimous. And again, Commissioner Scott is absent for that vote. All right, we'll move to the next item, and that is E14. E14, and we'll open up the public hearing on this item. We're going to ask Mr. Jason Sorensen to come forward, our chief planner. With that, Mr. Sorensen, you're recognized.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, Commissioners. This next item is a rezoning request to go from R1A to R2, as well as a variance of lot width to go to 75 feet in width in lieu of 80 feet for a property located at 1601 Jessamine Avenue. The property measures 0.26 gross acres. The proposed development program is a duplex. The property is located in District 3. The current future land use is low-medium density residential, which allows consideration up to 10 units per acre. The current zoning is R1A. The proposed zoning is R2. This is an aerial of the subject property, showing it on the east side of Jessamine Avenue, which is east of South Bumby Avenue, and it is south of Curry Ford Road. There is a proposed restriction to limit development to 2 dwelling units. The requested action is to approve the request. There were 254 public hearing notices sent to an area extending beyond 500 feet from the subject parcel. Today, we have not received any responses. A community meeting was not required for this request. And at the Planning and Zoning Commission, there were no speakers. The Planning and Zoning Commission is recommending that the board make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and approve the requested R2 restricted zoning, subject to 1 restriction. The staff is available for any questions.
All right, is the applicant on this item present? If so, would you like to come forward and offer any comments? Don't see anyone moving. Okay. Well, maybe they are here.
Good afternoon.
Please give us your name and address for the record.
Earl Reed. We own the property there. We're in agreement with the proposal. We have no objection to what's been stated so far at the other board meeting.
All right, Ms. Reed, if you'll stand by for a few moments, I'm going to check and see if there are any members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item.
No speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, Ms. Reed, stand by for a moment. With that, I want to close the public hearing. I'll go to the district commissioner for a potential motion. Commissioner Uribe.
Yeah, Mr. and Mrs. Reed, thank you for accepting the conditions so that we can keep that community consistent and not go too high and things like that. So I want to go ahead and file a motion for approval.
Second, Moore.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. Thank you, Mr. and Ms. Reed, for your presence today. We're going to move forward on our agenda.
Thank you.
All right. Let the record reflect Commissioner Scott was absent for the vote on that. All right, we're going to move to the next item on our agenda, and that is item F15. F15, we'll open the public hearing on this item, and we'll go to our Public Works Director, Mr. Joe Conkle, to frame this item. Mr. Conkle, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. Public hearing F15 is the Diocese Subdivision, PD, Diocese of Orlando Preliminary Subdivision Plan. The subject property is located north of New Independence Parkway and east of Avalon Road in the Horizon West Town Center. The request is to subdivide 59.5 acres to construct 183 single-family residential dwelling units. In addition, the applicant is seeking a waiver from Orange County Code to allow specific lots which are wider than 50 feet in width and front recreational and open space tracks to have access from a front driveway in lieu of rear alleys or for garages located beyond the rear wall of the primary structure. The property is designated Urban Residential District and Greenbelt on the Horizon West Special Planning Area Land Use Map and is zoned PD as the Diocese of Orlando PD Unified Neighborhood Plan in compliance with the Horizon West regulations. On the aerial map, the area south and east of the property is the Horizon West Town Center Commercial and Urban Residential Core, while to the north and west are the Lake Avalon Rural Settlement areas. Here we have the PSP showing the proposed lots and tracks. The recommended action is to make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and approve the Diocese of Orlando PSP, subject to the conditions listed under the DRC recommendation in the staff report. Mayor and Commissioners have been briefed on this request. This case is in District 1, and staff is available for questions. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. The applicant or representative present coming forward.
Good afternoon, Scott Gentry, Kelly Collins, and Gentry in Orlando. Great to be here. I was on jury duty for 2 days and just got out 30 minutes ago, so it's nice to be here. So just want to thank staff for working us through to get us to this point, and I'll be here to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Gentry, if you'll stand by. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
Yes, Mayor, I have one speaker card, Matthew Gofrani. Please state your name and address for the record. You'll have 2 minutes.
Hello. Matthew Gofrani from Hamilton Garden, which is on the road behind this proposed site. One question I had was, what is the reason for that waiver request for extra 50 feet with the vehicle access to the back?
Okay, if you stand by, we'll have the applicant respond, but do you have any other issues or concerns?
Okay.
Okay. All right, then I'm going to ask the applicant to come up and address the question by Mr. Giuffani.
So I wasn't sure which waiver request that was.
So, Scott and Mayor, this is the rear allowing front access in lieu of rear alley access for properties that are larger than 50 feet in width and front open space.
Right. We have, the reason we did that is because we're located next to the rural settlement, we have a bunch of larger lots on the west side. We also have a bunch of parks and green spaces we have up there. So what happened is you have bigger lots, which typically have garages in the front, across from a lot of parks and stuff like that. There's something in the code that says you can't have garages across from parks, so you need to have rear alley access. So for those, staff had said, well, we get it. You're doing bigger lots, and you got parks. You're doing all the right things. So ask for a waiver for that, and for lots bigger than 50 feet. So that's what that waiver is.
Okay, thank you for the response. Hopefully that meets with the approval of Mr. Giuffani. Do we have any other speakers present?
No other speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing on this item, and we'll go to the District Commissioner. Commissioner Wilson, would you like to offer a motion?
I would, but first I want to thank you for our bazillion-and-one meetings about this parcel, and if the resident still has questions, if it's possible for us to connect, or for him to get a chance to understand a little better, that was really part and parcel for what we tried to do to make sure that the rural settlement had as much of a compatibility to the closest homes along the edge of this development as possible to make it a smooth transition. So it was very thoughtful design, but I know it kind of on the paper maybe doesn't make as much sense. So hopefully we'll be able to give you a rendering of that'll make it a little more understandable. And with that, I'll make a motion for approval.
Second, Uribe.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. And Commissioner Scott absent on that vote. All right, thank you. We'll move to the next item. We're moving to G16. We'll open the public hearing on this item, and Mr. Conkle will ask you to frame this item.
Thank you, Mayor. Public hearing G16 is an amendment to the Harbor Bend PD. The subject property is located east of South Goldenrod Road and north of Narcoossee Road. This request is to change the assigned entitlements for the commercial portion of the PD from 61,750 square feet of retail uses to 50,272 square feet of hotel with 122 rooms. The request also includes increasing the maximum height for the commercial use from 35 feet to 50 feet as long as the building is at least 100 feet away from any residential property. This item was continued from the January 23rd board meeting to allow for a community meeting. The property is designated commercial on the future land use map and is zoned PD as the Harbor Bend planned development. The aerial shows the surrounding area developed with a mix of single-family, multifamily, and commercial uses. Here is the PD land use plan with the hotel parcel outlined in red on the far left side of the screen. The community meeting was held on March 11 and was attended by 31 area residents who expressed concerns of traffic impacts and safety, the clientele the hotel would bring, and flooding. In response, 5 additional conditions of approval are proposed to limit the maximum height, require enhanced landscaping and buffering, and prohibit semi-trucks and outdoor balconies. If you can leave that on, please. The new conditions are, number 17, the hotel shall have a maximum building height of 47 feet. With exception of delivery vehicles serving the hotel, dual rear wheel vehicles, including semi-trucks, shall be prohibited on site. Outdoor balconies and exterior room access shall be prohibited. Enhanced landscaping shall be provided along the eastern boundary of the property, with tree plantings required every 25 feet on center, alternating between live oak and magnolias. And number 21, a 6-foot tall opaque vinyl fence shall be provided along the eastern boundary of the property between the enhanced landscaping and the east property line. Our recommended action is to make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and approve the Harbor Bend plan development subject to the conditions listed under the DRC recommendation in the staff report, with the addition of the 5 conditions as presented. Mayor and Commissioners have been briefed on this request. This case is in District 3, and staff is available for questions. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Is the applicant or representative present? All right, he's coming forward.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Tom Sullivan with the Gray Robinson Law Firm, 301 East Pine Street. On behalf of the applicant team, I also have Buckley Davis with Pursuit Development here with me, Brian Potts, our civil engineer, and Muhammad Abdullah, our traffic engineer as well. Just want to initially say we appreciate staff's recommendation. We agree with the conditions that they outlined. We kind of worked closely on those. And we'll talk about those more in a minute. We prepared just a brief PowerPoint for you. Thank you very much. And this is just to kind of briefly walk you through the request and why we think it's hopefully something that you can support. And the first thing I want to just clarify, even though Mr. Kunkel said it, the request really is strictly about the height. The hotel use is already approved. There are C1 uses that are approved on this parcel in the existing PD. And we're really just looking for the additional 12 feet in height, which allows us to do a 4th story of the hotel. And hopefully you can see from this rendering that it's a quality project that we're looking to bring to the area. Just wanted to highlight a couple items for you here. The hotel parcel is here in red, and we'll show you the site plan. Everything's oriented towards Narcoossee. The blue parcel labeled the FDOT pond parcel is a separate parcel that's adjacent but does provide a good amount of additional buffering. The future land use map, just wanted to highlight that for you as well. You can see there's commercial kind of running north along Old Goldenrod, and there's also industrial across from Narcoossee. The zoning map, as I mentioned, the parcel is in the Harbor Bend PD, but it's identified for C1 uses. And you can see there's some C2 uses going farther to the north that are approved, as well as industrial across Narcoossee. That's just the zoning confirmation that we got from staff regarding the C1 uses being approved, just for your information. The proposed conditions, I'll just cover these briefly. I know Mr. Kunkel touched on them, but we initially asked for 50 feet, limiting the height to 47. The no semi-trucks, just to give you additional color on that, my understanding is there have been some trucks parking at the property occasionally. I know that's been a concern. This condition would eliminate that issue. Of course, it's really intended after the site's developed to limit any semi-trucks or other types of parking of that nature on the site. The outdoor balconies and exterior rooms being prohibited. Obviously, we're trying to do a hotel here, not a motel, so we wanted to clarify that with that condition. Fencing and the landscaping along the eastern property line is really intended to go above and beyond and provide a nice buffer for the community. And then I think just want to clarify one item on condition 6. I know we had spoken about that at the community meeting, doing some additional landscaping and beautification along Narcoossee. We still will do that, but in working with staff, we hadn't identified exactly what that landscaping would be. It will be in excess of code, but it just wasn't it was a little too general to put as a condition, but we will still be doing that, and I wanted to say that on the record. So with that said, Mayor, I'd just like to ask for this graphic for Buckley Davis with Pursuit to come up and just kind of share some thoughts that he has on the project and explain kind of what you're looking at here. So, Buckley.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Thank you for having us here. My name is Buckley Davis with Pursuit Development. We are the developer in charge of developing this hotel on Narcoossee Road. As Tom mentioned, my hopes are that we can stay focused on the additional 12 feet in height that we are asking for, as the hotel use is already an approved zoning under the current PD and relevant C1 zoning district. When we initially looked into this site, we did realize that there was a 35-foot height limitation, which is typically, you see more on your 3-story hotels. Oftentimes motels have that exterior room access, balconies, corridors, things of that nature. While we were aware of that and aware of, that would be the current entitlement from a hotel perspective that could go on the property now. Pursuit likes to develop more quality type products, especially on the hospitality sector, and so that's why we're proposing the upgraded 4-story hotel and asking for the additional 12 feet in height. This project is a $14 million project, so there is significant capital that will be invested here along Narcoossee. As Tom mentioned, and as you see in the PowerPoint, there are numerous conditions that we are offering up to be a good neighbor and work with the community and help make this a win-win for everybody. Specifically along the eastern boundary, you can see the green dashed or dotted line. We'll be doubling tree plantings, alternating magnolia and live oak tree plantings every 25 feet, which is above and beyond code. Code calls for a tree planting every 50 feet. We're willing to do it every 25 feet to make sure we form a really good, beautified landscape buffer on that eastern boundary to shield the Harbor Bend community, which you can't even see on the site plan here, but it's directly to the east of the site. Furthermore, we're going to be putting up a 6-foot opaque vinyl fence along the entire eastern boundary, which is 350 feet of fence. We've agreed to no semi-truck parking, and then we also are going to honor enhancing the landscaping and beautification of our landscape buffer and entrance to the hotel along Narcoossee Road. We really do believe that this hotel is a good thing for the community. We believe that there's a demand for this hotel through our own research and third-party feasibility studies. If you look over on 436, also known as Cimarron Boulevard, a lot of the hotel product, there is a lot of hotel product over there, but a lot of that product is old and it's way overpriced. It's often hard to find a room for cheaper than $200-300 a night just north of the airport, which again is in somewhat close proximity to our site, but we do see a need for more competitive, reasonably priced hotels in the area. Our target clientele are going to be traveling nurses, corporate employees, trainees, business travelers, infrastructure workers, relief workers when maybe a storm or hurricane comes through, and volunteers come to the community to help serve and clean things up. The hotel rooms all will have their own kitchenettes in rooms, so you'll have a refrigerator, a stovetop, a sink, and also a dishwasher, so they are more apartment style, geared towards apartment style living. Aimbridge Hospitality will be the operating company that's operating the hotel, and their top priority as the operating company, as the operator of the hotel, is to keep the property clean and safe. Lastly, I just wanted to reiterate that ultimately this hotel and what we are proposing in this project, even with the addition of the fourth story and the 12-foot height increase, is going to have far less impact, especially from a trip standpoint. You can see on the bottom left corner of the current slide on the screen, the PD currently allows for 4,169 trips, and via our hotel, we're only proposing 975 trips. So that's over 3,000 less trips, less impact on infrastructure, less impact on the community, and just less impact overall. So lastly, we did hold the community meeting on March 11th, 2 weeks ago, with the Harbor Bend community, and just want to reiterate that we are trying to put our best foot forward in working with the community and offering these conditions, and we do want to be a good neighbor, and we want this to be a win-win for everybody, and we're really hopeful that we get to build this 4-story hotel product. Thank you for your time, and happy to answer any questions.
All right, Mr. Davis, what is your price point? What's the room rate?
The room rate will be, it'll be right around the $100 range.
Okay.
So it'll fluctuate depending on whether it's the weekend, weeknight, but it'll be anywhere from in the upper 90s to lower hundreds is kind of going to be your average range.
All right, we got you on the record.
Yes, sir, you got it. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, do we have any members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
Yes, Mayor, I have 3 speaker cards. First is Jeanette Washington, to be followed by Beth Palmer, and to be followed by Hilda Vasquez Gonzalez. Please state your name and address for the record, please. You'll have 2 minutes.
Hello. How are we
Good
doing
afternoon.
today? My name is Jeanette Washington. I live at Harbor Bend Circle. My address is 7720 Harbor Bend. I've been there for 24 years. We have a beautiful community there. We have children. We raise our grandchildren there. We are able to walk our community. And for us, it's not a win-win situation. We have a very limited and very tight area there. We already had a big apartment built across our community, which brought a lot of extra traffic. We had a big super Walmart built on Cimarron. So our community is very tight right there. For me and for our community, it's not a win-win situation. That will bring excessive drive, excessive traffic, which we have issues, excessive flooding, which we already started having with that community being built on the opposite side, which we never had before, and crime. We are so worried about the crime. When you build hotels, I don't care how pretty they build and make these conversations that nothing is going to happen. We see it time and time again in Orlando when they build these hotels. Unfavoring people come. It's not acceptable in our development. So we urge you to come out and take a look where we live so that you can see what we're talking about, so you can feel the impact that we're going to feel in our small community. We are taxpayers. We worked very hard to have our security for our families. And we hope that you take that into consideration because there's plenty of land to build hotels. That is not the area for it. There's families there. We're not the only community there. There's Levis, the community also. So please take that into consideration, and thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Ms. Washington. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
Good afternoon,
Afternoon.
Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Beth Palmer, and I am the property manager for Harbor Bend Homeowners Association. I represent 157 homes in the community. We held a meeting last night at the community, and their voices were very loud, and their message was very clear that they do not want this hotel. And the reasons for it is, first of all, the height is excessive. If you were to go to the area, you'll see that there's nothing of this height. It would stick out like a sore thumb. And secondly, of course, what it would bring in, we are a community, a residential community of families, children, grandchildren, elderly people, and it's a quiet community that is nestled, and this would be right in front of that community. Another reason why we oppose it is because, as the previous speaker said, the traffic would be excessive, and we do not have a left turn lane, so we have to go take a right and then do a U-turn out of the community, so that would exacerbate that problem. And when they put in the apartment complex across the street, ever since then we've had a serious flooding problem. And I'm talking very serious, like when it rains, 3 days can't get out of your house serious. It's not just your average flooding issue. And we feel this would exacerbate that problem as well. So with that, and I have a petition, the people that were there, if you would like it, I can make it a public record. But they were overwhelmingly against this, even with the...
All right, thank you, Ms. Palmer.
Yeah.
That buzzard means you're out of time, and so unfortunately, we'll have to wrap it up. We'll go to the next speaker.
My name is Hilda Vasquez, and I am a resident of the Harbor Bend. I just want to say that it is a beautiful community, and I'm very happy to be part of that community. And I've been living there for 13 years, and never we have problems with anything in that community. We have a lot of children. We have 3 school bus stops at the entrance. And I also oppose, that hotel because we like tranquility. It's a quiet place, a very quiet place. And as Mrs. Palmer said, we would like to, I think that we would like to have there something that help the community. For example, maybe a clinic, a health clinic, or maybe a daycare. But we have a lot of cars. We have too much traffic, and we don't want more problems. It's a quiet community, and we would like the community to stay like that. Okay, that's all I have to say.
All right, thank you, Ms. Vasquez. Do we have other speakers?
I have no more speaker cards, Mayor.
All right, then I'm going to ask Mr. Sullivan or Mr. Davis to come forward and offer any rebuttal comments. We are resetting the clock. Looks like you have 7 minutes and 21 seconds.
Thank you, Mayor. Let me just try to respond to some of what was said. I think the majority of the comments that we heard are related to the use as a hotel. That's why I wanted to take some time at the beginning of our presentation to establish, and just for everyone's benefit, that the use is already approved on the site. I think that's critically important. All C1 uses are already approved. So that's the request that we're here today, and the reason why we needed to go through this process of requesting the amendment to the PD is for the additional 12 feet in height. So I just wanted to make that clear, and Mr. Davis spoke with you about the different market demands. There's a strong demand for a hotel here. We think by adding this additional story, you're also increasing the quality of the hotel, and I think that's also important for your consideration. In terms of the traffic, I certainly understand there's more traffic in the area. However, we are reducing the number of trips that would or could otherwise be generated from this site. That's noted in your staff report, I think, on the first page and a couple other places. We also have our transportation consultant here, if you'd like him to give you some additional detail on that point. And then just a couple other things. We really did listen very closely to the comments we heard at the community meeting. There were several things that they wanted us to address. I know we didn't make everyone happy, understand that, but those conditions, the 5 conditions that we laid out for you, are very specific and are in response to things that we heard. So the no truck parking, limiting the height to a little bit less than what we were asking for initially, the fence, the landscaping, all those items were important items. I did also want to note there were some additional items that came up at the community meeting that dealt with really off-site issues that couldn't be part of the proposed conditions here. But as a show of, I think, significant good faith on our part, we did send the HOA a letter saying that we would be willing to contribute some additional dollars towards needs that they have out there. We heard about an existing bus stop that's kind of, I think, right on Narcoossee, that you have multiple different students going there. There's not an existing shelter there. I think they were looking for maybe some additional landscaping and a street light. So the reason I mention that to you is not that it would be part of this approval, but we really try to go above and beyond here, working with the neighborhood, and hopefully this is a project that will be worthy of your consideration, and happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
All right. Did you have someone else that you said was going to come up?
No, not this time, Mayor.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. With that, we're going to close the public hearing at this time. We'll go to the district commissioner for a potential motion. Commissioner Uribe.
If I could ask the applicant, Mr. Sullivan, you guys have made an agreement with who? With the HOA or the property manager?
What we did, Commissioner Uribe, is we sent a letter to the HOA, and basically the letters just said, in the event that this is approved, we would make a contribution towards those items that I mentioned. So it was just a straightforward letter that we would follow through on.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
So we did have a community meeting on this, and I don't know if any of my colleagues have any questions. The most disappointing thing is they're already allowed to build a hotel. This isn't a yes hotel, no hotel. It is actually an allowed use. What they asked for was 12 feet to make it look nicer. I did put in a lot of the restrictions of having the gate, having the fence, opaque fence, and having the landscaping behind it. So when the community, I don't know if we're able to put a shot. Can we put the screen up of where the lot is located to maybe show the community? There we go. So where you see PD in that triangle, that is where the wall would go, and then the trees would go behind it. So when anyone is leaving or coming, they can't see the parking lot at all. So at first it was just going to be buffering, but now it's going to be a fence and buffering. I also requested no semi-truck parking, no, Commissioner Gomez-Cordero, you're probably aware about, we're seeing a lot of semi-trucks park on Narcoossee. So they are going to prohibit any semi-truck parking in front of their property on the property. And we also, they ended up going 47 as opposed to 50 feet. And then in addition, one of the things that really concern me is that at the end of Harbor Bend and Narcoossee, that's where elementary, middle school, and high school gets the bus. And that is super dangerous, knowing how busy and heavy trafficked Narcoossee is. Narcoossee is a state road. So I will say, and then also when the neighbors come out, they can only make a right-hand turn to Old Goldenrod, and then they have to make a U-E. I don't know if everybody knows what a U-E is, right? Okay, U-turn, okay, because that's old school. A U-turn at Old Goldenrod to come back, and what happens is there's no permanent left turn on Goldenrod. So what happens is you get all this traffic, and they sit there because traffic is so fast and speedy, they can't always make the U-turn in a timely manner. They have to sit through lights. So I reached out to FDOT. FDOT has approved an installation of a left turn on Old Goldenrod. So you're actually going to get your left turn, so it'll be a designated U-turn area. And in addition to that, I have requested, because I was really concerned, and I confirmed with the school board, that Harbor Bend and Arcoosie is the pickup for all the kids of Harbor Bend, that I am right now working through to make sure that there's no semi-truck parking all the way down where Harbor Bend is, because I think it's completely dangerous that any kids have to be there. And you imagine the school bus coming up, and if there's semis parked, they have to get in, and I just think it's completely dangerous. So I'm working with DOT to make sure that in front of your neighborhood, there's no semi-truck parking, so those kids will have some sort of safeness there. And I did ask the applicant, if this is going to happen, can you help the community? So they're going to beautify all along Narcoossee, all their property line, but Harbor Bend deserves to earn some of that. And as Mr. Sullivan just stated, they're making a donation to the HOA as opposed to them doing the landscaping. They're letting the HOA make that decision of, if I'm not mistaken, $10,000. So it'll either be a covering for the kids, however the HOA deems necessary, because I don't think it's my job or the applicant's job to decide how that community wants that front entrance. But I will tell you right off the bat, I'm very, very concerned about the children. But it's not a happy situation. This is not a win-win. You're right. It's not a win-win. As someone who lives in a neighborhood that lives between a motel and a tire repair, I know what you're saying. But I'm not approving the hotel. All I'm approving is 12 feet, and I'm trying my best to get your community something better, because if they went 3 feet, we wouldn't even be here. We wouldn't get anything. We wouldn't get the landscaping. We wouldn't get the fence. We wouldn't get the donation. The U-turn, that would be something I would work on, because you guys deserve that, because it's really hard for you guys to come out and not be able to go south on Narcoossee, and you have to make that UE. But I know, it's really hard. I live it, so I know it. But what they're requesting, what they're offering, how much we're going to try to protect this neighborhood from seeing any of that, and the fact that the people who are building it are not just selling it, they actually run it too. So it is a brand that they run their own hotels. So it's not like these are folks that are building a hotel and then whoever runs it. That's not. So it is a brand name. It's a national brand name. But I would further like to take, and then I made one more note here.
I have a question.
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Uribe does have the floor. She's finished.
Yeah, and I also want to set for the record, the apartments across the street are the city of Orlando. And I do want to ask Joe Conkle, if we can have, or Kelly, if we can have Public Works look into this, because after those apartments were built is now when they're seeing the flooding.
Correct.
So this neighborhood has been here, this was PD'd in 1996, built in 98. The flooding didn't occur until the city of Orlando, and I'm not saying, sorry, until apartments that are in the municipality of the city of Orlando built those. And now I don't know what's going on, but they didn't have flooding like they used to, and now they do. And I know our standard's different when it comes to that, so I don't know what happened. But if you could, please oblige on helping us, because this is an issue that's not just happening when the hurricane hits, when there's heavy rain, it's happening.
Absolutely, Commissioner. Actually, I already wrote that down to reach out to either you or someone from the HOA if necessary.
Yeah, okay. I'm sorry. And then before I do my motion, I'll listen to.
All right, Commissioner Gomez-Cadero.
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioner, is there only one exit and one entrance? It would be the same one from Narcoossee Road?
So, no. If we can go back to the same map.
From the property?
The property, Harbor Bend has their entrance that they've always had. The hotel is up north. So there's no access from the hotel to the neighborhood or vice versa.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying for the hotel.
Yeah, there's
It's only one entrance and the
one
same
exit.
entrance and the same exit?
Yes.
Through Narcoossee Road?
Yes.
Oh,
No
okay.
side road, and that, I believe, Mr. Sullivan, isn't that DOT's regulations, or can you kind of share? I see from their engineer shaking his head. That's a DOT regulation, that's not us.
Yeah, we only have access to Narcoossee, and it's basically the spacing on Narcoossee for driveways. We've only got room to fit one driveway. Sorry, Brian Potts, 2494 Rose Spring Drive, Orlando.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Bonilla.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, since you said you can't stop this, it's what it's zoned for anyway.
I think they're doing their transportation impact tax.
But I wanted to share that I actually lived near one before. I think it may have been the same kind of company, and I was kind of worried about, being a long stay hotel, but we didn't have any issues. And I know, though, I have other areas in my district, though, where there are issues. But I just want to say, if it made anyone feel any better, the one that I lived near was clean, it was taken care of, there were no issues. So it is possible to have an extended stay hotel that works. I just wanted to share that in case it made anyone feel better.
Commissioner Uribe, do you have a motion?
Yeah. With that being said, if I could go back to the screen with the conditions, do you mind? Okay, so these were it is not going to be 50 feet, it'll be 47 feet. I want to make sure that in the record it has no semi-trucks prohibited. If I could get the applicant or the representative to confirm no semi-truck parking in front of the property. So I know we talked here on the property,
Right.
but in front of the property line also.
Yes, that's absolutely correct, Commissioner, yes.
Can we add that condition, Joe? So, because it's right now it says on site, but I also want to make sure in front. Yeah, but it's there. They have all the way to that right away,
So on the front and along Narcoossee Road.
Along their property of
Right.
Narcoossee. Yes.
Along the property line on Narcoossee Road.
Yeah.
So we would say shall be prohibited on site and along the property line to include, thank you, counsel, to include, now I lost my thought.
To include the property line of Narcoossee Road.
Yeah, shall be prohibited on site to include the front portion to the right of way.
Okay.
That's what you're getting at?
Yeah, yes.
That would be my recommendation.
Yeah, and then of course, no outdoor balconies. I'm good on that. And then we will have staff look into the flooding. We already got the approval, and just so you guys know, I have the letter from the Department of Transportation, and my assistant who's here can also get you guys a copy where they are approving the left turn lane on Old Goldenrod. And then we're working on the additional no parking for the kids. The kids is the one that really hurts me because when they're coming to go to school and when they're getting dropped off. With those set of conditions and the updated, and I don't believe I am allowed to include what you guys are giving the HOA. I think that's separate. But that is on the record that you guys will be making that financial contribution to them, but it's not a condition of the approval.
Yes, that's exactly right, Commissioner.
Okay, so it's on the record, but it can't be a condition. Okay, with that being said, I file a motion for the approval of up to the 47 feet maximum height on this property.
Second.
Go back to the requested action. Was that what you?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, motion for approval consistent with the staff's comprehensive plan of consistency.
Okay.
So
that's a requested
With
action.
with all said conditions, including the updated conditions given to Mr. Conkle.
Okay.
And on the record agreement of what they are contributing to the community.
All right.
Mr. Weiss, did you have a question?
I did. I just want, for the record and for clarity, when the applicant team was making their presentation, and they put up the conditions of approval, they had 6. And what we've added and what we presented from a staff perspective was 5. And so there's just very small differences between them. Obviously, what's in 17 through 21 is what will be the official board conditions of approval. I think the additional condition that got presented will be reflected as representation, and we'll be able to track and manage that through the development review process. I think it was really related to an arbor or some landscaping, just again, subtle nuances, but we're able to address that from a staff perspective.
Well, I would prefer all of the conditions be included.
Because I mean, you're pretty committed to the landscaping and everything else, aren't you? And the 25 feet. Oh, and that's what I wanted to add. And hopefully we can get trees a little bit more mature than brand new trees.
Let me just first go to the comment that Mr. Weiss was making. So if we want to call it the sixth condition that we presented, there was a condition that talked about, Commissioner, along Narcoossee, where we talked about additional beautification on our site along Narcoossee. We had written a condition that essentially said we would exceed code. And in working with staff on that, the feeling was that condition was a little bit amorphous. So we're committed to doing that, but the thinking was to take that condition out because it wasn't specific enough, and that we will follow through on that, but without that condition. So it's sort of like, I think your catch-all condition one, like some
the
other
representation.
things. Right. So
Just like the commitment to the HOA.
Yes,
it's representation,
Correct.
Okay.
Right.
And staff feels comfortable that we can manage that issue through the review of the landscape.
Right.
What if staff changes?
Well, the representation will be noted in our permitting system, and it will be flagged for staff review during the development plan for the project.
And there's minutes. These fine people with the comptroller's office can confirm that there was confirmed.
Well, we have video. They won't put that in the
Okay.
minutes.
They have video to confirm that this was discussed.
All right, we have a motion. Is there a second?
I already seconded.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion passes, and it is unanimous.
There's the clerk.
Yes.
I have clarification. In the staff report, it lists 17 conditions. So does condition number 17 get renumbered to condition number 22?
That's accurate. Yes. That final condition gets renumbered. The new conditions get added just before that final condition.
Thank you.
All right. I think we're clear. With that, thank you to those from the Harbor neighborhood for being present today. We're going to move forward on our agenda this afternoon. We're moving to item G17. We'll open the public hearing on this item, and I ask Mr. Conkle, our Public Works Director, to frame this item. Mr. Conkle, you recognize.
Thank you, Mayor. Public hearing G17 is an amendment to the Ginn Property Plan Development. The affected area is located north of State Road 417 and east of Wyndham Lakes Boulevard. The request is to amend the allowable uses on PD Parcel 6B, which is currently entitled up to 160,000 square feet of retail commercial uses. The request is to add a car dealership use. The property is designated planned development on the future land use map with a mix of uses and is zoned PD as the Ginn Property Plan Development. The aerial shows the immediate area developed with single-family residential uses, but there are existing approved entitlements in the PD, including multifamily and commercial uses in this area, as well as a public school and private university to the north across J. Lawson Boulevard. Here we have the overall PD land use plan with the affected area outlined in red. A community meeting was held for the application on February 8th, 2024, where residents expressed concerns of traffic impacts and future incompatible uses. To address these concerns, the DRC is recommending condition of approval 11 and 12, which limit the truck delivery route and ensure the primary use of the dealership is for new cars. Oh, hold on. One more condition is proposed relating to payments for future traffic improvements. The future condition number 13 is lengthy. However, the developer will be required to submit an operational analysis for the proposed development on each of parcels 6B, 6C, and 1B. Based on the concurrency management system data as of March 2024, developer acknowledges that proportionate share mitigation offered to offset transportation concurrency deficiencies attributable to such development is anticipated to contemplate the construction of a traffic signal and or other operational improvement at the intersection of J. Lawson Boulevard and Wyndham Lakes Boulevard. Accordingly, prior to or in connection with execution of a proportionate share agreement for one or more of these parcels, the proportionate share agreement, the developer will enter into an agreement with the county to pipeline proportionate share mitigation paid in connection with development of those parcels into construction of the signal and or operational improvement. Proportionate share amounts paid to the county pursuant to the proportionate share agreement shall be credible against transportation impact fees for the subject projects. So moving forward, our recommended action is to make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and approve the Ginn Property PD, subject to the conditions listed under the DRC recommendation in the staff report, with the addition of condition 13 as presented. The Mayor and Commissioners have been briefed on this request. This case is in District 4, and staff is available for questions. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, is the applicant on this item present? All right, she's coming forward.
Good afternoon, Mayor.
Afternoon.
Mayor and Commissioners. Short person. Microphone. My name's Julie Salvo. I'm with Tavistock Development Company, 6900 Tavistock Lakes Boulevard, Orlando, Florida. Thank you, Mr. Kunkel, for the overview. We worked closely with staff during this process following the community meeting to develop these additional conditions of approval to make the project, ensure the compatibility of the project with the neighborhood. We've worked especially hard on this new condition regarding the operational improvements to J. Lawson and Wyndham Lakes Boulevard. And so I know that's going to be an ongoing conversation that we have with staff as we continue to build out the Ginn PD. But as for right now, we're happy to answer any questions about the project or the conditions.
All right, Ms. Salvo, if you'll stand by for a moment. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
Yes, Mayor, I have one speaker card. Angela Triporto, thank you. Please state your name and address for the record, please. You'll have 2 minutes.
Angela Triporto. I live at 2035 Great Falls Way. I am a new resident of that home, a first-time homeowner, and moving into that community, I was very proud to have a beautiful community. I was under the impression when purchasing my home that it was going to be traditionally residential in that area. Then it turned out that it did change to a different rezoning, which I understand. It's currently zoned for retail, commercial, industrial offices, and hotels. After listening to especially what the other community is dealing with, I even have more passion to not allow any more rezoning. They don't need a car dealership there. They have plenty of other options for Tavistock to consider. As a resident of the community, not part of the HOA or anything else, I do have other letters from the community, petitions, to put into articles. One of the main reasons we have, not all of them, traffic congestion, residential character, property values, safety hazards, environmental impacts. Traffic congestion, there's one way in and out in J. Lawson's. Residential character, like I mentioned, we're a small community. We're happy to be where we are. We're understanding if it was something coming in that was going to help the community in that way. Just as if there's schools across the street, I don't know how that makes sense to have schools, universities, and then a car dealership. That entire car dealership coming in that parcel of land, you're going to be able to rezone the entire thing, adding more car dealerships. What is that doing? That makes no sense. I'm mad. Along with our property values, we also have environmental concerns. Is this going to be an electric thing? Is it going to take away our energy from that area if there's an issue? And of course, the safety concerns on that area. We don't have a traffic light. We're happy to hear that that's being considered. But on top of that, we do have the freights. We do have school buses. We have children coming in. All these things need to be considered, especially hearing after what that community is dealing with. We don't want to have the same thing and allowing more rezoning happening if it's only going to be a negative impact. We can stop it now. We want to stop it now.
Mr. Poto, did you give your address for the record?
2035 Great Falls Way in Beacon Park. I'm representing some Beacon Park residents. We have residents here also in the community. As you can see, I'm young. I'm passionate about this. A meeting at 2 p.m. is not feasible for our community. It is also, we're a working class community. I'm lucky enough that I do have the option to be here and be a voice for them.
All right. Thank you for your comments. All right. Do we have any other speakers?
I have no other speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right. I'm going to give the applicant the opportunity for any rebuttal comments before we close the public hearing. Ms. Salvo.
Thank you very much. So the GIN PD was approved initially in the early 2000s, I believe 2002, and everything located on the east side of Wyndham Lakes is designated to be commercial, industrial, or hotel. We have, our PD allows us the C1 uses under the code, and also I1 to I5 under the industrial code. So we are going with a commercial use that falls under C2. Just the code, because the approval is so old, there's some of the uses that we want to pursue now aren't consistent with the uses that were being considered in 2002 when the zoning was approved. A couple of years ago, we did come in for a similar consideration that got us to an approval for Pet Paradise, which is located also in the GIN PD on parcel 5. So there is precedent for this kind of request, but we are entitled for commercial, industrial, anything under the I1 to I5 category, and industrial, and a multitude of other uses. So this is intended to be a commercial, non-residential area. It is located approximately a quarter mile away from the neighborhood to the west. So if you could see on the west side of Wyndham Lakes, that's the Beacon Park neighborhood. The car dealership would be located along J. Lawson, within a portion of that black and white box, and that is 1/4 mile away. So it is a very different area on the east side of the road.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Salvo.
Sure.
Stand by. We'll close the public hearing at this time. We'll go to the District Commissioner, Commissioner Gomez-Cordero, for a potential motion.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, and thank you to the residents that are here from Beacon. I want to say that we had community meetings, and I think also you all get in contact with some of the residents as well to express or to negotiate or to talk about what their needs are, and one of the important things are the traffic signal that we already talked about. So I'm going to say, well, you already said the condition number 13.
Yes, ma'am.
But I'm going to repeat it. The developer will require to submit an operational analysis for the proposed development on each of parcel 6B, 6C, and 1B. Based on CMS data as of March 2024, the developer acknowledges that proportionate share mitigation offered to offset transportation concurrency deficiency attributable to such development is anticipated to contemplate the construction of the traffic signal and or other operational improvement at the intersection of J. Lawson Boulevard and Wyndham Lakes Boulevard. Accordingly, prior to or in connection with execution of a proportionate share agreement for one or more of those parcels, the developer will enter into an agreement with the county to pipeline proportionate share mitigation paid in connection with development of those parcels into construction of the signal and or other operational improvement. Proportionate share amounts paid to the county pursuant to the proportionate share agreement shall be credible against transportation impact fees for the subject project. And I have a question. Is there any future restriction for new dealerships for parcel C6 or the entire PD?
There's the restriction that we crafted another condition of approval about the primary use of the car dealerships being new car dealerships, not used car dealerships. So any used cars would be ancillary to the new car use.
Okay. So also one of the conditions, the trucks, that they only use the other side?
There is a specified route. The car dealership in question, which is Massey Cadillac, they have submitted a development plan to the county's DRC, which is under review currently. And as part of that submittal and as part of any potential approval, the truck route map would be part of that approval.
Okay. So I will I will motion to approve the requested action following all the recommendations.
Mr. Weiss.
Mayor, just for clarification, again, with the new condition 13, before Craig gets to it, existing conditions 13 through 20 would subsequently be renumbered to 14 through 21.
Yes.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it for.
All right, we have a motion and a second. The seconder is Commissioner Uribe. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
No.
One no. Commissioner Wilson is no. And let the record reflect that motion passes 5-1 with Commissioner Scott absent for the vote. All right, with that, we're going to move forward then on our agenda. Thank you to those who came from the neighborhood. We're going to item G18 at this time. And with this item, I'm going to open the public hearing at this time. And Mr. Conkle, we're going to ask you to frame the item.
Thank you, Mayor. Public hearing G18 is an amendment to the Spring Isle Plan Development. The affected area is located north of Avalon Park Boulevard and east of Golden Isle Boulevard. The request is to amend the allowable uses on the PD Parcel H, which is currently entitled for retail, commercial, office, self-storage, and daycare uses. The request is to add a pet daycare boarding spa use. The property is designated planned development on the future land use map with a mix of allowable uses and is zoned PD as a Spring Isle Plan Development. The aerial shows the immediate area developed to the east is a single-family subdivision, as well as single-family townhomes to the west, and other retail commercial uses to the south and along Avalon Park Boulevard. Here we have the overall PD land use plan with the affected parcel outlined in red in the northeast corner of the PD. The recommended action is to make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and approve the Spring Isle PD, subject to the conditions listed under the DRC recommendation in the staff report. Mayor and Commissioners have been briefed on this request. This case is in District 4, and staff is available for questions. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Conkle. Is the applicant or representative of the applicant on this item? They're coming forward. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Frank Cawthon with FHC Development. I'm the owner and developer of Spring Isle PD. Have been for the last 10 years and really proud of it. And we worked with staff. We're happy with their recommendations and happy to answer any questions.
All right, stand by, Mr. Cawthon. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
I have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing on this item. And we'll go to the District Commissioner. Commissioner Gomez-Cordero, would you like to offer a potential motion?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Following all the conditions, I motion to approve request action.
Second Wilson.
Okay, the second on the motion is Commissioner Wilson. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and I do note that Commissioner Moore had rejoined us. Commissioner Scott is the only one absent, so it is unanimous of those who are present. All right, with that, we're going to move to the next item that was agendaed, and that was item H19. It is my understanding that H19 has been withdrawn. As a result, there is no need to take any action today on H19. Therefore, we're going to move to item I-20, A, B, C, and D. And with that, I'm going to open the public hearing on this item, and I'm going to ask Mr. Sorensen to come forward, our Chief Planner, to frame this item. Mr. Sorensen, you're recognized.
All right, thank you, Mayor, and good afternoon again, Commissioners. This next item was continued from the January 9th Board of County Commissioner hearing. I will just go over the details and then hand it over to the applicant. This is a request to change the future land use map designation from commercial to planned development commercial medium high density residential, as well as a PD substantial change request to go from hotel and medical office to multifamily and medical office. This is for a property located at 9350 Turkey Lake Road. The property measures 7.05 gross acres, and the request is to convert the 215 hotel units to 215 multifamily units and the existing medical office will remain. There is a text amendment associated with this request to record the development program and future land use policy FLU 8.1.4. The subject property is located in District 1. This is an aerial of the subject property showing it on the west side of Turkey Lake Road, west of I-4, and north of Sand Lake Commons Boulevard. The current future land use is commercial. The proposed future land use is PD, commercial, medium, high-density residential. The zoning is PD. This is the land use plan showing the designation of commercial office multifamily that is proposed. 110 public hearing notices were sent to an area extending beyond 1,400 feet from the subject parcel. To date, we have not received any responses. A community meeting was held on May 30th, 2023, with 14 residents in attendance with concerns for parking, traffic, and school capacity. These are the proposed changes since the January 9th public hearing. The waiver will be revised to not apply to all of the units to be under 500 square feet, but only 152 of the units, and therefore 33 of the units will be over 500 square feet. There is also proposed additional condition number 13. Prior to certificate of occupancy, a restriction shall be recorded in the public records for Orange County, limiting the occupancy of any unit less than 500 square feet to no more than 2 occupants. Current condition number 13 will be changed to condition 14. The Planning and Zoning Commission is recommending that the board make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and adopt the requested PD, MHDR, future land use, and adopt the associated text amendment, approve the associated small-scale ordinance, and approve the associated PD substantial change to the Sand Lake Commons PD. Staff is available for any questions.
All right. Is the applicant or representative of the applicant present? If you all want to come forward and offer any comments, this would be the time.
Good afternoon, Mayor,
I
Commissioners.
just think
Nice
we
to
need
see
to
you all
reset
again.
the clock, though. Joe. Okay, there we go.
I have a small presentation just to go through, just to refresh everybody's memory from the last presentation. My name is Kevin Harris. I'm one of the principals of Infinity Investment Solutions. This is the comprehensive plan amendment presentation.
Kevin, if there's any way for you to get closer to that mic,
Sure,
try
sorry.
to get a little closer to it.
How's
There
that?
we go.
This is the subject property. It's currently a hotel, and operating as a hotel. It's right next door to the hospital and medical office buildings. Just a little bit about Infinity, because obviously we're quite proud of what we have done. We have a large portfolio of units in Oklahoma City, and I think what we pride ourselves on is we've got the highest tenant retention and renewal in Oklahoma. I think we look after our tenants very, very well. They have a great standard of living. We try to enhance, the amenities that they have to live under and the conditions that it is to live in a multifamily unit construction building. Under construction, we currently have 2 adaptive reuse buildings, one in Kissimmee and one in Oklahoma City, both previously hotels, and some of them have been, derelict for many years. So our job, we feel like, is to find old derelict buildings or hotels and enhance them and turn them into something that's more useful for the community. We've already completed, lots of ground-up developments, but I guess the one we're most proud of is a cotton mill in Greenville, South Carolina. It was one of the biggest cotton mills in America when it was built in 1893. It was derelict for many years, and we converted it into a beautiful community with 307 Class A apartments. We call this Infinity Living because we believe there's some infinite possibilities to living in a multifamily community, provided you've got the right developers. So just some concerns from last hearing we had, and we heard all your concerns, and we've tried to implement it into this revised unit plan. So the unit size averages, we've increased the unit size averages and reduced the number of units, as well as increased the common area space, both internally and externally, to make a more livable environment. I've got lots of visuals to show you to the upgraded plan, live, work, play community. As you heard, we're going to be putting in some unit restrictions, which we will enforce with our lease agreement too, which is, we have in all our agreements, in all leases, in all the properties we run. Adaptive reuse, I think, is important, and I think that one of the things I'd like to highlight is the environmental efficiency of adaptive reuse. You could save up to 30% on build cost and, carbon footprint, both from a redevelopment point of view as well as ongoing infrastructure management. We're proud of what we created. We aim to showcase a beautiful neighbourhood with high-quality unit finishes, unmatched amenities package, incredible private spaces for residents to enjoy, and a rental rate that is significantly below market rent, which I think is a big need in the community right now. The goal is to attract young professionals who have not been able to locate high-quality living environment at affordable rates without having to travel 45 minutes. We've interviewed many people in restaurants or in hospitals or in the service industry who have to travel a long way to get to work every day, and this provides another opportunity for those people to live somewhere closer. So the original proposal was to do 215 rooms to 215 studio apartments. After taking heed of all your feedback last time, we've adjusted our proposal to reduce the number of units by 30. We're basically eliminating all the small units to 100, and now we're going to have 185 quality multifamily apartments. Additional indoor and outdoor living, we've also increased the indoor and outdoor living spaces to equal out to be an extra 160 square feet per unit. So the breakdown is we'll have 33 units at 652 square feet. That's what was by eliminating the small ones and incorporating them into the one next door. And the 152 will be between 350 square feet and 384 square feet. If you include the average outdoor space of 160 square feet, it's a living space of 560 square feet per unit. Just to show you in terms of parking, we've got actually much more parking than we need, probably 20% more parking spaces than we need, so there's lots of extra room. I want to highlight the amenities package, both inside and outside, and I think why it's important is because we want to create lots of little opportunities for people to entertain or to meet, to have meetings, whatever they need to do in this live, work, play environment. So we have gazebos and playgrounds and game zones and lounges and dog parks and barbecue areas and pools and fire pits and outdoor gyms and a large lobby and reception area, shared office space, a clubhouse, a boardroom, Amazon packaging and receiving room, an indoor gym, and some silent small office booths for people to use. Again, just highlighting there's an average of 160 square feet of a common area space per unit. Just in terms of the target market, the median area target market is between 25 and 35. The average household income is $68,000 per year and within a 5-mile radius, and the median household income is $52,000. Although we will attract some local people, I do believe there's a lot of people who are traveling a long distance who would love to live in this community. And I think that if you get young people living in the community now, they want to stay in the community as they grow and develop their careers too. So I think it's good for the community growth in the future. Just in terms of affordability, I think this is very important, and I want to, spend some time on this. But if you look at within a 2-mile radius, we looked at all the assets available for rental: Arcadia, Glass House, the Bentley, Altair, and the Addison. And our property is $661 per month lower than the average, so with 30% less to market. I think that's a significant difference in price for studios, and for one bedrooms with $614 a month on average lower, again 30% below market. Sustainability, again, this is something that's very important to us. I think the waste of demolishing and starting or adaptive reuse is very important to us. We want to make as little impact on the environment as we can, but at the same time, we also are aware that it costs a lot to run buildings, and with adaptive reuse and the smaller environments, it's a lot less cost for the residents and for the operators of the assets, and a lot less impact on the infrastructure. Because we're going from 215 to 185, we're actually reducing the impact on the existing infrastructure, which I think is important to get. Hotel conversion and adaptive reuse. Adaptive reuse is becoming much more common thing. This is in 2022. You could see in Los Angeles there were 1,292 apartments, and in Kissimmee 648 apartments converted to multifamily. Most of the conversions are happening in office buildings and hotels, but there are many other asset classes. But generally, over time, you're going to see this happening much, much, much more, because people are, it's about affordability, and inflation's taken things out of control, I think, at the moment. So people are looking for lifestyle and affordable places to live. It's happening anyway, just that people are being creative about it. That they're renting 1-bedroom apartments but having to share, or 2-bedroom apartments and having to share. We're here, at least we're creating private spaces for people as well. This is the current look and feel of the hotel. It's very worn out, very well used. And this is the future look and feel of the multifamily apartment building. As you can see, again, I just want to show you that this is the smallest room, and there's actually a fair amount of space. I know when I was a young professional working, I rented an apartment similar to this, and I didn't spend much time in the apartment. I was more interested in going out and working hard, and then going out and having a good time. So, our goal is to attract young professionals who are working hard. Service workers, nurses, interns from the hospital next door, and it's going to be a beautifully appointed space to live in. Small but beautiful. Outdoor living, the pool area, lots of little spaces around the pool that you can, sit and meet people. There's little gazebos everywhere, and little fire pits, and little places to meet and entertain. A beautiful gym, indoor and outdoor gym. Shared office space. This is the Port Crochet area currently, which we're going to turn into a beautiful lobby lounge area. So I think it's going to be a beautiful environment for people to live in. We want to enhance the neighborhood by delivering significantly below market rentals. Just because it's, low cost doesn't mean it's cheap. We want to attract good quality tenants, and we want those tenants to stay in the community. So significantly below market rental, exceptional industry-leading amenities, low carbon footprint from both a build and operations perspective, no extra strain on the existing infrastructure. In fact, we're reducing it, and one of the highest common area per resident ratios in multifamily in the whole of the United States. Great quality, upgraded, beautiful building. Infinity living, infinite possibilities. We want to create a true live, work, play environment, creating exceptional living, working, and playing experience for young professionals. That's it. Do we have any questions?
All right, stand by.
Thank you.
At this time, I'm going to check and see if we have any members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item.
No speakers for this item, Mayor.
Okay. Well, I'll close time, and we'll go to the District Commissioner, Commissioner Wilson, for a potential motion.
Absolutely. I actually also want to really thank the applicant and the applicant's team for hearing the community, actually listening during the meeting and taking notes, and then taking that back and actually retooling it, listening to this board and our concerns. The standard in Orange County has been higher, and I so appreciate that you took a look at this and made that work. The adaptive reuse here it's a model, it's a dream for all of us, I think, that have seen underutilized pieces of property. We'd always rather see those than something plowed over and flattened. And so to me, this is something that I would love to continue to see investments in, and we'll continue to hopefully have communications with you along the way. So I really appreciate your effort and your support. You can tell when there aren't residents here, like there were at the very first few meetings, that means you really put forth the effort and took some time, and I appreciate that. So with that, I would like to make a motion for approval.
Second, Moore.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. And again, Commissioner Scott is absent for that vote.
Thank you. Can I just add one thing? I just want to say thank you to the staff who've been incredible. They also worked very hard with us to make sure that we were delivering what everybody wanted. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. All right, with that, we're going to move to the final item of this afternoon, and this is item J21. And with this item, I'm going to open the public hearing. We're going to have Mr. Jason Sorensen, our chief planner, frame this item. And with that, Mr. Sorensen, you're recognized.
All right, thank you, Mayor. This next item, this is a future land use map amendment request to select the village future land use designation for a property that measures 114 gross acres. The development program is 1,410 multifamily dwelling units. 1,000 of those units are intended to be affordable housing. I apologize. There seems to be a... There it is. This property is located in District 1. This is an aerial of the subject property, showing it east of Avalon Road, south and west of Hartsog Road. Currently, there is no existing future land use for the property. It was previously the Reedy Creek. So they are requesting to change that to village and incorporate it within Horizon West. And it would be given the designation of apartment district within Horizon West as well as wetlands. And the zoning district would be plan development. If this gets transmitted at the adoption stage, it will come back with a land use plan concurrently. Again, this is the aerial map. We did have 2 community meetings. 2,681 public hearing notices were sent to an area extending beyond 1,500 feet from the subject parcel. To date, we have received 39 responses in favor of the request and 111 responses in opposition. So we did have 2 community meetings. One was on September 6th. The other was March 18th. 70 residents attended the first meeting, 105 the second meeting. Concerns expressed were for traffic, overdevelopment of apartments in the area, and school impacts. At the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing, there was 1 speaker in favor of the request and 5 speakers in opposition. The local planning agency is recommending that the board make a finding that the information contained in the application for the proposed amendment is sufficiently complete and that the amendment has the potential to be found in compliance and transmit the amendment to the state reviewing agencies. The staff is available for any questions.
All right. With that, do we have a representative of the applicant who would like to come forward and offer any comments? All right.
Good afternoon, Mayor Demings, members of the commission. I'm Kathy Hadaway with Walt Disney Imagineering, Post Office Box 10321, Lake Buena Vista, Florida. We are in agreement with the staff report and staff's recommendation that our application be transmitted to state agencies for review. In support of that recommendation, I'd like to enter into the record a letter documenting the reports, data, and analyses that were included in our application package and that confirms that our application package meets the requirements of Florida statutes and Orange County for transmittal to the state agencies for review. And there are sufficient copies here in case any of the commissioners would like to review that letter at this time. And now I'd like to introduce Tajiana and Cora Brown with Walt Disney World, who will begin the presentation to share with you the affordable housing community that this land use change will make possible. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of the Commission. I'm the Director of External Affairs at Walt Disney World. And we're here because we know that leaders and my business address is 1375 East Buena Vista Drive. We're here today because leaders in Orange County residents have identified affordable housing as one of the biggest needs in our region. And we at Disney have developed a plan that can contribute to the solution, and we're working very thoughtfully alongside a prominent developer to create a place that strengthens the surrounding area while making a real difference in people's lives for years to come. Every day, we strive to be a force for good and provide hope and inspiration to people around the world. We have a legacy of investing in Central Florida to make it a great place because to us at Disney, it is home. And as you know, in Central Florida, like so many other communities across the country, it's facing a crisis, and that is a shortage of affordable housing. And as you can see here, the crisis is making headlines. This is a national issue, but we feel its impact right here in Orange County. One of our local news stations reported that you need to make $83,000 a year just to avoid being rent burdened. The lack of affordable housing options is affecting so many people in our region. Many are employed in full-time jobs, and they're facing astronomical rent increases and other challenges that make living in our area unattainable. The best way for Disney to maximize its impact and to provide nearly 80 acres of land for the purposes of bringing more affordable housing to our community. Of the approximately 1,400 housing units, more than 1,000 would be reserved for affordable housing. And this would expand affordable housing inventory here in Orange County in a really great way. We selected a nationally recognized affordable housing developer with experience in Florida called the Michaels Organization. You'll hear from them in a moment. This community will be open to all. It's not exclusive to Disney employees because the need for affordable housing goes beyond the hospitality industry. The Michaels Organization will build, own, and operate this development. Disney is providing the land and will not profit from it. The development is privately funded. The Michaels Organization will not accept trust fund dollars or impact fee discounts or waivers. The Michaels Organization will pay millions of dollars in impact fees to Orange County. And we at Disney were very intentional in selecting this land for this purpose because it will provide so many benefits to the residents who will call it home. It's part of a thriving community, close to significant employers, shopping, services, schools, and recreation. And we expect future residents of this community to work at and patronize those nearby businesses. Since we initially announced this initiative in 2022, we've done significant outreach to share the most up-to-date news and information with everyone involved throughout our community. We presented at public meetings, speaking with residents at community events, sharing information on our website, distributing thousands of handouts to local businesses and organizations, and we've prioritized providing answers to questions and keeping our neighbors informed. And recently, Disney and the Michaels Organization presented at a second community meeting and gave residents the opportunity to speak directly with county staff, Orange County Public Schools, Orange County Sheriff's Office, Orange County Fire Rescue, as well as Disney and the Michaels Organization, to learn more and ask any questions that they may have about this planned community. And as I wrap up my part of the update, I want to take a moment to share that I'm also a Horizon West resident, raising my family just minutes away from this future community. And I take a lot of pride in being a part of the Disney team that's working on this effort and being a resident that will welcome my future neighbors. And now I'm pleased to introduce Adriana Sekula, who is representing the Michaels Organization.
Before you leave the mic, if you'll just give us your name one more time.
Yes, sir. Tajiana and Cora Brown.
Okay.
Thank you.
You got it. All right. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor Demings, members of the Commission. My name is Adriana Sekula. Business address is 2875 South Orange Avenue, Suite 500, Orlando, Florida 32806. And I'm here representing the Michaels Organization on this impactful project. Growing up in Central Florida, I'm acutely aware of the need for affordable housing in our community, and it is my privilege to be here today. The Michaels Organization is the largest privately held owner of affordable housing in the nation and recently celebrated their 50-year anniversary. With over 639 communities across the country and 80,000 apartment homes under management, the team takes pride in providing exceptional service for all 225,000 of its residents. The mission at Michaels is to bring comprehensive solutions to communities that jumpstart housing, education, civic engagement, and neighborhood prosperity. This community will serve as a catalyst for upward mobility, propelling individuals and families towards greater opportunities. And it's not just words on a website. It is a deep-rooted commitment to creating communities that lift the lives of others. The Michaels Organization Educational Foundation has invested over $14 million to bridge the gap between housing and education through their scholarship program, and we're excited to bring this community here to Orange County. Together with Disney, we have set several goals to ensure the vision for this community become a reality and withstands the test of time. First is to elevate the resident experience through a personalized approach to leasing, management, and operations. Next is to inspire our residents to become community ambassadors and engage in locally driven programs and events. And lastly, to ensure that health and wellness is an equitable experience for all. With that, I'd like to share more details about the development and how we plan to provide a space where rent-burdened, hardworking individuals in this community will be proud to call home. You're looking at an aerial view of the proposed Hartsog Road attainable housing community with Hartsog Road and the 429 on the east. You can see that this space has a very strong central core with a diverse range of housing typologies, amenities, and open spaces. We've collaborated with the best teams in engineering to ensure seamless access that minimizes congestion and optimizes traffic flow. There are 3 points of entry, a north and south on Hardsog Road and another one on Avalon Road. The points of entry and egress will balance the flow in and out of the property. Within the community, we developed 6 distinct neighborhoods, each designed with features aimed at fostering connectivity with 2 primary roadways and an intricate network of sidewalks and bicycle pathways. With our commitment to choice-focused transportation, we will have a strategically positioned multimodal transportation hub located on the south end of the property. This hub offers residents a variety of vehicles on demand, ride-sharing, and charging stations to lessen the transit impact on surrounding neighborhoods. Like everything else, the multimodal transportation hub is designed with the future resident and community needs in mind, and it will be built to allow access for larger multi-passenger vehicles should that need arise. Through the site planning process, the layout and orientation of the built environment was secondary to maintaining the existing natural landscape of the area, including the preservation of large oak trees, creating pocket parks, playgrounds, and green spaces with a variety of sizes and scales. And we know that dignified housing is essential for communities to thrive. By creating welcoming and sustainable environments, we aim to foster a sense of belonging for our residents. The core of our open space network is a central green, serving as a flexible destination space for neighborhood events, promoting health, well-being, and community pride. The residential buildings pictured are a diverse collection of typologies that harmonize with the characteristics of their respective neighborhoods. The architectural style is distinctly Florida through the color and palette and building forms, while also aligning with Horizon West design standards. This development will be sequenced, and apartment home units will come online over the course of several years, with the first apartment homes anticipated to be delivered in 2026. The types of rental homes also vary, ranging from junior 1-suite to 4-bedroom apartments, with a mixture of apartment flats and townhouse-style layouts. And floor plans are being currently developed, but we anticipate this development to have unit sizes ranging from 600 square feet to 1,900 square feet. Our management strives to create social environments for residents to grow, learn, and connect to one another. The South Amenity Building, pictured here, houses our leasing offices and social gathering spaces. And around the perimeter, there are dog parks, a community garden, outdoor patios, and they're all adjacent to untouched green space. The North Amenity Building is a dynamic center providing residents with a variety of activities focused on wellness and well-being. The building offers a fitness center, pool, outdoor patio lined with a variety of gathering areas and lawns. Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, to answer the call to address the housing crisis and adhering to best practices in the housing space, we are proposing a mixed income community with affordable and attainable housing as well as market rate apartment homes. Of the proposed apartment homes, more than 1,000 will be designated as affordable. This table shows the distribution of approximately 1,000 affordable apartment homes across different income brackets based on the average median income levels. And it's important to note that these income limits are based on the average median incomes established by HUD for the Orlando, Kissimmee, Sanford MSA, and they are updated annually. As we wrap up today, we'd like to close with these thoughts. County leaders have voiced their concern about the crisis relating to affordable housing. As a board and elected body, you've worked to address the crisis, and those efforts have not gone unheard by the Walt Disney World Company. As a board, we offer this proposed plan in an effort to help with the shortage of affordable housing in Central Florida. The Michaels organization will be privately financing this development. And thanks to the generous contribution of Disney, we are not asking for any government funding, nor are we accepting any waivers that are typically offered to these types of affordable housing developments. Because we are not accepting any of those waivers, we're expecting to pay millions of dollars in impact fees to Orange County. Those impact fees can be used for roadway updates and infrastructure updates like building and extending roadways, school capacity, fire safety, law enforcement, and parks. Finally, we will continue to engage with and listen to our neighbors as we work to bring more equitable housing options to West Orange County and ask for your favorable vote for this comprehensive plan transmittal. Thank you, Mayor Demings and members of the board for your time today. We would request to reserve the remainder of our time for closing comments. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. We have about 2.5 minutes left. We're going to open it up for public comment at this time. And how many members of the public do we have to speak this afternoon?
I have 54 speaker cards, Mayor.
Okay, so in order to manage the time, let me see. There will likely be members of our audience who are supportive of the development, and there will be members of the audience who are opposed to the development. So just by show of hands, how many of you are supportive of the development? Okay, thank you very much. How many of you are opposed to the development? Okay, so there's a fair number. So in order to manage the time, I'm told there may be some who are outside, but I think we got the point. There's a significant number on each side of the issue. Just by way of process, I just want to explain to you all the way it works. Typically, we give individuals doing public comment a couple of minutes, but because we clearly, there's 54 that have completed the card, we could be here for a substantial period of time, and it looks like about half of one way, half the other way. So if you so desire, I do see you, I do hear you, but I am speaking. Okay. So just to manage the time, if any of you who are here on one side of the issue or the other, and you choose to give a portion of your time or give your time to someone else who's speaking on behalf of the board, if 50 people say the same thing, you know, we get the point if one person speaks on behalf of the 50 people, if that makes sense to you. It is not necessary for every one of you, but because some of you have taken time out of your busy schedule to be here, you may want to speak regardless. I'm just giving you the opportunity. The board will understand where you are on the issue, okay, as a collective body here. While we go through this process, I ask you to remember that this is a forum where we ask for the decorum to remain proper. No clapping, no making a noise, those other things that can be distracting, but we ask that you get your point across. So with the number of speakers that we have, I'm going to ask, because there's a significant likelihood that many are going to say things that are similar. At the end of the day, you know, give us which way you are leaning, one way or the other. We're going to limit each speaker to 1 minute this afternoon, and that's inclusive, hopefully those who are maybe outside the room but can hear what I'm saying. They understand the process that we're going to use this afternoon to move forward in an orderly manner. Okay. And Commissioner Wilson.
Sorry, just very briefly, I think it's important to make a distinction because there may be people here that were asked to be here as an emotional appeal, but this is a land use case. And so I think there's a difference between the people that were asked to make an emotional appeal on behalf of their employer or nonprofit they're affiliated with, and the people whose the land use case and potential future land use map designation are going to affect in their property rights. They did not have the opportunity to make public comment at the community meeting. They did it at open house style. So many of them want to be heard, and I just want to make sure we make that distinction.
Okay. Again, I think the direction that I gave encompasses what you just said. I said if you want to speak, you can, but understand that it may not be necessary if you assemble your time, you cede your time to someone else to speak on your behalf. We get it. That person can say, I'm here to speak on behalf of whatever the number of people. We understand that. It's a matter of managing your time, our time, so that we can get to a point to make a decision this afternoon. Okay? All right. So With that, Mr. Conkle, again, if you want to see time, you'll have to be present. You have to fill out the card, provide it who you're ceding that time to, so that Mr. Conkle will have that, and he will notate that when the respective speaker is called in the order in which he has received them, for how much time that person has. Okay. All right, Mr.
Thank you, Mayor.
Conkle.
So
Yes.
there are some folks that have already dedicated some of their time to other speakers. When I get to your name, I will ask the folks who are dedicating their time to either raise their hand or stand up so that I can acknowledge that they're here and the time can be granted. As Mayor said, we'll start with 1 minute, and then you'll get 1 minute for each person that dedicates time to you. So we'll start with the top of the list, Micah Bass, and I'll read off a few names so you can put yourself over there by the wall and get prepared to speak. Followed by Alex Cabrera. Okay, thank you. And followed by Terry Morbito. And is Joseph Morbito here? Joseph? Okay. And Chelsea Phillips? All right, thank you. So you'll have 3 minutes total, ma'am.
And just as a reminder, when you come to the podium, please, if you will, give us your name and your address. Okay, so Mr. Conkle, let's start.
All right. Michael Bass, first up. You'll have 1 minute. Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Micah Bass. I've been a resident of Orange County since 1979. I own a hotel on International Drive. I came here this morning to meet with the mayor because after 7 years of trying to get a permit, Mr. Mayor refuses to meet me in anywhere but in here in the public forum. I've been to his office, refuses. So I own a hotel and I wanted a farmer's market on International Drive. Pretty good place for a farmer's market. 7 years and $1 million later, I've submitted my plans, 12 times with a contractor, Baker Barrios, who's built a lot of Orange County buildings, very popular, hundreds of employees. They can't get a permit for me after 2 years. 3 weeks ago, I was asked to redo the whole plans after 7 years. 3 weeks ago, move your bathrooms from the first floor to the second floor to the third floor. Nobody knew about that for all those years, Mr. Mayor. And so there's only one common denominator after all those 7 years, and that would be you, as you brought in the judge this morning to remind me of your power, Sheriff. Thank you, everybody, and just remember, devil wears Prada. It's not your personal
That's pretty
statement, it's your personal financial statement.
Mr. Micah, you're out of time, but I haven't been the mayor for 7 years. So, but anyway, needless to say. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
Please state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Alex Cabrera. I live at 13370 Pontoon Road, Winter Garden, Florida, 34787. Mayor and Commissioners, today the residents of Horizon West are going to be speaking with a lot of data and research as to why the land use change should not go forward, and the residents are right. All of the arguments in opposition are well thought out and backed by research. Issues on the level of density that the Disney and Michael's organization wants to bring in are serious and are real. The unnecessary stress on utilities, schools, basic services, the environment, traffic, not to mention fire and safety. All the communication that we've gotten from Michael's and from Disney has all been one-sided. That's not communication. That's just telling us what they want to do to us, what they want to burden us with, what they want to put a yoke on with. We're hardworking families, and they're basically telling us to shut our mouths, keep our heads down, and to just let them do what they want to do. We're asking you as our representatives, as our body, to be our negotiating partners and to say no to this, because we don't need it. It's overwhelmingly seen that we don't want this.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We'll move to the next speaker.
Terry Morbito, you'll have 3 total minutes. Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. We've always had confidence in our elected officials. My husband was a Winter Garden City Commissioner and worked on the Planning and Zoning Board in Winter Garden during the planning phases for Horizon West. During this time, there was much planning by the county, as well as the cities, to ensure the development of Horizon West would be a balanced environment of houses. This has been quite a journey, and we chose to be part of this village because we knew of the careful planning and we trusted that plan. And now that is being impacted by the new proposed attainable housing. The variances already approved in this particular village for multiple apartment buildings being added has already put a tremendous strain on the infrastructure, as well as the density numbers. There are many apartments available in this area at this time, and perhaps it would be wise to have incentives for families to be able to rent in those that have already been added. The new proposed housing buildings are so tightly positioned on the property, as well as the size of the units, aren't really conducive to providing a positive living environment for families. This was brought up actually at the planning and zoning right at the end, and they said, we're going to move this forward, but we're asking Michaels to reconsider the size, the density of all those buildings. He said, how many of those buildings are on 1 acre? So, I mean, to me, that's very important. I've never heard anything back. We've seen no effort to make changes in the sizes of units or number of buildings requested on the land. We are urging you to consider the impact of taking over the Central Florida Tourism Oversight District area that was serving as an infiltration basin. It is so important not to take every large piece of land to put buildings so close together. This is not what was planned for the area, and it seems Disney would like to get rid of this land for 75 years with their $0 lease. I'm assuming Disney can't get tax incentives for this without you approving the variance or whatever. I don't really know all of that. All I know is the residents that are impacted. For instance, this morning, my husband and I could not get to our physical therapy appointment because Avalon Road was at a standstill because we need a light there. There are so many imminent needs that we can't take on more right now. The other thing is, as far as the infiltration basins, I don't know why they were built in the first place, but why all of a sudden are they not important anymore? I don't really understand why those can just be taken away, and that's okay. When we bought our first home, we applied for bond money at 11.5% because interest rates were so high. We waited in line overnight to be sure we would be able to buy our home. So we agree there's a need for attainable housing, but this location is not the proper location.
All right, give us your name and address if you don't mind.
Terry Morbido, 9332 Bolero Road, Winter Garden, Florida, 34787.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move to the next speaker, please.
Next four speakers are Penny Suter, Charlie Hassel, Mate De La Torre, and Captain Ken Chapman. Please state your name and address for the record, please. You'll have 1 minute.
Mayor and County Commissioners, Penny Cedar. My work address is 251 Maitland Avenue, Altamont Springs. I am here as a housing expert on behalf of Habitat for Humanity. I am the CEO for a Central Florida Habitat affiliate. And I think it's important to know that we at Habitat advocate for all types of affordable housing. And while Habitat for Humanity plays an important role and a vital solution to housing by empowering hardworking teachers, healthcare providers, and first responders to achieve the American dream of home ownership, we do advocate for all housing. And I think it's very important to think about the people that we at Habitat house through a full-service home buying program, as well as the people that will live in this community. They are the people that serve our loved ones, take care of our children, educate our children, those first responders that everybody needs. And I think it's important that everybody has a place to live and a decent place to call home. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, next speaker, please.
Charles Hassel, 16943 Wingspread Loop, Horizon West. Had a lot to say, so I'll be very brief. Should I recommend to disapprove this? Horizon West has a master plan. This is not in the plan, number one. Number two, there are infrastructure there, water pipes that return water to aquifers, concerns environmentally about doing that. There are plenty of areas to put apartments. Why destroy the pipes returning water to aquifers? It's not on the original site. How do I know this? On the county GIS website, the original location for this was west of Flamingo Crossing on Western Way, across from the Disney cast members' housing. Perfect location, no traffic issues, and you're not disturbing pipes returning water to aquifer. Everyone can win in this situation. Let's return it to the original site near Flamingo Crossing. People can get affordable housing, and it's not in a location that is disturbing our aquifers. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
How much time when someone's speaking through a translator?
2 minutes.
Okay, reverenda.
Soy la reverenda Maite de la Torre, 26 Willows Drive, Iglesia Episcopal Jesús de Nazaret.
Reverend Mother Maite de la Torre, 26 Willow Drive, Orlando, Florida.
Durante esta Semana Santa me pregunto y traigo esta pregunta para todos. ¿Cuál es nuestra responsabilidad como cristianos?
This Holy Week, I ask you this question: what is our responsibility as Christians?
Si no tenemos responsabilidad los unos con los otros, ¿cómo vamos a estar diciendo Hosana, Hosana, bendito es el que viene, si no estamos pensando en todas las familias que van a ser beneficiadas con este proyecto habitacional?
If we're not willing to take responsibility for another, how can we be shouting out Hosanna, Hosanna, and not think of the families that will be blessed by these 1,400 units?
Estamos preocupados que nuestra vivienda, nuestra propiedad sea desvalorizada.
We're more worried about our way of life being impacted.
No estamos preocupados que nosotros mismos, nuestros principios cristianos, nuestros principios humanos estén siendo desvalorizados.
We're more worried about property values being impacted, and we're not worried about the impact on humanity and the devaluing of these potential families that could be neighbors.
Entonces, como cristiana, como pastora, hago un llamado a pensar en esas personas que van a ser beneficiadas con estos apartamentos.
As a Christian minister, I call upon you to think about the families, the 1,400 families that could be blessed by this development. Thank you.
All right. Well, one last thing.
Yes.
Her name.
Reverend Maite de la Torre.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move to the next speaker, please.
I'm Captain Ken Chapman. I'm the Area Commander of the Salvation Army here in Orange and Osceola counties. I live in Orange County at 10719 Fairhaven Way, Orlando, Florida. I'm here today to say that my job every day is to bring hope to people while I wear this uniform. The biggest problem in this community is affordable housing. We have broken people coming to our door all day long. A woman living with 5 of her kids and a dog in a car. We deal with that every day. And the working class has to do 2.5 jobs to be able to afford to live here in Orlando area. We need to give people dignity by allowing them to have a place that is safe, where they can call their own and raise their children properly. Our working class deserves better. Single parents living in cars, those kinds of things we have to address in this community. I commend the Disney organization for its efforts to improve the quality of life here in our county. And we know that the model for mixed income works better than government housing, but the old model of government housing, because the people who are at the lower level economically rise up and meet the level. Affordable housing should be on the mouths of everything that we do in this community, because we deserve to have a better inventory so people can live and raise their children. And when they do that with dignity, I promise you our community will be a better place to live. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Captain. We'll move to the next speaker.
Next 4 speakers are Michael Hunter, Jose Rodriguez, Mark Whitco, and Marcos Rujo. All right. Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Joel Hunter, 203 Savannah Park Loop. I'm here to support the housing community. I'm the pastor of Community Benefit at Action Church. Thousands of our congregants live in Orange County. But more to the point, as the former chair of the Central Florida Commission on Homelessness, I have been a long time advocate for building more affordable housing, as I know the mayor and the commission have as well, and I really appreciate their efforts, and they need our support for that. Even more to the point, I've long advocated for corporations, especially major employees in our area, to take responsibility to build the housing that would house some of their employees, especially the workers. I really do appreciate some of the legitimate concerns that come out of it as an objection to this. But I see legitimate concerns as a way to improve, not to scuttle. See ya. And by the way, bless you all.
All right, thank you, Dr. Hunter. All right, next speaker, please.
Father Jose Rodriguez, Deputy Director, Alianza Center, 26 Willow Drive, Orlando, Florida, 32807. Here with a different hat, or maybe my collar, but with a different function. I am here on behalf of the Alianza Center to advocate for this affordable housing. Our workers are part of our community. Sometimes we only recognize immediate neighbors as our neighbor, but the people that work in our community, the people that sustain our local economy, are also part of our community. And they have a right to live within the communities they sustain. Far too many workers in District 1 are not able to afford to live in the economy they sustain and in the economy they support. Please open up the doors of this development to 1,400 families. 1,400 families that also deserve a quality of life and being able to make it home in time to have dinner with their children, or be able to run to school to answer an emergency and not be an hour to an hour and a half away. We're for this. We thank Disney for this investment, and we implore you to think of our families and say yes to this development. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Father Rodriguez. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Whitco, 109 South Boyd Street, Winter Garden. The housing crisis is here in our community. This is our opportunity to address it. I'm a proud cast member of Walt Disney World. This project has a company stepping up and donating the land, which is the huge primary hurdle in getting a project like this started. We also have a leading and successful developer willing to cover fees, addressing issues like traffic and school impacts that are being brought up by the opposition. And it's a team determined to create housing that residents and our community can be proud of and benefit from for years to come. If we fail to approve this initiative, I feel we're failing our community. We're failing the members of our community that are housing burden making less than $83,000, who right now are working and unable to take time away to be here to represent themselves. You have a choice to make a meaningful impact on your community for generations to come. Orange County needs affordable housing, and I implore you to vote yes on this project. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Whitcomb. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
Mayors, Commissioners, my name is Marcos Araujo, 11135 Bostwick Alley, Winter Garden. First, I'd like to say that Disney, again, succeeded in silencing us, just like they did at the community meeting with no questions and answers. Josh Higgins, communications manager for Disney, solicited employees to come and speak in their favor. As you can see, we don't have time to speak because they have so many people out here. I am an immigrant from Brazil. I lived in government housing when I was a child. However, placing this development here at the location is going to be a detriment to the infrastructure in the area that already suffers. At the Zoning Commission, Commissioner Boer said that good development should be looking at the overall picture, not just a few things here and there. Looking at the code that affects traffic, Section 38-13A2A ensures that public development must only begin when public facility requirements are met, and Section 30-562(1) dictates that the amount of traffic generated should be less than existing capacity. There was no impact studies.
All right, thank you, sir, for your comments, and that time will go very quickly, so, all right, we'll move to the next speaker.
All right, next set of speakers, Romulo Martinez, Marcelo Tournier, and Matt Winnegaw, and you'll have Michelle Ramos and William Ramos dedicate your time.
Somebody else can go behind me. That way I can comment. Is there a way that I can plug in?
Unfortunately, there he is.
I'll just try to show it.
Sometimes because of our security system, we don't plug other devices into our system. We prefer that you have it on maybe some type of drive.
Can somebody else go through while I fix this?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
Mr. Marcelo Turnier, you want to go while he tries to
Thank you.
get set?
Okay.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you. My name is Marcelo Turnier, and I live in 11105 Bostwick Alley, Winter Garden, Florida, so I am a Horizon West resident. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I would like to bring up something that perhaps no one spoke before. That's my concern about the healthcare of this community in that specific region, because if we're talking about the statistics of Orange County, average household people, we are talking about 2.8 people per household. So that's about 4,000 people in that neighborhood that will be included. And as Michael said, we can have people with an income of $30,000 which will need community health care services, which we don't have in that specific area. So I'm afraid that's not the best area to have affording housing if we do not have the basic infrastructure for an affordable community to live, because that's one of the most basic things. As well as education, as we see in the schools of the community, the newly built schools are full of containers, because they do not support any more students.
What was your last name one more time?
Tournier.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll move to the next speaker.
Okay. Matt Waringa, you'll have a total of 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Matt Wieringa, and I'm an owner-resident at 10309 Atwater Bay in Waterloo. Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, you received a memo earlier that said, you know what, I'll be the first one to say that not everybody agrees with that. And you don't have to take my word for it. Just look at Planning and Zoning Commissioners Bowers, Pena, and Wiggins, who also had concerns about the compatibility, the inconsistency with comprehensive plan, and the number of multifamily units that are proposed here. The staff report that they prepared notes the proximity to 4 existing properties, totaling 1,200 units altogether. This proposed property is 4 times the size of the closest property there and dwarfs them altogether. This density alone is incompatible with the future land use policy element, goal FLU4, which states the transition should be from rural to urban, but this establishes an urban density in a suburban environment. In addition, the staff report notes that this property will adversely affect traffic in the area. Western Way is the primary conduit from the large major employer in the area and has a peak hour capacity of 2,000 vehicles. Current volumes jam this route to just 4 to 6 miles per hour. And at peak times, it's expected to add 30% of the 10,000 daily vehicle trips and 644 peak afternoon trips already along this busy route. The traffic study commissioned along with this proposal noted that there are 4 segments that will exceed their level of service capacity and includes a finding of capacity deficiencies that must be addressed here. This fails to meet the policy element FLU 4.1 of addressing regional, environmental, transportation, and housing issues. For these reasons, I urge you to vote no on this proposal today, and thank you very much for the time.
All right, thank you, sir. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
Next speaker, set of speakers, Kevin Lozano, followed by Nick Abrahams, Amber Hamburger, and Clinton Burnham. Please state your name and address for the record, please. You'll have 1 minute.
My name is Kevin Lozano. I live at 16325 Admirals Cove Lane, Waterloo, Winter Garden. I say no to this as a former firefighter in Buffalo, New York for 32 years and a former resident of affordable housing. I know how important housing is, but it's so crowded that there's no way as a first responder we cannot accommodate all of these people. We've got 6 apartment buildings going up as we speak. They're building them as we speak. And it's only a time before a firefighter or a resident die because either first responders would be too tired to service them or they will never reach them. It's impossible. And I've done this for decades and I know. I'm speaking from experience. So we say no. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir, for your comments. We'll move to the next speaker.
Good afternoon. For the record, Nicholas Abrahams, 200 South Orange Avenue, Orlando, Florida, 32801. Commissioners, Mayor, today I come on behalf of the Orlando Economic Partnership. I'm here to offer my support for the project. The OEP, as you know, is charged with advancing broad-based prosperity within our region. And as we've seen from more and more site selectors around the country, the number one thing that they ask about is talent and making sure that talent has a place to live. And we believe that the talent of Central Florida is one of our largest assets. And so we fully support this project and other projects within the community that is advancing affordable housing. Thank you for your time, and I waive the rest.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Abrahams. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Amber Homburger, and I'm a resident of 620 Kittredge Drive in Orlando. I am not with Disney, but I am here today in favor of the attainable housing development. In 2023, the county released a community needs assessment that reported 40% of residents are rent burdened, which is higher than the state average. The latest reports from the National Low-Income Housing Association state that Orlando has only 18 affordable units available for every 100 extremely low-income residents. Rates of homelessness are rising in every corner of the county, and so my question is this. If we see the problem so clearly and a solution is available that moves the needle, why wouldn't we take it? Disney has stepped up to share in the responsibility, and you have a duty to accept your part. Even the name of the project gives a clear answer: attainable housing. Both affordable and market rates apartments available using space to make the community more dense, absorbing the impact fees to free up millions for the county budget. The resources are available, and we have a duty to remove barriers, not reinforce them, to make space for the neighbors on whose back this community functions, to protect our children and help them achieve the basic human right to safe housing. Say yes to our people.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Clinton Burnham, 16304 Rock Coast Drive, Winter Garden. I live in Waterloo, right across the street from this proposal. I have lived here for almost 4 years now. I'm a dad, and I have 3 boys. One goes to the elementary school, one goes to the middle school, and one goes to the high school. I can tell you right now that this is not set up for the infrastructure, for the roads, and just the time it takes just to go back and forth from the schools is not sustainable. This is the first I've actually heard about this meeting with Michaels. They sent something out about a week before when we're all on spring break saying, by the way, we're having this meeting, not giving us a chance to voice our concerns. This was just pushed down on us saying, this is what we want to do without talking to us, is what I feel. And as well as many other people, the way I heard about it was from Facebook group saying, hey, did you guys know that this is what they're doing? A lot of residents didn't even know. So that's why I'm here today, because I feel like we are not being heard. This was proposed, and without giving consideration to the people that already live here. I also have read reviews from the builder. I'm not too impressed. I don't think we need the problems that they have brought to other communities into our community. So I'm not opposed to affordable housing, just not in our area. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Romulo Martinez. I live in 9729 Waterway Passage Drive. Thank you very much all for your time. So I wanted to bring up the element that we right now have an issue with just infrastructure. This is Avalon, and here you can see people getting into Water Springs Boulevard, where Water Springs Elementary is, and Water Springs Elementary is, and there is no sidewalk. And what we're forcing people to do is just walk to school or use the motor scooter to go to school. It's very dangerous. Same thing here with Winding Bay. All these kids are driving this main road without any safety. We're talking about traffic examples. This is a regular day. It's a Friday. We're talking about 5 miles, 24 minutes. It is a packed situation, especially when you are living in Harthog, which is a street that only is a two-way, and you have no infrastructure with that. The last slide that I want to share, it's the police stations. This is where we're located, and the police stations are about 19 minutes away from our home. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for your comments. We'll move to the next speaker.
Next speaker is Jerry Moser, and Patrick Fogerson is dedicating an extra minute, followed by Carl Pfeiffer, and followed by Patty Robinson, and Wendy Finnan. Wendy? Okay, thank you. Mr. Moser, you'll have 2 minutes.
Jerry Moser. I live at 8765 Eden Cove Drive in Winter Garden, Waterley, across the same way of the potential build. The one thing I want to do is take affordable living housing off the side, because that is something that I'm sure a lot of us, and you can go on our Facebook pages, we have 4 different communities for Waterley and the surrounding areas, and none of them have said that we're doing it because we do not want there to be affordable housing, okay? So let's take that off to the side. I'm going to paint you a quick little picture here. So for my work, I go back and forth between Orlando and Tampa. So my life is on that I-4. I love Orlando just like everybody else does. I like Disney like everybody else does, but we can all agree that the I-4 is the worst. And everybody does what they can to avoid riding the I-4, okay? The reason why I bring that up is because we all can agree that that freeway, that highway was never built to handle the growth that's establishing right now. Let's compare that to Avalon Road, Western Way, and Hartsog, okay? The thing that they did not show on here, Hartsog is a one-way road on each side. Avalon, 2 roads on each side. We just had a water main break about a month ago where they had to shut down 1 block of Avalon, one side. That caused over 2-hour delay for my wife dropping off my daughter from middle school for her night play to come home at 5:30. Sometimes when I'm driving home I sometimes go to Cocoa in Melbourne, it takes me a good 45 minutes to get through Disney if I do not time it right. So the reason why I'm painting that picture is because there are times when we have to take our kids to the doctor or to the dentist, or even when me and my wife want to go out and eat, where we are traveling 30, 45 minutes to go to these places. They paint that there's businesses around here. There isn't. We go outside of the area because there's nothing to support us, okay? So people that want to live here, they're going to want to get out because there's not going to be anything to help support you, and you're going to be dying in traffic. So I just want to kind of paint that picture as a person that actually lives in the area and not some of the supporters that don't.
All right, thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Carl Pfeiffer.
Yes. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Carl Pfeiffer. I live at 15103 LeBeau Loop in Winter Garden, Florida, 34787 in Winding Bay, which is just south of the proposed land development. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioners, for the time today. This is really simply, like the gentleman before me said, this is not about the affordable housing. I agree. It's a nationwide issue for sure. I think that there are better solutions. The gentleman at Infinity had a great idea about, having used hotel rooms on iDrive that could possibly be repurposed and invested in to build these up. There's also public transportation already there. The infrastructure is there. We are at a very critical point, just with like the other people are saying, the apartments that are being built today, the traffic alone in our schools, everything is failing. Not only was the water main broken, but we also had a sinkhole on that same location just weeks before that. So my wife was trying to get my kids to school today, and there was 2 accidents on Avalon. There's accidents almost every single day on that road just for the traffic that's today. Once these other apartments and proposed future developments get built, the traffic is just going to be unbearable. So yeah, I just wanted to say I hope you join us to say no. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
You'll have 2 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Patty Robinson. I live at 9134 Sonoma Coast Drive, Winter Garden, Florida 34787. My background comes from the redistricting side of education and opening of new schools. We understand the growing need for the high density and affordable housing. What we don't agree with is where you are putting it. Coming strictly from overcrowding side of education, I don't believe this project is thinking of the kids at all. Not just the new kids, but the ones who are already here. We all want our children to be successful, and I feel we are setting these children up to fail. I spoke to Amy McCormick, who is the Senior Administrator of Student Enrollment for OCPS. She sent me the data that was published on March 15th, 2024. This data is up here on the overhead. The Hartsog Road project will have 1,400 new homes. The average is 2.5 children per household. That is 3,500 additional students. There are apartments complexes, 3 of them that are already under construction, 2 others that have been approved. That totals another 1,446 new apartments. If only 20% of these apartments have children, that's an additional 723 kids. The 2.5 per household, the breakdown I'm about to show you, pertains to the Hartsog Road project only. It does not include any of the apartments. With 3,500 students coming from Hartsog Road, the project is going to have to go somewhere else. Do the math. We currently have room for 95 elementary students. For argument's sake, let's say 33% of these children on Hartsog Road project are elementary students. That's 1,155. Where are these kids going to go? Again, I ask, where are you going to put these children? We're not setting these children up for success. We're setting them up for failure. Commissioners, please, when you're voting, think of the children. Set them up for success, not failure. Tell Disney, find a new location. Remember, you can dream it, you can move it.
All right, thank you. All right, next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Vitaly Ivanov, followed by Clinton McCracken, followed by Penelope Bisondat. And is there, Nikura Babadi. Penelope, do you know who's giving you time? Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. Vitaly?
Hi, my name is Vitaly Ivanov. I live at 10013 Little Alcove Loop, Winter Garden, Florida 34787 in Waterley there. So I am a resident, and I do ask that you guys please vote this thing down. I would ask you, would you like this in your neighborhood? Really? Okay, then I know 5 commissioners that will vote it in for you. So please, please, please move it to your neighborhood if you could. Also, to Disney, if there is such a problem with not enough money, how about you pay your employees what they're worth and what it costs to live in our community? Right now, the cost of living has doubled in the last 4 years. You guys give yourself raises, the top guys at Disney, right? How about you give the people that work there some raises so they can afford to live, and then their net worth grows? Because right now, Michael's organization, they said they don't need anything special. What about rezoning some land? That takes some money to make that happen. So if you care about the people, which is great, because I care about the people. I lived in subsidized housing, came from Lithuania in 1989, and subsidized housing is great, but pay the people.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. Clinton McCracken, 2413 Center Avenue, Orlando. I'm a 24-year OCPS teacher, and I serve as the president of the Orange County Classroom Teachers Association. We represent the voices of over 14,000 OCPS educators, and I'm here to express support for this development. Educators play a vital role in shaping the future of our community, but as the cost of living continues to rise, it's increasingly difficult for teachers to find suitable housing within their means. This issue doesn't just affect educators, though. It impacts our students and their families, undermining their stability and well-being. One of the most pressing concerns teachers share with us is that they're finding it harder and harder to afford to live in Orange County. Because of this, many have moved out of the county, farther away from the schools where they teach and from the students and the families in these neighborhoods. I urge the Commission to support this development. Our communities are better and stronger when teachers are able to live in the communities where they work. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello.
I think we can lower it. Just a moment. We'll lower it down. We want to hear her and see her. All right. Now.
Hello, my name is Penelope. My address is 11129 Green Cintron Alley, and I go to Water Spring Elementary. I'm here to share about how I feel about more housing. I do like the idea, but this should not be accomplished. I would feel like down because that means me and my friends in school would be placed in portables for school. They are really small and uncomfortable. There would be no space for STEM projects. There won't be space for whiteboards. Also, that means cars will be on roads. More cars, more. And my friends won't be able to walk to schools, ride bikes or scooters. Recently at my school, there's a 10-year-old boy who got hit by a car. Thankfully, he's okay, but that means when I need to walk to school, I would be scared. Please think about how this will affect everyone in this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Penelope. All right. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Eddie Moreton, followed by Kelly Semran, followed by Shelley Lawton.
Is Eddie Moreton in the room next door, perhaps, or Kelly Semrad? If so,
Shelley Lawton. Shelley Lawton.
Shelley Lawton, she's in the room. Okay. All right. So we got a couple of people coming in. So who was the first one you called?
Eddie
Moreton. We don't see him, but Kelly Simrad is here, and so she's working with our technician. So Ms. Lawton, are you ready to go? Well, if you'll come forward. Okay. Are you ready? I'm ready. Okay.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Kelly Semrad. I reside at 3111 Amalfi Drive, Orlando, Florida, 32820. The living wage in Orange County is $24 for an individual, $38 for an individual with one child, $46 for an individual with two kids. Orange County has the lowest wages in the U.S. Number one employer is tourism. Majority of our jobs pay about $13 to $15 an hour in the tourism industry, where 49% of Orange County households are unable to make ends meet, with 35% of them being listed as asset limited, income constrained, but employed. The middle section there of the light purple is 35% of Orange County's labor force working in a service position. Looking at hourly workers at 6 major tourism employers, they're making $16.50, $34,000 a year. Of the 1,000 units, 11% being allocated to families, the range of income on average is $49,000 to $90,000. If you do the math, We're looking at HUD would provide these at $850, Disney's at $1,100. This does not move the needle for tourism service employees. This is attainable housing for some, unaffordable for most. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. All right, just one more warning. Okay, about no clapping. Remember I said that earlier? Okay. I kind of made an exception for the child, Penelope, but the rest of you, that doesn't go for you. Okay. All right, Ms. Lawton.
Mayor, commissioners, staff, audience. My name is Shelley Lawton. I live at 1115 Shorewood Drive in Orlando, and I'm a native Floridian. Over the last 30 years, I've worked with many of you in the hard job you have of trying to figure out how to balance all these competing needs. Most recently, about 5 years ago, I worked with Dr. Joel Hunter at the Commission on Homelessness. And one of the things, as he stated, we pleaded with the business community to step forward to help solve this very difficult, challenging problem we have in housing for all levels of people who work in Central Florida. Disney's come forward today with another one of those innovative models. You would have heard, if Eddie didn't have to leave, Eddie Morton talk about one of those models called LIFT, which is an incredible partnership between business, government, and nonprofits. Disney is looking to create another model. I really hope you move this forward to advance this cause. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lawton. We'll move to the next speaker.
Next speaker is Sarah Hibbs, followed by Jack Banis and Nick Ortego. For Sarah Hibbs, Sue Colzar, Kulczar. Colzar, are you here? Yes. Okay, thank you. Stephanie Esposito. Here. Thank you. Lorena Raymond and Thomas Raymond. Right. Sarah Hibbs, you'll have 5 minutes total.
Hi, my name is Sarah Hibbs.
Hello.
Sorry, I'm taller than kids. I live at 16049 Ridge Haven Alley in Winter Garden, and I'm a resident in Horizon West in the Waterley neighborhood. So, Horizon West was sold to the residents as a master plan community with land use designations set out far ahead of our neighborhood's development. I chose my home in Village H based on these maps, choosing very carefully which neighborhood to move my family into. I was not upset at all by the planned density of the apartments near the village center as it was planned. However, since that time, the Orange County BCC has approved several additional apartment complexes, approved many variances, and allowed extreme amounts of apartment development to occur far beyond what was anticipated. I understand that change happens, but this is beyond what should be acceptable. Currently, there are 6 apartment complexes within a half-mile radius of this proposed project boundary. That's 1,770 apartments that can be seen or physically touch the proposed development. This includes a 212-unit complex in an area that was previously designated as undeveloped space. Looking beyond that, here's a list of apartments that are constructed within a 3-mile radius of this proposed project. So sum total, there are already 1,563 constructed apartment units, 1,446 apartment units under construction. That's already 3,009 units in our village and in our immediate vicinity. Looking at the availability of those currently constructed apartments, there are 213 sitting vacant right now that anyone can rent. The current vacancy rate for the constructed apartments is 13.6%, which is actually double the national average. In addition to all these apartments, there are 6 additional large apartment development areas already approved as part of the master plan. Also, 4.5 miles north in Hamlin are an additional 1,831 apartment units. That brings the total to 4,094 apartments in Horizon West. And if you guys need all of the sources, they're publicly available, mostly from your own websites. In addition to the overwhelming number of apartments in this location, the traffic has become outrageous. Here are some photos from a random Tuesday morning. This happened to be February 20th. The cars back up from the nearby high school, and it takes over 45 minutes minimum to go 4,800 feet. Any hiccup on the flow of traffic, like a sinkhole or a broken water main on Avalon, will just paralyze the area, locking us into our neighborhood. So as you can see, we have more than enough apartments already with an excessive vacancy rate, and even more apartments coming online in the immediate future. The only issue I have with the proposed housing project is the location. This exact area of Horizon West is not an appropriate location due to the glut of apartment homes already existing, in addition to the insane traffic already causing us nightmares and safety issues, overcrowded schools, barely functional utility infrastructure, a severe lack of cell phone signal, and the list goes on and on. Please do not approve this rezoning application to construct 1,400 more apartments in this area. We are full. There is no more room. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, almost evening. My name is Jack Bannis. I'm a member of the Board of Directors of the HOA for the Watermark community, which directly abuts, it's an 864 unit, which directly abuts Horizon High. My personal address is 9238 Grand Island Way, Winter Garden. Horizon High is interesting. I have a daughter that's a teacher there, and she will qualify to stay and live in this community. For the sake of my personal family, I'm very much for affordable housing. But even my daughter admits, how are we going to get around and accomplish anything? Right now, we had to wait 6 years for a second gas station. How much longer? I urge you all, number one, be proactive on getting the community ready for this influx of people, not reactive. Fix the streets, fix the hospitals, fix the schools. And the other thing, Disney may tell you they are not getting any profit from this. Anybody that believes they're not getting PR that they can convert somewhere else, I won't finish. You guys know exactly what I'm saying. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you, sir, for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Thank you for this time. My name is Nick Ortego, 17918 Adrift Road. I live in Waterley. I actually relocated from Mississippi to Horizon West about 9 months ago, and I was in Mississippi for 25 years, so I feel like I can point this out. It's no secret that Mississippi is last in healthcare, education, income, infrastructure. However, let me shed some light on a surprising reality. In Lamar County, Mississippi, where I resided, our cell service was surprisingly better. Students enjoy learning in modern school facilities instead of modular buildings. And we boasted more than 3 gas stations. Multiple companies provided access to gigabit internet. Our waste management services actually showed up on the day they were scheduled to come. But here in Horizon West, these services are underperforming. Please understand, I'm not here to discredit Orange County or Horizon West. We love it here. I believe in the community, and I believe in this commission. I'm simply pointing out the growing pains of a thriving community, and adding 1,400 more units will devastate our already strained infrastructure. I'm optimistic we can do better, but until then, please explore alternative locations that may already possess the necessary foundation. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is James Belts, followed by Sue Knapp, followed by Angela Waters. And is Pam Belts here? Yes. And you're giving yours to Sue? Oh, so you're both giving time? Yes. Okay.
So, Joe, you got,
Yeah, I got
who's
that.
the recipient of the time
Yeah.
they're giving?
Yeah, Mr. Belts, you'll have 3 total minutes.
Okay. Come.
My name is James Belts. My address is 10254 Spring Shores Drive, Winter Garden, in the Waterley community. Good afternoon, Mayor Demings and the commissioners.
Afternoon.
First, I'd like to say I am not anti-Disney. Quite the opposite. Disney is why we retired to Florida 7 years ago. We prudently chose Horizon West because there was a comprehensive plan for careful growth and development. But I have to break the bad news. Horizon West is in crisis. The population growth has totally shifted from single-family owned homes and townhouses to mammoth rental enclaves. This extremely high-density shift has turned the dreamlike promise of Horizon West into something approaching a nightmare. Horizon West is suffering from growth that exceeds the capacity of the infrastructure. The roads, specifically Avalon and Hartzog, become parking lots at times. Both are two-lane roads at the location of the proposed new complex. At the intersection of these two roads, there are already two new occupied apartment complexes and two more complexes under construction. When these open, the additional traffic they generate will filter out on the same two-lane roads. Water Springs Elementary is already at 180% capacity. The new elementary school being built inside of Waterley is already predicted to be over capacity. These schools cannot handle the current students. What will they do with the new students? The cell phone networks are operating over capacity, which leaves many parts of Horizon West with little or no reliable coverage. How will they call 911? New fire stations are planned, but how long will it take before they're operational? There are plans to widen Avalon Road to 4 lanes with a projected completion date of 2040. And according to David Boers, he suggests we add 5 to 10 years to that estimate. Simply put, Orange County is not in a position to keep up with the existing planned expansion, let alone handling a new high-density complex that was never meant to be added in a location that it was not planned for. These growing pains are already causing dangerous situations. Traffic accidents are an all too common occurrence. 2 water main breaks in 2 months resulted in 2 collapses on Avalon Road. Recently, a student was struck by a vehicle while leaving Water Springs Elementary. Travel times in any direction are rising and resulting in people ignoring speed limits and plenty of road rage. I admire Disney's newfound commitment to attainable housing, but their choice of location is unfathomable. We all understand the need for and desire for growth, but this new apartment complex would do nothing for the Horizon West community, but plenty to it. Please, please stick with the Horizon West plan. Do not vote for transmittal. Thank you. And remember, if you can dream it.
All right, thank you very much. All right, next speaker, please.
Sue Knapp, resident of Waterley and Horizon West, 16136 Hampton Crossing Drive.
Okay, we're going to have to, maybe you can pull that down to you. There we go. And come a little closer so we can hear you.
Okay.
No,
Do I need to repeat?
There you go. Yes.
Sue Knapp, a resident of Waterley and Horizon West, 16136 Hampton Crossing Drive. This is not a debate about the need for housing. Affordable housing is extremely important. Let's work together to create an amazing plan. This is not an amazing plan. The current plan lacks vision and it is not safe. We will never meet the goals of Vision Zero and Horizon West unless we slow down and develop a comprehensive infrastructure plan. More than 10 accidents have occurred at Schofield and Avalon since September, including a serious accident today. The current plan lacks key elements. Affordable housing should have access to transit options. Will Disney expand bus services? Will Orange County add bus routes? There are more questions than answers in this plan. At the last meeting, I asked about plans for Western Way and was told the road is already done. I explained that there's daily standstill traffic and numerous accidents. The representative stated that traffic studies have been done on Western Way and it's fine. Can we see this traffic study? I inquired about plans for Hartzog Road and was told impact fees would be used to make necessary improvements. I wasn't aware impact fees would be used for roads in the special district.
That time does go quickly. All right. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Kelly Van Arsdal. Right, and there is Maureen Allman and Stephen Janabal. All right, thank you. Followed by Cesar Sanchez. And is there Angel Aquino? All right, thank you. And Diana Sanchez, Chris Waters. Is that King time? All right, thank you. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Demings and Commissioners. Kelly Van Arsdal, 10242 Atwater Bay Drive, Winter Garden. So as you all know, through the multitude of residents who have contacted you by email and the many, many more you're hearing from today, the opposition to this project is for one reason and one reason only. This location makes zero sense. Mayor Demings, when your very own Housing for All's task force held over 50 meetings to determine a plan of action, including locations that support the needs of Housing for All residents, Horizon West was nowhere on this list. Per your 10-year action plan, areas were assigned a composite access and opportunity score based on transit, employment, retail, and medical care. The highest weighted access score indicator for location was transit, given an importance of 40%. Let that sink in, 40%, since this area has no public transit and extremely low walkability. It was stated that the concept of location efficiency takes into account the savings households can have by living in neighborhoods where they can reduce driving or rely less on cars. Another statement per the plan, Orange County can create more location-efficient communities by directing housing development to areas of high access and opportunities. In fact, Kathy Hadaway and other senior members of Walt Disney World Public Affairs pushing this project were on this committee. So it is well known by the biggest advocates that the location does not meet the goals nor make sense. After the 10-year plan was established, the Orange County Commission then took your very own task force's recommendations and accepted them. All of this data set in place by you and your team reiterates what the residents are here telling you today. You've asked for facts to support the opposition, and you've been presented with hundreds of them from many different people with many different perspectives. Knowing that you're all highly ethical people with firsthand knowledge that this is the wrong location, it would be downright negligent of you to approve this. Just because it is Disney, donating the land does not make it right. What Universal did was 100% the right thing to do, and it was highly supported by the community because it was in an area that made sense. In fact, it was in one of the 6 areas sought out by the task force. I'm not going to repeat all the infrastructure challenges in Horizons West because you're already well aware of them. What I do want to articulate for each and every one of you to keep at the forefront of your mind when you're voting today is that your acceptance of this project would be neglectful and downright reckless, putting the safety, productivity, and success of current and future residents at risk due to this overwhelming lack of infrastructure and services. Please do not let the need for this type of housing nor Disney's relentless lobbying deter your integrity and sound reasoning at the conclusion of this meeting today. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Cesar Sanchez. My address is 17798 Adrift Road. I live in Waterley and Horizon West. There is a public school in my neighborhood. I don't go there. I have a scholarship from the state that lets me go to a small private school. I can't go to the public schools in Horizon West because they are way too big and have way too many kids, which makes it difficult to concentrate. Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, if you, ladies and gentlemen, vote yes to the Disney project tonight, you will add a lot more people to my town. There will be a lot more traffic, and it will be very hard for my parents to take me to my school, which is already 30 minutes away. The drive will be much longer, and it will be even harder than it is now to get out of our neighborhood. A boy from my neighborhood was hit by a car recently while walking home from school. This happened because too many cars are rushing into my neighborhood to go to the schools there. They are rushing because they're late because of the traffic. That's the second time a kid was hit. That's not okay. Mr. Mayor, we moved to Horizon West to get away from the crowds of South Florida, to get away from the sensory overload there. But now you, your commissioners, and Disney are trying to change my town to be the same way. My parents made a lot of sacrifices for us to move here. My parents, my 2 little sisters, and I lived with my grandma in my grandma's house for almost 3 years so my parents could save enough money to move here. This was our dream, to get away from the chaos of South Florida by moving to Horizon West. And you, ladies and gentlemen, are trying to ruin it by adding more and more people with more and more apartments on top of the gazillion apartments you've already added to Horizon West. Mr. Mayor, can you please stop Disney from controlling everything around here? It's strange that a theme park has so much power over everyone here. Mr. Mayor, can you please tell Disney to find a new location for their apartments because it doesn't make sense in Horizon West? Disney, please find a new location. Thank you for listening.
All right. Thank you, young Mr. Sanchez. All right. Future is bright for our young people. Okay. Mother?
Mother.
Okay.
Proud mother. Took a long time for
All
us to
right.
get there.
Very
You knew the whole
proud.
history. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Diana Sanchez, address 17798 Adrift Road in Waterley, across the street from the proposed location. I am the proud daughter of immigrants from the Dominican Republic. When I was young, living in New York, my father worked 3 jobs to make ends meet: at a bank during the day, a limo driver at night, and a pharmacy on the weekends. While we didn't live in affordable housing, we probably could have benefited from it. Look, we agree with your shirts. Disney, build affordable housing. And pay these phenomenal cast members the livable wages they deserve. Our pins are saying no, not to affordable housing, they're just saying no to the location. Affordable housing is an extremely altruistic endeavor. We are not denying that. But Disney has simply chosen the wrong location. And countless residents of Horizon West have been telling you all why it is the wrong location. There's lots of different reasons, but I'm going to touch upon just one. Look, I'm a huge Disney fan. There are very few things Universal does better than Disney. But in terms of affordable housing, Universal really knocked it out of the park. They put it right in the middle of the tourist district and in between its parks where all the jobs are. There's public transportation, there's on-site walkable retail, there's on-site medical offices, tuition-free preschool, and a lot more. Mayor Denham, you even said it yourself. The goal was to build this affordable, attainable housing, workforce housing, right in the center of commerce, right where people work so they wouldn't have to travel these long distances throughout the region just to get to work. On 3/18, I shared some of my concerns with a Disney rep and asked whether they had considered any other locations for this project. And she said, no, this is the plan. Well, Disney needs to go back and revise the plan and this time do some proper due diligence. It seems like they just closed their eyes and went, boop. That's the most worthless piece of land the Walt Disney Company owns. Let's give that to the commissioners without any consideration as to whether it would make sense for the residents of their housing or the residents of Horizon West. Disney owns 40 square miles of land. That's 2 times the size of Manhattan. There's an easy solution here to make everyone in this room happy. Find a new location. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Sanchez. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Breen Terpening, Nicholas Albertson, Joel Hunter, and Eric Grimmer.
I think Joel Hunter already went, so unless there's a Joel Hunter Jr., maybe.
Hello, I'm Brian Terpening. I'm at 10222 Mary Meeting Bay Drive in Waterley. Live right across the way from where this development is done. All of us in Waterley are saying we're not against affordable housing. The question I've got for Disney is maybe take a different approach. Why don't you go for all these apartments that are already there, subsidize some of the rent for that, then we don't have to have all this brand new infrastructure and stuff going on. We've got plenty of housing. Just put your money in a different spot, really show the community you really care instead of just doubling down and making everything worse. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
My name is Nick Albertson. I live at 9794 Waterway Passage Drive, Winter Garden, Florida, which is in the Waterley neighborhood right across the road. I wrote a long 2-minute speech that I'm not going to have time for. Can I enter that into the record or hand it down? I want to start by saying this is not a moral issue or a concern about property values. I don't have a problem with affordable housing. It's a great idea. It's about excessive development of high-density housing without concern for schools or the infrastructure, especially with 4 other high-density properties right there at that same exact intersection. It's easy to say you're a proponent of this development if you don't live near there. I'm sure if you look up the addresses of all of the proponents that came today, you'd see that they are not in the neighborhood. I could talk about the traffic problems for hours if I had the time. The Waterley community only has one entrance where 4 apartment complexes already exist, and sometimes the traffic is so bad that you can't even exit the neighborhood. As you've already heard, the schools are overburdened, and my wife is a teacher, and she couldn't come today because there is such a teacher shortage, so you wouldn't even be able to staff schools if you built them there. So it's just not the right location. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Alverson. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Eric Rimmer, 574 Terrace Spring Drive, Orlando, Florida, 32828. As chapter lead for Orlando YIMBY, which stands for Yes in My Backyard, we support this 1,000 units of income-restricted housing that could benefit our teachers, first responders, law enforcement, and service workers. Horizon West is a beautiful place to live and potentially raise a family with access to great school and recreational cultural amenities. More of our residents, especially those forming the backbone of our communities, deserve to experience such an environment. It would also provide economic diversity to the area, which all of our communities could benefit from. Providing additional housing units at the 50 to 100% level of AMI would also relieve downward pressure on other local affordable housing developments. And this proposal does so without utilizing government subsidy, which frees up these limited government resources, especially for other affordable housing, especially at the low income and extremely low income areas where the need is even more acute. We cannot build strong communities without providing an affordable place to live for all the people who support that community. Please vote yes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Grimmer. Next speaker, please.
Next set of speakers, Gretchen Robinson, followed by Lisa Palmer, followed by Calvin Pham, followed by Larita Royal.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Gretchen Robinson, 520 Ramona Lane, Orlando. As a teacher, I've frequently struggled to afford housing both in Florida and in Arizona, where I started my teaching career, and at one point had to take out payday loans in order that my kids and I could eat because the rent ate first. And rents had skyrocketed in Tucson at the time. Unfortunately, we are coming full circle, and teachers are again being squeezed with inadequate salaries and skyrocketing housing prices, as well as runaway inflation. I urgently encourage the Board of Commissioners to vote yes on this direly needed affordable housing project. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Robinson. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the Commission. My name is Lisa Palmer. I reside at 10756 Petrillo Way in Winter Garden, Florida, in the Winding Bay community. A lot of people have already said some of the things that I meant to say, so I'll just briefly say that I am against the project. I have resided in Horizon West now since May of 2020, and the volume of traffic and new residents has really impacted our commute. We've had multiple trees torn down to accommodate new apartments and other houses, and I'm just wondering, have any studies been done on how that impacts our air quality, how it impacts runoff from the roads during the rainy season, and if so, where can we find that data? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Calvin Pham, 2527 Kilgore, 32803. I just want to address the traffic issue that has been brought up about how whenever we're out there, we are dealing with traffic. We are stuck in traffic. But feeling convicted by the words of others earlier, the perspective that I have is that we are the traffic. Like, we contribute that to the roads ourselves. So just want to make sure that we maintain that perspective and humility whenever we think about the impacts that we have. They are impacts that we make on our own community. It's not that other people within the community make on us. I'm in support of this development. I think that it's a great thing because it's going to give all sorts of people who have different levels of income, who are already part of our community, who are serving our community as teachers, as service workers, the opportunity to afford a place to finally live in the community where they serve. If you are good enough to serve a community, you are good enough to live in it. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Lodera Royal, 4643 South Kirkman Road, Orlando, Florida. Secretary of Orange County Classroom Teachers Association, and here to represent thousands of educators in Orange County. It is fact that educators are the backbone of the community. We give, and we serve, and we serve. Yet there are few lawmakers, officials, and community members who do anything to express gratitude for us for bearing the weight of this divine calling. Your teachers, your firefighters, your social workers are leaving Orange County as we can no longer afford to live where we serve. The last time I checked, that there are many schools in that community that is proposed that have A-rated schools. And may I serve notice that A-rated schools comes from the service of your educators. This project is a way for the community to show that you value your educators and that you actually want us to live in your neighborhoods.
All right, thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
The last set of speakers, Stephen Lewis, followed by Cliff Long, Kathy Southern, and Vicky Vargo. State your name.
All right. Yeah.
Absolutely. Good to see
Afternoon.
you. Good afternoon and evening, Mayor Dimmings, Commissioners.
Afternoon.
Stephen Lewis with the West Orange Chamber of Commerce. I'm also a resident of District 1. Speaking today on behalf of the Chamber in support of this important request. For those who don't know, our purpose is to advance community, collaboration, and leadership. I know oftentimes businesses and residents bring their problems to this commission looking for a solution. So it is great to see a business and a valued community partner bring forward a solution to problems that many of our businesses and members of the workforce in West Orange County are facing. Currently, many of the businesses we represent are struggling to recruit and retain workers due to the limited supply of attainable housing in Orange County. Employees are commuting long distances to get to work, and businesses are losing good employees to places where housing is more affordable and commutes more reasonable. Ensuring affordable housing is available for our workforce is critical to ensuring the success of our county and will help develop, grow, and sustain small businesses. These future residents will receive goods and services from the 1,170 businesses that we represent. Please support this important project. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Cliff Long. I'm the Chief Executive Officer for the Orlando Regional Realtor Association, located at 1330 Lee Road, here in beautiful Orlando, Florida. On behalf of our 22,000 members, I would like to express support for the Hartsog Road Affordable Housing Project. We firmly believe that the project does these following things. Number one, Mr. Mayor, it aligns with the Housing for All Task Force. Number two, it allows for greater opportunities for families to meet their health needs. Number three, it allows for a greater opportunity to meet education needs. And lastly, a greater opportunity for families to meet employment needs. This attainable housing project is intended for hardworking residents who are currently priced out of the housing market, and this project will have an important impact on the much-needed diversification of housing stock in Orange County. Thank you for your time and support, and to those educators, the Association of Realtors stands with you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Long. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Kathy Southern, and I represent Family Promise of Greater Orlando. We help families who are facing homelessness, and we work on eviction prevention, and we have a dire need. We served 293 families last year. We fielded about 400 calls a month. These families we're serving are here. They're in our community now. We continue to hear that not here. We want affordable housing, but not here. they're here. We need to find a place for them. We support all housing development because we have too many families that are living in their cars and in U-Hauls because they're getting priced out of their units. It's time that we take action, and we do so in a way to support children who deserve a safe and affordable place to live and to rest their head at night. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Vicki Vargo, 3800 Wingfoot Court, Orlando. As a former elected official, I have served on the Florida Housing Finance Corporation. There are 3 groups that I'm asking you to keep in mind. 1, working seniors. These are grandparents who fail to adequately save for retirement, causing them to work well beyond their early 60s. They are not raising children, and the only extra car trips will probably be to Orlando Health to visit their doctors. Hardworking, struggling single parents on their own, trying to find housing, childcare, and still meet the basic needs of their children. They just need a decent place and safe place to raise their children. Young people who need a hand up. For example, they were good students, had good grades, no criminal background, and then in their senior year, they skipped too many classes and they got kicked out of school. Now, with no diploma, they find themselves working in a low-wage job. These young people, they need a hand up. Many executives work in Windermere, Dr. Phillips, Horizon West. Their workers should be able to find an apartment home close to their work. Please support our workers to live and to play close to where they work. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your comments. All right.
That was my last speaker card, Mayor.
Okay. Do we have any other individuals who wish to be heard today? Okay. There being none, what I'm going to do at this time, as we normally would do, we'll go back to the applicant on this to come forward, and we'll give you the opportunity to respond to any of the major comments that have been made. And you have about 2.5 minutes in order to get that done. And just remember, some of the key points that were brought up: school capacity and other environmental issues, et cetera.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. And I want to just say thank you for the opportunity to share our plans for the affordable housing plan that we presented today with the Michaels organization. We at Disney were very proud to be a part of the solution to meeting the county's affordable housing needs, and we believe strongly that our application is consistent with your comprehensive plan, and ask for your vote today to transmit our application to the state planning agency so that we may continue to move forward to bring this important community to Orange County. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Kathy Hadaway for the record. Just wanted to touch on the key issues, Mr. Mayor, that you brought up that were discussed in the public comments. First being school capacity. As our application file reflects, we have a letter from OCPS with the performance of their formal capacity determination with regard to our application, indicating that school capacity will be available for the students in this community as they come online. With regard to traffic, we have our traffic engineer here who can speak to the transportation requirements for our development, as I'm sure your transportation planning and transportation engineering staff who are in attendance can discuss as well. And with regard to location, this particular location is in an ideal location for a community that primarily serve the tourism industry and other service industries in Central Florida. Its location and proximity to the major employers tourism employers, as well as its location and proximity to the regional transportation network with the 429, I-4, and other county roads, is ideal for a community of this size, as well as its proximity to the Village H Village Center directly across the street and the Flamingo Crossings retail area south of the property. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your comments. At this point, what we are going to do, with that response, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing portion and move to members of the board who may have questions or comments. Those comments can be for staff or others as appropriate. We'll start with Commissioner Bonilla.
All right, so definitely want to say that it's really sad that we really need some affordable housing, and it just seems that what I'm seeing is a conflict between those who support affordable housing and residents who have legitimate concerns about a development, regardless of it being an affordable housing development. Definitely, more than anyone, I'm a supporter of affordable housing. But I do have several questions. So, Kathy Hadaway, if you could come up for some questions that I have. The first paragraph in your letter here, you say that the staff recommendations section of the LPA transmittal staff report for today's public hearing on our future land use map amendment finds that our application meets the requirements of Orange County and Florida statutes for transmittal to the state reviewing agencies. What are you implying here?
I'm implying, let me have a copy of the letter, because I want to be able to we can reference the specific regulations of Orange County as well as the statutory requirements. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate you bailing me out. Thank you. So, yes, there are, Chapter 163 of Florida statutes does provide a list of the data analyses and reports that are required for an application to be deemed sufficient and meeting the criteria for transmittal to the state planning agencies. Orange County, in your comprehensive plan, as well as your land development code, also includes requirements for applications for a comprehensive plan amendment and specifically a future land use map amendment in order for the county staff and the BCC to find that the application is sufficient to be transmitted to the state.
Okay, so when you say the application is complete or everything, you've submitted everything according to the statutes and a comprehensive plan policies. So where does it say, though, in the statutes or Orange County policies that just because everything has been submitted that we have to approve it to go to transmittal to the state?
There is no language that says a governing board has to approve something. That is the jurisdiction and the decision of the board. Our position is that our application qualifies and meets all of the state and local government standards to qualify for transmittal. So there's no question that our application package is complete, comprehensive, and meets the criteria for transmittal.
Okay, so there was a mention that there was a change in location. Was that true, that there was another location first decided on and then it was moved here?
My involvement has been with this particular location, and this is the one that I am aware of.
Is there anyone in your team who can answer that?
Good evening. Todd Rimmer with Walt Disney Imagineering, 13650 Avenue of the Stars. So we at Imagineering and Walt Disney looked at many different sites before we chose this one. I think what the gentleman is referring to is a reference that was on a GIS webpage that we had nothing to do with. That was years ago. So it was associated with, I think it was associated with our college intern housing, not this development. But it was nothing that we put forward.
Okay, when did you decide on this location? What date was that, or about?
It was several years ago.
Okay,
so we've been working on this for a while.
Okay, and what changed? So when you first submitted this application to Orange County staff, what changes has happened from that original application to what we have now?
Substantively, it's still the same site. So nothing
It's the same site still?
Yes.
Maybe, Ms. Hadaway, if you can, since you've been working on the actual application, you can answer that question.
Commissioner Bonilla, could you be a little more specific when, with your question as to how?
So this is listed as a
changed?
privately initiated text amendment. When you submitted your first application, the original application, what was in it?
So our application is not a text amendment. Our application is a future land use map amendment. And so it is an application to place a specific future land use designation on a piece of property. The property that is the subject of our application has not changed from its original submittal. Neither has the requested future land use being proposed on that property.
Okay, so you originally submitted this as, well, you are changing the comprehensive plan because you're looking to add this property into the Horizon West.
We are changing the future land use.
It's not just the future land use because you're affecting the entire Horizon West policies.
But staff can clarify and provide for you the technical aspect of it. But
well, it's privately initiated, so you all submitted this. So staff didn't initiate this, you all did. So you should know the technical background, or you're the one who's supposed to be able to clarify this, since you're the one who wrote this and submitted it as a privately initiated amendment.
As our request is for the village future land use. The village future land use is applicable only to Horizon West. Therefore, you are correct, as part of our application to designate the property with the village future land use, that would also necessitate expanding the boundary of Village H to include that property.
Okay, and is that what your original submitted application stated? Because it seemed like you were not sure because you were directing me to staff.
I am 100% sure that our original application package did reference, and in our justification statement that is part of our application package does describe our request as a request for the future land use designation of village and to expand the boundary of Village H to include the property.
All right, so what, if any, changes did staff recommend to your application?
We got no staff comments with regard to our application. We received no request for additional information, and we received no staff comments asking us in any way to revise or add to our application package.
Jason, can you confirm that?
Mayor, this is John.
Because that would be the first, because I know like when you have people apply to stuff, like there's always comments going back and forth.
Don, you may have comprehensive.
I mean, I'll look to Jason for any specific remarks in terms of staff's intake of the application, but the application wasn't the first conversation we had with the team of Disney. So when they identified this property, the first conversation was really, how do we make this fit in terms of the eligible future land use designations and or zoning categories that would be appropriate for Horizon West? Given Horizon West is one of those unique places in the county where there's actually minimum densities and maximum densities when you start to identify multifamily housing. And so given the property location and its size, part of the initial engagement was what would an application look like? And so that's where staff provided some guidance. So if it appears that staff didn't have any comments, it's because once the application was formally submitted, we had already given them staff direction on what a proposal might look like within the framework policies of both comprehensive plan and within Horizon West. Jason, if you have anything else to add.
No, that's 100% correct, John. And the staff comments are really focused on the land use plan, which they have concurrent with this, which would come back to this board at adoption stage if this current amendment is transmitted. And it's at that stage, through the land use plan stage, we have a lot of back and forth with comments and resubmittals with the applicant. But for the specifically just for the village future land use map amendment request, that alone, there was no staff comments made on that request.
Okay, so Ms. Hadaway, I'm going to ask you this question again. When you first approached the county, what were your plans?
Our plans were...
What was the submittal? Because I'm hearing that you got a lot of direction from staff and how to make this fit. What was your original idea of how you would put this here and make it fit?
We had a pre-application with staff, which is I'm sure you know, as well as the other commissioners, that is the first step in applying for a future land use map amendment request. We scheduled our pre-application meeting and brought to staff our proposed future land use village. It was discussed. Staff concurred that it was the most appropriate future land use to request for this property. We then submitted our application package in compliance with a very detailed document that is provided by staff that lists all of the components of that application package. Certain studies, certain maps, a justification statement, a narrative describing the proposal, and our package, application package, was deemed by staff to be complete. That's why we didn't get any staff review comments, because we submitted a complete application package.
Because staff had already directed you and taught you about everything that you needed to put in your application, so it was already what they needed.
Yes, staff provides that to all applicants. There is a standard application package, directions for the application package that's given to all applicants that request that or attend a pre-application meeting with staff.
Okay, so I'm just curious. We started doing privately initiated text amendments. I think it was, 2014 when that policy was created or changed. So how was the staff initiated different than this? Because
Commissioner, again, this is a future land use map amendment. This is not a text amendment to the comprehensive plan.
But it is, because we're changing Horizon West, the boundary. You cannot just add a future land use on a property that's not within Horizon West, but it's a future land use for Horizon West without expanding that and changing or amending the comprehensive plan.
Jason, do you want to speak to if there's a need for any specific policy amendments beyond the map itself?
No, it would be the map amendment that's needed. It's at the land use plan stage where they would select the wetland district as well as the apartment district. That would be at the land use plan stage, the expansion of the village H. But at this stage, just the village selection on the future land use map, that's just a map amendment.
What designates the border of the Horizon West area?
If you have village future land use.
It's just the land use?
Correct.
So that means that anything can become Horizon West?
If it's adjacent to an existing...
you have a boundary. What's designating that boundary of Horizon West?
If it has a village future land use, it's considered Horizon West.
All right. First of all, so
just a moment, please. At this point, the conversation is with the board. Okay, I don't want to ask you all to leave if you're speaking, talking in the back. Please don't do that. Just allow the dialogue to happen between the board and whoever the board is speaking to at this time. Okay, thank you.
all right, we have Jason. Horizon West was created for a certain reason. Are you familiar with that history?
I am, yes.
Can you quickly summarize that for us?
So, not to go too far back, but when the area was all orange groves and there was a big freeze, the farmers and landowners decided that it was not advantageous for them to keep trying to farm property in an area that would continue to get freezes. So they partnered or had discussions with the county to see what could be done to allow for development in those areas. And that's kind of the short history of how Horizon West was born.
Okay. Now, why was that done out in a rural area under a certain overlay? From what I always felt like it was because of those farmers who needed something to be done with their property because it was unusable to them. And so it was like a favor from the county to be able to provide them with that opportunity. Now, the lands that are not included in that Horizon West boundary because of those properties was not intended to be in Horizon West because that was for a certain cause to our economy that happened, and that's why that was done. So there was a certain boundary based on that. It was these properties. So now why is this property being added to Horizon West, which was not included in that Orange Grove freeze?
Commissioner, if I may, with respect to this particular property, the reason it does not have a future land use designation today is that it was formerly part of the Reedy Creek Improvement District. So it fell under a different jurisdiction, the same way that in a municipality, the county does not have a future land use designation assigned to it. And so in terms of when it was effectively de-annexed as part of the creation of the Central Florida Tourism Oversight District, the property today has no zoning and no future land use, but it resides in unincorporated Orange County. And what's also interesting, knowing the context of Horizon West, it falls outside of the county's urban service boundary. And so a traditional higher density or medium density residential land use designation is not allowed outside the urban service area. And so given its adjacency, proximity to Horizon West, staff felt it was appropriate to bring it into Horizon West as a recommendation and an application.
Okay, so you said, first of all, you said it's outside of the urban service area. Yes, it is. And so it's not allowed to have urban densities because it's outside the urban service area.
And Horizon West is a special planning area that has been specifically designated for...
So we do have designated land use, though,
and
for the area outside the urban service area, and that's not in Horizon West, and that's where this will fall into, and that's what's in compliance with our comprehensive plan. What you're doing here, though, is adding an exception in order to make it compliant. Because it's not part of Horizon West. You want to add it to Horizon West so that it then is compliant. But that doesn't mean that today it's compliant.
John, when was the de-annexation? When did that take place?
Whenever the Central Florida Tourism Oversight District was established, so a year and a half ago, maybe.
But they've been working on this for many years. Why? And that's like, why did they leave Reedy Creek? I mean, couldn't they just do what they like? I don't understand that.
So there's no traditional residential development within formerly Reedy Creek or now the Central Florida Tourism Oversight District. So there's
okay. So they have to come out of it in order
electors.
To build residential.
Traditional residential.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. But still, what's compliant is what's allowed in the rural service area, and what staff recommended approval for and gave them guidance on was to create an exception in order to make them compliant. But today it's not compliant.
There's no future land use or zoning designation on the property today.
But
Horizon West designation is not supposed to leave Horizon West. That was done under certain circumstances.
Commissioner, if I may, there's no restriction on it like we have with rural settlements. You can't expand a rural settlement. There's a specific policy.
I understand that. I'm not saying that this cannot be done. I'm saying that it is not compliant. But yet we have staff that had guided them to this, which I'm not saying, you know what, if the board wants to do it, that's fine. What I'm having problems with is the recommendation for that saying that's compliant when it's not.
So Commissioner, according to that logic, any amendment to the comprehensive plan is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan.
And then according to your logic in the opposite direction, everything, it should have staff's recommendation for approval because it's all compliant. Right? Yes.
I don't think that's what he said.
No, but that's the logic that he's following. He just set up the logic, and I just gave you the reverse of that logic. Any amendments or changes still has to come to this body to make the decision. But we're not there yet. So, I'm talking about their recommendation right now, where he said, what was your logic? That, well, then everything is non-compliant. But then with their logic, then that everything is compliant. So I think what has to happen then, if you're going to have a recommendation from staff, it has to be something that is not just compliant just because you say it is, but that there's actual, it makes sense. It's smart growth. Not just that you're going to write in some exception and we should just approve it because, well, and I'm not saying that you're saying for us to approve it, that's just your recommendation. Mm-hmm. But in the first paragraph of here, you know, it seems like she's implying that, oh, well, we have staff's recommendation, and we did everything that staff told us to do, so you should approve this. Sounds similar to what some other people said, too. So, you know, that's the problem I'm having, is that staff's going to make a recommendation. It can't just be because you made an exception and now it's compliant. It has to be in other things, which, and I will get into the other things. What about the transportation? What about, we just said earlier, talked about the financial feasibility. Where is that? I don't see any of that here. I don't see the costs of the roads, of how much that's going to cost in order to make the roads within level of service by the time they're built out. I am seeing, though, from their traffic here, that's going to be 2040 before anything's done.
Okay, so we can get back on track. Commissioner Bonilla, do you have any other questions for Ms. Hathaway?
Yes, I'm going into the other questions right now.
Okay.
So, where's the cost?
Sorry. Do you have any questions for Ms. Hathaway? Any questions for Ms. Hathaway?
My blood pressure is like up here right now. So, where's the cost?
Commissioner, may I provide some additional information to your general question about the future land use map amendment?
No, I think we really just, we got over that. I think everything was said that had to be said about that. Where's the cost for the transportation? Where's the study doesn't really, I don't see any of that.
Can you define cost for transportation? Clarify exactly what question and what information you're seeking.
Okay, so for instance, if you're going to be building something that's high density, changing land use inside the rural service area, which is outside the urban service area, we have to see how much it's going to cost the taxpayers. So, and it's to the point of the residents here, they're having issues with their transportation, so they need to know that by the time this is built out, the roads are they're going to be able to handle this. So do we have, first I have to know, okay, so how much are the costs of the roads in order to get to where you need to be?
Commissioner.
And then how do we get there?
Commissioner, again, let me go ahead and attempt to answer this because I'm chairman of the county's roadway agreement committee. Over the last several years, you've seen multiple public-private partnership agreements come forward from Horizon West. And all of the infrastructure, all the core infrastructure within Horizon West was always set up and planned to be public-private partnerships. And you've seen multiple contracts, multiple studies advanced by the development community in support and in relationship to the development that's occurring, specifically within Horizon West. So this community is identified to go into Village H. Village H had a road agreement that dated back to 2012. And associated with the development, they had the responsibility to deliver the infrastructure. And they have actually met and delivered all the infrastructure consistent with the terms of that agreement. So when you look at Horizon West Village H, 545, from just the southern boundary all the way up just to south of Schofield, I think a little bit past Old YMCA, that infrastructure is all 4 lanes today. So they've satisfied the terms of the roadway agreement.
Yeah, I'm seeing two lane roads in the study here.
Light going in because we had 3 almost fatal accidents in the same place. We're waiting on this developer to step up when they get some amorphous.
Commissioner, that's a separate agreement. That's Town Center / Silverleaf. And so again, from north of New Independence Parkway to south of Schofield is infrastructure that still is committed to be delivered by the development that's occurring in Town Center. And then finally, moving just south of this project, when you get into the existing 2-lane portions, all the way south to Hartog Road is a public-private partnership for Village I, and then south of that is a county CIP project where the county had its infrastructure study for the roadway conceptual analysis just this past year was ultimately approved by the board, and it's currently in design.
I'll pass them out.
All right, so I am seeing here, though, that you said they're all 4 lane, but this is 2 lane.
No, I said specifically in Village H, the segments that were committed via that partnership agreement have all been completed.
Okay, so here's what I'm understanding what you're saying then, is that that Horizon West had a transportation plan to serve the capacity of Horizon West.
Generally.
Okay, so then no. No. It's yes or no. You had a plan or you didn't have a plan.
It was generally set up to accommodate. I mean, again, the plan was for County Road 545 to be the long-range plan, 545 from US 192 all the way up to the north of Town Center, which is the southern edge of the Lake Avalon Rural Settlement.
I will be in utopia right now if you told me that we had Horizon West, that we already had planned out the whole thing, how many units, and we had a plan for transportation for all that capacity and a plan to pay for it through all this proportionate share.
I think that with the exception of the segment from US 192 to Hartzog, which is south of this.
No, this is up to Hartzog.
Okay, but this isn't included in Horizon West.
Not presently.
Not presently. So without this development, did we have a plan for all the capacity and to pay for all of it?
The only segment that's not secured and committed for construction via public-private partnership agreement is from Hartzog Road south to US 192.
But why are you bringing that up if that's not Horizon? Is it in Horizon West or not, that segment?
The very northern tip of that is, but most of it is not. It's in the US 192 Growth Center. And again, the study's been through.
Everything is paid for, everything is planned for, all the capacity in Horizon West, although they're saying they're having lots of transportation issues. So since it's planned, now when is the plan supposed to be complete so that they're not dealing with all this traffic? Is there a date for that? And does that date match? I guess, let me just answer that question and I'll ask you the second question.
So I think certainly what you've heard from the residents today are the timing challenges of infrastructure delivery in a rapidly or a high growth area. Again, infrastructure improvements have been underway in the Horizon West area since probably almost for the last decade. Whether it's Seidel Road, whether it's segments of 545, work continues. There are multiple segments of 545 where studies have been done, engineering is being done, and right-of-way is in the process of being secured. And again, agreements from, I think, Hartzog Road all the way north through Town Center are committed for construction. I think the Disney applicant team talked about 2026 being an anticipated timeline for at least the initial phases of residential occupancy. That might be a little bit optimistic, but certainly 2026, 2027 is probably likely. And so given where we are with design, I think you certainly could not sit here today and predict that every segment of 545 is going to be under construction by 2030, but I think a bulk of them likely would be. And so as again, over the next several years, you'll see more and more infrastructure projects as we get out of the design phase and the developers are able to start, conveying right-of-way and getting to commencement of construction contracts. You'll see more segments of 545 south of the project go under construction. And then when you add the potential for the contribution from Disney or this affordable housing project towards infrastructure, that actually has the ability to accelerate the county's acquisition of rights-of-way, which ultimately the county would have to do because the private sector can't go condemn right-of-way from an unwilling seller. And so, again, we've done the studies for that. And so, I think at least my initial thought is that, when they get to the point in the process where they would be required to either pay impact fees or make a proportionate share contribution for concurrency deficiencies, that's certainly funding that the county could use to accelerate the right-of-way acquisition, which ultimately accelerates the partnership projects to improve 545.
Okay. So up to now, though, we had a plan. We had the money to pay for it. Why wasn't it planned to be built, the roads to be built out as the housing and everything's built out?
So they are. If you look at each of the transportation agreements, they all have trip thresholds that require a certain percentage of the infrastructure to be built as the development is occurring. And so what's ended up happening is you get the compounding effects of not just one village, but multiple villages that are sort of all adding up as the traffic is now, again, continuing through the transportation corridors.
Yeah, but if the plan was to build or start as we had the trips come in, shouldn't that it sounds like the plan was supposed to have all of these built by the time everything was built out.
And everything's not built out. Village I is probably 15 to 20% built out. Village H is probably 67, well, it's probably 80+% built out, especially on the traditional residential side. Town Center is just getting started as well, at least on the traditional residential. So the projects are actually, the developments, at least in terms of Town Center and Village I, which is again to the south of this, are still fairly early in the development horizon. So again, they've done the initial engineering studies. They're in the process of getting ready to convey right-of-way, and they're finalizing design so that they can go to construction contracts. Again, several segments of 545 will be under construction before this project starts to get its first COs, and I would expect other segments of 545 to be under construction and or being completed about the same time the final phase of this starts to occur.
Okay. But it says here 2040. So are we looking at 2040 then for all of this to be done?
I would say I would not expect that to be the case. I think,
later or earlier?
Significantly earlier.
Earlier
would be my
Okay, so now you said if this was developed and we got money from this would help that move faster.
I believe that to be true.
But then how much more will it cost us?
It's the same set of roads, in terms of the 4-laning of 545. So we're not changing the infrastructure plan. We're just simply moving it forward because we're bringing some additional funding to the table.
So will all these roads be done then by the build out of this and the other developments?
All of the other developments being the rest of Horizon West?
Because you said there was more that it wasn't built out yet. You said there's more to come.
Well, there's more development to come, and there's certainly more infrastructure that needs to be delivered, as well. So, by the time this project, if it gets completed, say in 2028, will all the roads in Horizon West
they said 2026
start? You don't build 1,400 units all in one phase, so it's going to occur multiple. Oh, correct. So it's going to be a takedown over probably a couple of years in terms of the actual occupancy of the unit. So by the time the complex is completed, say it's 2028, again, there will be several additional segments of 545 that will be under construction, possibly complete by then, but I wouldn't predict that all of it would be completed by that point. But by the time Horizon West starts to reach its near final build-out, the vast majority of infrastructure, if not all the infrastructure that's currently planned, will be delivered. That's what those agreements are set up to accomplish.
Okay, so where are the numbers and why didn't we have any information on that in this application?
I'm not sure I'm getting exactly what the question is. You say, what are the numbers?
Yeah, we don't have, so like we said earlier today, we're supposed to have a financial feasibility information on these types of developments, but we don't have anything.
John, let me ask you this question. I am somewhat sympathetic to the residents who live out in Horizons West with the traffic congestion that is there now. Whenever I go into the area for whatever reason, it's traffic. If this project is approved, is the plan comprehensive enough to ensure that we have adequately addressed the other transportation challenges within Horizons West before we add this into the mix, if that makes sense to you?
So there seems to be lots
please
of...
let him answer the question.
He seems to be stumped.
Mayor, can you rephrase the question?
Okay. So this development doesn't exist now, okay? And we have plans to address the roadway infrastructure issues in Horizons West now. And what I'm saying is that as this project will come on board, how do we preclude the current situation from getting worse? Are we addressing it? Is there a timeline to address those issues so it doesn't get worse?
So in terms of this project's timeline, and so we're again fairly early with the comprehensive plan transmittal hearing. By the time that you would come back for PD and or especially by the time you get into the development plan, they would go through a more traditional concurrency evaluation for the infrastructure. And so with that concurrency evaluation, again, there would be a more traditional traffic study that looks at the timing of the development relative to the availability of infrastructure, whether it's a partnership project or infrastructure that would be available pursuant to our CIP. And if there's deficiencies at that point, and this again, I think was some of the statements that the Disney team made earlier, then they would identify their responsibility to mitigate those impacts. And of course, they're all, through a proportionate share payment, and they're always going to be responsible for impact fees because they've been very clear that they're not requesting any waivers. So they are bringing not just trips, that may not have been planned for, but they're also bringing significant transportation dollars that will be beneficial to the overall transportation network. And so as part of the review of the project, it's not just sort of that broader system review, but it's also they'll be looking at the driveway connections, they'll be looking at pedestrian crossings, in the immediate vicinity of the project. Because again, you've got towns, the Village Age Town Center area immediately across the street. So pedestrian movements from the projects to the schools to the commercial area will be of an issue that will be definitely further explored with staff during the development plan for the project.
All right. So there's a plan in process that
there's a process for all of this.
Oh, okay.
But we don't have anything
all right.
right now.
So that we can.
Well, I would say that.
So that we can
move on.
Move on. Get the other commissioners the opportunity to ask any questions if they have any. Commissioner Bonilla, do you have any additional questions?
Final statement. Yes, okay. I do. So I definitely would like to see all of that information. I would prefer this be postponed or something so that we could get all the information and data and the financial feasibility and all that stuff that we're supposed to have before this moves forward, because that's according to our comprehensive plan. Flu 1.2.8, we're supposed to have that information now before we move this forward to transmittal. So that would be my recommendation and my preference.
Okay. Commissioner Moore.
John, I wanted to ask you, because I'm invited to a ribbon cutting on Thursday for the Orange Lake Connector, which certainly by Schofield Road, and I know we're working on Schofield Road. Could you address maybe to help a little bit about how this new CFX road should relieve some traffic in this area, please?
So the east-west connections between Orange County and Lake County have always been almost non-existent. From US 192 almost north, I think there's, you have Hartzog Marsh, Hartwood Marsh as one of the other east-west connections, and then ultimately State Road 50. And so in 2016, 2017, the county entered into an interlocal agreement with Lake County to specifically advance 3 east-west corridors. Lake County's been moving a little bit more fast than we have between Flemings and Sawgrass, between Schofield Road and ultimately New Independence Parkway. I think we're picking up momentum on 2 of the corridors that, again, I would expect to be under construction within the next probably 2 years. The large connection and large infrastructure project that was not planned for at the time Horizon West started its planning phases was the rapid growth in southeastern Lake County, and the importance of those east-west connections was further amplified by that. And so in the last few years, CFX has moved very quickly on a PD&E study and a major toll road called the Orange Lake Expressway. I think it's 527 or something to that effect. So that should be, again, they're moving forward with construction very quickly. I think it's got probably a 2 to 3 year build.
It's usually 2 to 3 years. So if we're coming from the north down 429 and we want to avoid this whole area, we're just going to take this road over to 27 and then go south and get to I-4, and we can avoid this whole section by that connector road.
So if there's traffic through the 545 area that's looking for the shortest way to Lake County, certainly there will be other options available.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, that was the same idea with the Popka bypass, the 414 years ago, was all the traffic was going down 441, and so I remember fighting for this years ago. We got the road, and in fact, now we're getting a second deck, but that will take the pressure off the roads in downtown Apopka because we can go around it. So I would then be traffic that will be diverted with this Orange Lake Expressway over to 27 and divert some of the traffic out of the way.
Okay, so in terms of the action item, the recommended action for transmittal, there are 3 components here. First, what the board has been asked to do is make a finding that the information contained in the application for the proposed amendment is sufficiently complete. And given the recommendation of staff, it's a pleasure of the board whether or not we believe that it's sufficiently complete. Secondly, to make a finding that the proposed amendment has potential to be found in compliance as defined by Section 163.3184, subsection 1B of Florida statutes. That is the process once it's transmitted and it goes to the state. And the third component here, obviously, is to transmit the amendment to the state for the reviewing agencies, who's going to review the processes here in question. Is that correct, John?
Ultimately, the application would go to the state for review with their comprehensive plan and processes, and then they'll send back any comments, if any. It's been a long time since we've gotten state comments on a comprehensive plan transmittal. But after that, and again, I think staff has been attempted to be clear that, when this would possibly come forward for an adoption hearing for the comprehensive plan amendment, we will also have the zoning request that would be associated with that. So you get the information associated with both the zoning, which is really more the site design, any performance standard, issues, and any other commitments and conditions that either the developer proffers or that the board might request could be done at the zoning stage. And then again, you'd also have the adoption hearing for the comprehensive plan amendment.
Okay, so the decision before us today is to make the determination whether we have everything necessary in order to transmit or not transmit. Okay, and that's the vote that the board has. Now, Commissioner Wilson, additional questions?
Well, I wanted everybody else to get their questions in first, since this is the case in District 1, but I do have questions, so I don't want us to get down. I know that you try to kind of keep us on track, and I don't want to get down to a thumbs up, thumbs down on something until I'm able to get a little bit more information.
Okay. No one else has pressed a button to ask questions, so it's down to you at this point if you have questions.
I do. I want to say, first of all, that I really appreciate that Disney and the Michaels organization is interested in bringing forward attainable housing. I'm going to call it attainable housing because it's not affordable housing by the measure that I think we really try to look at these projects. I want to make sure that I'm also super clear that it really hurt me to hear sort of this us versus them case that was teed up today. I really believe in my heart, if the energy that was put into going out and getting our homeless advocates in here to get up to the mic today was put into getting to know our residents and what's going on out there and what they're actually suffering with and trying to ride their bikes and just go to the store. And those things are meaningful. They're just as meaningful as anything anyone had to say at that microphone. But, you know, I reviewed the timeline. I was thrilled when I first had a conversation with Disney representatives about the potential for District 1 being the place for one of these opportunities. And I said, great, keep me in the loop. Let's walk through this shoulder to shoulder and make sure that when we're ready to go out to the community that we can do that. We have such good relationships out there. My residents are compassionate, good people, and they've been painted as really unkind door slammers and NIMBYs, and it makes me sad. So what I want to do is to try to make sure that we're keeping the conversation on land use, because that's what this is. And whatever happens today, I want a commitment from everybody to keep talking about the issues that we have with our housing, attainable and affordable, with the low wages, right? That is the basis for the need in many of these areas. And I want to continue to say that even if there's a resident that you firmly disagree with because your idea is different from theirs, that if we sat down, I can promise you we'd be so much more alike than different. And so I just want to kind of hit the reset button on that. It made me very sad to see the contentious nature that this was brought to. It doesn't represent my residents, and I know that these groups that I've worked with for years and years in housing and homeless services, they're not here to try to push something somewhere. They just want to make sure that we're getting housing stock. So I think that goal should be paramount. That being said, there was definitely a strange timeline in that we had a very good meeting with Disney representatives and before the first community meeting, but there was very, very little information brought out. Now, what I'm hearing tonight is that information was already with staff by that time that happened. I think that having had a little bit more meat on the bone for information would have allowed us to work out some of these things that are now coming down to blows here really far in advance. We had that community meeting. It was contentious. I said, hey, can we maybe regroup, come up with some answers to the questions that they had about traffic, about overcrowding, about safety, about where is the sheriff going to be able to, make it over here? These were reasonable questions. And I was assured that would happen. Fast forward 6 months, next thing I hear, it's going to PZC. So I felt very wrong-footed, felt very much in a position to try to make sure that if there's any place for us to tap the brakes a little bit and get some of these questions answered, because even though everyone says, oh, this is just transmittal, it's the beginning of the process that gives the rights to be in a Horizon West Village. And I'm sorry, Ms. Hadaway, this is not interesting to you. It's okay, we can catch up later, because I can tell you all are having a sidebar conversation, but it's important to me. It's important to my residents. So.
Okay,
so I'm sorry. I just am feeling very disrespected by that, and I just want to make sure that we stay on track. When we did come to PZC, there were some questions that were asked by the PZC members, and I wanted to find out if any of those things were talked about in the team. And one of them was looking at that intensity, right? The 1,400 units, which we know may end up being, closer to 3,000 some odd residents, and that they will all be car dependent. We know this. They're going to be car dependent. We have no other alternatives for it. There's not a bus that goes by there. There's not a sidewalk that takes you across the 429. So those are all single car drivers. Was there any conversations within the project team about looking at that density or intensity there, knowing that the road agreements we have aren't coming on for 10 years?
Commissioner, will you repeat the question on density?
So the Planning and Zoning Commission, and I think, Adriana, this is before you were brought on the team, the Planning and Zoning Chair had some very specific requests looking at he said, knowing that they're having these issues with the density, right, with the amount of urban density and something that if you look at our comp plan is not in that transect, could there be a conversation about the number of units, and so the intensity and density right there? Would they come down in units? Could the units go up in size? Something that would be more transitional.
Sure. There were a lot of conversations about the number of affordable homes that would, or not even affordable homes, any apartment homes that would be on this property. The number even started at upwards of 1,500. The OCPS capacity determination letter was for 1,450. So it's come down since then. It could come down a little bit more, but there's a point where it doesn't make sense when it comes to making sure these units stay affordable when it comes to rentals. So this is the number that we have in order to allow these units to be affordable and attainable.
Okay, and that's a fair answer. I think the answer that was given by somebody at Michael's organization that day was we can look at it. So understanding that there's a feasibility that limits that is helpful, right? Then we know what we're working with. So I guess my question to staff is, when you look at the staff report and they do go through the compatibility analysis, and there were a number of policies in future land use amendments that are discussed or policies that are discussed, and one of them, to Commissioner Bonilla's point, is specifically each village shall have a well-defined edge, such as green belts or wildlife corridors, permanently protected from development. So what happens to that policy, that future land use policy, in the event that this amendment goes through, understanding that it is very specifically in Horizon West Code, and this would change that boundary?
I'm sorry, Commissioner, what policy number is it?
It is FLU 411F. Each village shall have a well-defined edge, such as green belts or wildlife corridors, permanently protected from development.
I'd have to find the language, but if it's referring to the green belts, which are required on the edge of each of the villages, then those green belts do not allow for development. So that's what that would be referring to.
But it very specifically talks about, so Commissioner Bonilla's question and point, that there would be definitive edges to the sector plan, that the sector plan isn't, a blob that gets to change shapes, right? That these would be something that does that throw away that entire future land use.
So, Commissioner, in this instance, there is another policy that states that in this instance, for this property and the property to the north of this one, greenbelt was not required because 429 serves as the greenbelt, essentially, where no development can happen. I can pull up the specific policy number.
Then I wasn't here when they devised the Horizon West Code, but the intention of these clearly was to have some kind of a meaningful urban planning that provided predictability and that density predictability of where things would go and where schools are and where your sidewalks go. And how does the 429 operate like a green belt the meaning of a village under whatever?
I mean, I can take some time to find the policy where it does say that, but it's essentially acting like a greenbelt in the sense that development cannot happen there and it would be the edge. Okay, so next question, and this one is probably an applicant question, the multimodal hub. So right now there's no links down there, there's no service at all, there's no shuttle, there's nothing. I think one of the other things that I conceptualized when we first heard that there would be some potential attainable housing was that it would operate somewhat like the student housing where there were some shuttles, they have the pedestrian overpass to go to the services there. This would be an island. There really is nowhere to walk to without risking your life. There's no service at all from any other transit operator. So what do you mean by multimodal hub?
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Mohammed Abdullah, Traffic and Mobility Consultants, 3101 McGuire Boulevard, 32803. Commissioner, to answer your question, the multimodal hub is basically a transportation node that is intended to manage and absorb multiple modes of transportation, including vehicles, on-demand shuttle service, on-demand links, as well as Uber and Lyft type services. Also looking at scooters, personal transportation devices, or would go there. Now, looking ahead into the future, not knowing again the mix of residents at this community and how many would be necessarily employed at the employment centers nearby, but should that need arise, that's something that is going to continue to be looked at and evaluated to understand whether a shuttle directly to the Disney area would be warranted and then looked at that point.
But the people will be there by then. So where are they going to take those scooters?
There are multiple nodes around this site.
Okay, I'm saying they're going to work. Let's just pretend you're living there. You're using your multimodal hub to park your scooter.
Yeah.
And you're going to take your scooter where?
So initially, if you're going to work, you're going typically using a car, using an on-demand service. The scooter would be for local transportation. If you're going across to the,
either one of those.
If you're going across to the stores, to the commercial center, across the street,
how?
That's where you would.
You can't cross now. There's no way to cross. Well, there's no sidewalk to Western Way. There is so.
No, good point. And this development would include with it a intersection at Avalon, which that intersection has to be evaluated in further analysis. But we expect that it would be a signalized intersection on a 4-lane road with pedestrian facilities, so you can get across the road.
So, and I know that we're talking about affordability and attainability, and I want to make sure that we all understand that the responsibility of each one of those residents to own a vehicle bumps them up to luxury, right? Because AAA, so as far as the monthly cost, AAA, when you take into account loan, interest, depreciation, fuel, insurance, the average cost of home ownership goes up. Car ownership is $12,182 a year. There is, such a thing as transport poverty, and I really believe that if you don't have anything in the conversation that we're having right now at Transmittal, now I know everyone says this is too early for this. But this is where we have the best ability to protect our comprehensive plan. And our comprehensive plan does call for how we're going to look at these long-term transportation needs. Now, I did pass out to my colleagues the conceptual plan for 545, which goes all the way up to Hartzog. Doesn't go online. Looks like probably optimistically it'll start construction in 2028 to 2030, which means that by then, so phase 1, you're saying, is going online. People will be living there by 2026. Those are human beings that now we know for sure will be automobile dependent.
The people living there will have alternative modes of transportation. They will, as you do in most of Orange County, we are automobile dependent currently. However, when looking at the transportation picture in this area, this housing that's here is meant for, employee service industry housing. These people are already on the roads. They're already traveling these roads to get to the employment centers that are in this area. They're already coming here. We're putting housing near where the jobs are. That is a foundational tenet of transportation planning
100% agree
to
with
reduce those types of
if it was on the other side of the 429. Because I really believe that what you're doing is you're severing them from those employment activity or employment areas by something that you cannot get to unless you're in a car. There is no way to get up to Western Way on Hartzog. There's no way to do it on Avalon. And there's not going to be probably for 10 or 15, 20 years. So they are either going to be car dependent or...
There are multiple modes of transportation that are available to the site. Again, through currently, there are the on-demand link services. There are the personal vehicles, but there are also on-demand vehicle services, as well as other transportation modes. For local trips, again, with the services that are nearby, local trips will be addressed through probably personal mobility or pedestrian movements and so on and so forth. As far as trips further afield, Horizon West is not currently served by transit. Now, having a node with density and a concentration of potential workers that are going from A to B, that makes the potential for transit service that much more realistic and that much higher, and then it can be addressed.
I know, and I get it. It's a chicken or egg issue. I had a really great conversation with my friends at YIMBY about this because I said I'm really worried. I think good housing is more than four walls and a roof. It comes with the things that we need to make sure that people aren't going to be, they have to be successful there, right? So now we know if there's a car payment, an insurance payment, or that they have to do something that's on demand and there's an app that they need and they're paying per ride, which I do. I have a lot of residents that have to Uber everywhere they go, that we are not setting them up for success. And it's very disingenuous to start this process and to walk down this road saying that that location was the best for everybody when I think it was probably just the best when Reedy Creek went away and it was on the other side of the 429, on the park side. So I just, I want to make sure that we are, if whatever my board feels here, I think it's important to note that this is something that is not going to be an easy solution without partnerships that will take them.
So to your point, just maybe a Disney representative can respond to the question I'm about to ask. And if there are workers that are working in support of your various parks or venues, is there a possibility to consider partnership with Links or other partners to have a bus system that transports people back and forward, into the job center that could help perhaps speak to the issue of transit, where maybe you don't have to own a car if there's a partnership that can be created. Has that been contemplated at all for this multimodal center that's there at the apartment complex?
Yes, sir. There have been conversations with Disney and the Michaels organization with Links about what a potential future Links bus system could look like. It's in the beginning stages. There was only a couple of conversations, so it's hard to say if there's funding for it. It's difficult to say when it will be, but yes, we are looking at a lot of possible partnerships for transit in this area.
Because even within Horizons West, increasingly there is more commercial coming, and there will be more people working there in the area. And I really believe that we have to have the conversation about circulators, moving people around who are there, who may stay in the area, who may not be on an automobile, but they have another means to get around. I think that's the part of the conversation that we have to have also to kind of address the issue that Commissioner Wilson is bringing up here. And it sounds like in terms of this multimodal center, you contemplated some kind of large bus movement, and I'm not hearing that really accentuated during the conversation right now.
There's not a shuttle right now.
Sure. Currently, there's no shuttle plan to any type of employment to Disney. There is going to be enough room at this hub for buses to come through if there's a future need or if there's Links funding provided to allow for buses to come here.
But I think that needs to happen. That needs to be part of the conversation.
Absolutely.
Because, you got to have workers, and if that bus moves along the way, if there's some other commercial locations where these individuals who live there in these affordable units can just hop on a bus, not depend on Uber or Lyft or any of those other rideshare, because they're more expensive than riding a bus.
Mayor, it's like 2.5 miles away. Yeah. It'd be so nice for them to be able to ride their bikes, but we have not provided that. I'm not blaming you all for that. That's us.
Yeah.
But there's nothing in the plan for a very long time.
That's another, I think, part of the comprehensive discussion about how do we solve the traffic congestion problems long term.
But you heard that all of ours are reliant on these existing agreements with developers that were set at these arbitrary stop points. So I just want you to know it's.
Commissioner Uribe has some questions. I don't know if you were done, if you want to let her jump in here.
I'm going to ask John. So Can I be heard? Okay, because I didn't know if my mic was on. Testing. Well, prior to Commissioner Wilson being elected.
It was on.
I know, okay.
No,
Prior to Commissioner Wilson being elected, we did a lot of comp plans in Horizon West, okay? And I noticed a lot of things that come here, pretty much, even though she's not happy about it, she has to support it because of the candid conversations at how the standard in Horizon West, we wish we had it in our districts. I mean, today, I really appreciate my 2 residents who came in for the tow place. Wouldn't we love to be dealing with this? I mean, we're dealing with people wanting to put junk cars in front of our house, much less putting an affordable housing. And then I'm remiss to not even go back 2 years when we dealt with an affordable housing right behind our residential homes that we had to fight to make sure they weren't putting commercial services on the property, that we have had to fight. They wanted reduced parking, all these things. And I got to ask you, so in all these comp plans, and let's not even talk about storage and towing and all these things that are the entrances to our neighborhood. I said today, and my neighbors understand, to get to my house, you have to go by a motel and a tire repair, right? And by the way, that tire repair has so many code violations for storage of vehicles and junk cars and too many tires and EPD. This is my life right now. This is what my community deals with.
Let's stay on
but
this topic.
have there been in this entire because I'm going to be with all due respect, it is hard because every time that they want to stick housing, they want to stick it in my community. They want to stick it in disenfranchised, poverty areas, minority areas, because that's the trend. That's what we do when it comes to housing. And when all this comp plan was done, was there ever any talks of attainable housing? Because I also respect Commissioner Wilson on saying the concern of transportation and things like that. But when I took the time to read the scaling that this company is doing, actually, you had the teachers saying they may be able to afford to live here. You have firefighters and police officers saying, wow, we may be able to afford here. I was hoping to see somebody from representing the firefighters union, because he had told me a number yesterday. 68% of the Orange County deputies can't even afford to live in Orange County, right? So this isn't just hospitality workers. These are educated, degreed individuals who have jobs and who want to do better. And I even appreciate the scaling where this is Captain Chapman said, I don't think he's here anymore. He said, this is not government housing. This is buildable housing where you have to do good, be checked every year to make sure you're not making too much money and you have to pay more. During we created all this beautiful Horizon West, was attainable housing ever part of the conversation?
Not specifically, but the diversity in the housing inventory that you see in Horizon West, whether it's the single-family detached products, whether it's the townhomes, or whether it's the apartment complexes, those were largely always anticipated in the manner that they're pretty much developing today. The village land use designation was, from a comprehensive plan standpoint, was placed on these properties well more than a decade ago. What you've seen more recently are the rezonings to PD to effectuate the village, the more specific area plan, special area plan designations that have long been part of the Horizon West master plan. So I know there were some resident concerns about the timing of the more recent multifamily projects. The vast majority of those were always planned to be multifamily, but the market ultimately dictated what came first. And coming out of the recession, single family was what was being delivered by the private sector. And then as those prices started to creep up, you started to see more townhomes, and then more recently multifamily. Multifamily starting to hit a wall because of interest rates and construction costs. So you're probably going to start to see a swing back to a traditional single family takedown. And again, I think infrastructure, and certainly this is true in Village I, infrastructure is becoming are doing what they were supposed to be doing, which was limiting the amount of development activity that can occur until the roads are coming online. But that diversity in housing supply was always planned, but not specifically at an attainable price point.
Okay, and then as a follow-up, so when we're looking at the screen right here, this apartment district, that I guess that's the proposal. There's already village home apartments touching the property.
Correct.
Was this area part of the comp plan to be eventually developed, whether housing, multifamily? Reedy Creek no longer exists, so, but what we're seeing is bordering all of this is multifamily already, right? So what was the future land use idea on this property?
There was never one that was evaluated.
Because it was not
Because it was not part of unincorporated Orange County.
Okay, so, but everything around it basically is. So we're looking, obviously, you can't do the wetlands, but you're looking all the way along the side. And then I hear also the idea about school capacity that a lot of people brought up, and I actually got in emails, because we do read your emails that you send us. Has OCPS said that there is not capacity? Because we got a document.
They just said that earlier.
There is capacity.
There is capacity.
Because there's reliever schools that are coming online.
Okay.
This is very touchy because I have residents whose kids do not have a classroom. They are meeting in combined fifth grades in a library because there isn't a classroom. There are how many? Yeah, and there's like 20 something portable. I mean, so yes, if you look at the entire, I think, the overall number of Horizon West, but it's very different from village to village and from specific zoning to specific zoning. So, I think, how many units in Village H before this discussion? How many housing units were entitled? Do we know? I mean, I know it's like a really specific question. You may know.
Can you repeat the question?
How many dwelling units in Village H were entitled before this discussion?
I'd have to research that. I'm sorry.
Okay, so I guess that's the document saying the school capacity is what's being presented there. Okay, I mean, can we go back to the map? Because I was actually asking staff questions. No, it's okay. So I'm trying, I'm trying to balance this out, and I know transportation is a problem. We had a hefty discussion earlier about transportation, and we're not up to par on transportation when it comes to the county as a whole. That's why we're talking about a penny tax. But when we talk about if somebody could, from the team, I guess it'd be Adriana, how deep are these discussions with links and possibility? And I'm going to assume that access links, if there are any needs, because those are disability needs and those are funded differently, are being handled. But how deep are these discussions of possible public transit in this area?
Sure. Yeah, they're at the beginning stages, Commissioner, but we did talk about neighborhood link service as well and about doing an assessment in this area. So they've gotten that far, but it is at the beginning stages.
All right. And then just to confirm, this is not government housing.
No, ma'am.
This is attainable housing. So this is not like the Orlando Housing Authority that takes place here in town.
No.
This is very, very specific and very different. Okay. And my last question is, John, you may answer this. Capacity on roads, how bad are we? Because we've all got them in our districts, okay? The death of me will be Lake Underhill between Chickasaw and Econ when it takes 14 minutes for the fire station that's 1 mile away to get to the residents. But how are we, and then the timeline of expected of development? Because you can't build 1,400 units in a year. I mean, that's going to be pretty aggressive.
So I did attempt to address the transportation infrastructure timing issue a bit earlier. The existing 4-lane segments have available capacity as they sit today. The problem is the existing 2 lanes that we haven't been able to get to yet. And so those are well over capacity and inadequate with lack of sidewalks, lack of lighting. But again, under the county's CIP and pursuant to these partnership agreements, every 2-lane segment of 545 from US 192 all the way to through the town center is scheduled to be widened to 4 lanes.
And we have the right of way to do it, correct?
We have agreements with some property owners. Right of way, there's still property owners that are not party to these agreements that we will have to acquire right of way from. But there are multiple, again, most of those are either in our CIP or committed via these partnership agreements to go under construction. Again, several additional segments of 545 I would anticipate starting construction in the next few years.
Okay, and then for the project, are you guys contributing? Are you open to contributing to any of the the sidewalks improvements and things like that, especially in an area that would be high?
Go ahead.
Oh, Mr. Abdullah.
Expert.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, so the project will be contributing to the transportation network in the form of, as you heard earlier, Mr. Weiss mentioned the additional studies that have to be done. There will be mitigation that's required of this development. There will be agreements that will be entered into to contribute towards the infrastructure, roadways, sidewalks, and as I mentioned earlier, the traffic lights, as well as some additional improvements at the access point. So there's a significant contribution from the development to transportation to further the plans that are there in the CIP.
And as a follow-up, unlike most of our housing projects, you guys aren't requesting any kind of waiver or credit for those impact fees on that.
That's accurate. The team has said that there are no special requests for the affordable housing.
All right. Thank you for the clarity. Thank you, John, for that clarity.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay. So, I find this latter conversation kind of interesting because all across our county, we have these challenges with lack of infrastructure, transportation infrastructure, the need for alternative modes of transportation. And we've been having this conversation certainly since I've been focused on it, since I've been mayor, trying to come up with solutions to it to be able to afford to pay for all of these things that we have. It's probably not one commission district that doesn't have some challenges where we are so far behind and we're continuing to go behind. But to the public, we're having those conversations about what we can do. But today, this issue is before us. It's a housing issue that has now morphed into a conversation about transportation, transit. Okay. I know Commissioner Moore has perhaps a question, but what I'm looking for at this point is let's offer a motion, see where we head with the motion. But Commissioner Moore, do you have a question?
I was really going to say similar to what Commissioner Ruby did, was that, we work through all these issues independently. I've got sidewalks right now going in thanks to our Public Works Department with a school in a neighborhood that's 60 years old, and I fought for sidewalks and I got them. And so some of these things can absolutely be solved as we move forward.
A lot is happening, but not at the pace that it needs to be happening. It's so slow. We are so far behind. I say to all of our residents, we have got to catch up. We have got to get people out of dependency on single vehicle cars. That's my plea to all of you all. You won't have the kind of traffic problems perhaps that you have if we can get to that. It's going to get worse before it gets better. And we continually as a community have just kicked the can down the road, and this is the challenge that we all have. Horizons West, wonderful concept, and it's supposed with all of these things in it, but because we didn't keep pace with the infrastructure, with the transportation infrastructure, you have what you have now. And we're working, I think we're all committed here to trying to do something about it in a timely manner, and we're behind the 8 ball at this point. So, Commissioner Gomez-Cordero, question?
Yes, I know. Hello? Okay. Yes, I know we have been talking about a lot of things, but one thing that I want anyone to answer is how will you, determine the income of the people that can, benefit from this project? ¿Cómo? Oh, okay.
Kimberly Schreiber, 2 Cooper Street, Camden, New Jersey, Michael's organization. So the income bands are set and published by HUD annually, and they'll be updated. And so when a resident applies with us, we will verify their income. And that they will qualify at one of the income bands within the community or even for a full market rate.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right,
That's
Commissioner Wilson, would you like to offer a motion?
You know, I don't think we're at the point that this should be transmitted. There's just a lot of unanswered questions, and I feel really strongly about the fact that some of these are safety and welfare questions. So if I'm going to make a motion for at this time to not transmit.
Can we make a motion to postpone so that we could try to work out some of these issues?
I would be willing to do that if the applicant was willing to postpone or continue or however that works. I certainly think that I felt very, very rushed from having found, I didn't even see the conceptual plan until February 14th.
If we delay making a decision today, when can we bring it back to have formalize some of these other conversations? When can we bring it back?
I would say maybe
John,
3 months
in
to
terms
be able to get studies and the information
of the
together.
calendar.
So, Mayor, certainly it would be the board's prerogative to defer should you choose. Additionally, you would always have the option to give staff direction on what issues you want further explored. And then while the state's doing their review, could ultimately bring that back either as a sort of an interim discussion while the PD is still further under review, or make sure we have that information by the time it comes back for an adoption hearing. But the board's got the discretion on how to handle that.
Yeah, I don't feel comfortable transmitting something that we don't have all the information we're supposed to have according to our comprehensive plan. This shouldn't have even been recommended for transmittal yet. So I say we postpone so that we can have the time to be able to get the information that we need and settle some of the issues that we have so that, I do support the project itself, but we have issues we need to resolve first.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
If they want to
Would you want to continue to postpone it so that we can settle a lot of these issues?
Mayor, Commissioners, Kathy Hadaway for the record. We believe that we have a complete application that meets all of the criteria established by the county and the state to qualify it to be transmitted. There is time during the state planning agency review that we are happy to discuss with staff, to work through any issues that, as this board may direct us, that they would like to have explored. But because we do have to come back before this board, the PZC and this board, for final adoption for the comprehensive plan amendment. And at that time, as Mr. Weiss indicated earlier, you'll also have had a chance to review our PD zoning document and have had the opportunity to review additional details on the project. So at this time, we would request that you support a transmittal.
Okay. Okay.
I'd like to
I'm going to make a motion to transmit. Is there a second?
Let's wait. Okay. No.
I made a motion. There's
This
a
is
second.
District 1, and I think we should defer to District 1.
We can have, listen, I tried to get a motion. I made a motion.
A second.
There's a second by Commissioner Uribe. If there's any further discussion, otherwise, I'm going to call the question. Okay. No further discussion. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. No. Opposed, no.
No, because I think we should postpone it. Because
That's
once you transmit,
two.
then
Commissioner Wilson,
they say you
did you
can't
vote
change
no?
anything sometimes.
Commissioner Bonilla, you voted no.
No.
Okay, the
Now I
motion
think it's fair
passes.
taking this away from the
The
commit
motion
district
passes 4-2. All right. All right, and with that, we will work out the other issues. And with that, if there's no further action before the board today, we stand adjourned.